Chapter 4887. Jiang Qin kept retreating with an ugly expression. The heavenly dragon sword was defeated with every move, and the situation was very passive. Tong Ling, Tong Yao, and the others were shocked and worried for Jiang Qin. The six-ridged coiling dragon's combat power was unparalleled. It was simply too terrifying. Such power was not something that people below the star level could contend with. Defeat was a foregone conclusion. I've said it before. You're not my match. Even if your finger imprint is indeed very strong and many early-stage Star Realm experts might not be able to withstand it, and I am indeed injured, you won't be able to block my Dragon's Pine Sword at all. The Dragon's Pine Sword contains my blood, dragon might, dragon vein, dragon blood, and dragon chi. It is the strongest and toughest divine weapon, and it can even fuse with me. What do you have to fight me? Ah. The six-ridged coiling dragon said arrogantly. Its voice was like thunder, causing everyone's scalps to go numb and their eardrums to tremble. It's still too early to talk about this. If you want to defeat me, just this little ability is not enough. Jiang Qin was still unmoved. He was determined not to admit defeat. Starlight entered the body. Jiang Qin was not discouraged. He activated the astral pole and his power rose again. He was locked in a stalemate with the six-ridged coiling dragon. The six-ridged coiling dragon was also surprised. This guy was getting more and more interesting. Jiang Qin's body was dazzling with starlight, like an unshakable treasure. You're still too naive to think that you can defeat me. Jiang Qin's aura was comparable to the six-ridged coiling dragon's. This time, the six-ridged coiling dragon became serious. Did this guy have a backup plan? What trump card do you have? Use it all at once. I don't want to waste any more time on you. The six-ridged coiling dragon said impatiently. Trump card. Jiang Qin smiled and shook his head. I don't have a trump card, but I do have a Kong Long Jian. Jiang Qin reached out and grasped the Kong dragon truncheon. The six-spine coiling dragon's face instantly darkened. Even his dragon's pine sword seemed to pale in comparison to the Kong dragon truncheon. Although the six-ridged coiling dragon didn't know what kind of terrifying divine weapon the Kong dragon truncheon was, the fear and pressure that came from the depths of his soul made him feel suffocated. Kong Long Jian. What a good Kong Long Jian. What is this? The six-ridged coiling dragon was unwilling to give up. Jiang Qin's aura did not increase by much, but the Kong Long Jian made him more and more passive. That kind of pressure had reduced his strength by at least 40%. This battle suddenly became difficult. However, the six-spine coiling dragon would not admit defeat just like that. How could he be afraid before the battle had even begun? Moreover, he would never lose to these ants. The Kong dragon truncheon specializes in dealing with those who refuse to submit, especially those from the dragon race. Jiang Qin said coldly. His aura was like a rainbow as he pointed at the six-spine coiling dragon. With the support of the astral pole, Jiang Qin's aura completely overshadowed the six-spine coiling dragon. Even though he had a stellar-grade physique, he had no way of fighting back in front of the Kong dragon truncheon. Jiang Qin was even more delighted. Once the Kong dragon truncheon was used, the six-spine coiling dragon was immediately suppressed. The confrontation between the two became more intense. The Kong dragon truncheon's aura became stronger and stronger. Although the six-spine coiling dragon's aura was very strong, it was not to the point where Jiang Qin would be defenseless. If his current strength was at the 4th level of the Star Realm, Jiang Qin would not be a match for him even if he had the Kong dragon truncheon. Because his strength had been suppressed, coupled with the suppression of the Kong dragon truncheon, the six-spine coiling dragon was extremely depressed. The suppression of the Kong dragon truncheon on the dragon race was extremely terrifying. Jiang Qin's astral pole was also playing an extremely powerful role at this moment. He had already entered the 2nd level of the astral pole. Although he had just begun cultivating it, it was many times stronger than before. With the Kong dragon truncheon, Jiang Qin was like a tiger that had grown wings. He was in high spirits. The truncheon shadows were like the wind and lightning, and the six-spine coiling dragon found it increasingly difficult to fight back. It was suppressed to the point where it could not even lift its head. The situation instantly reversed. Tong Ling and Tong Yao were dumbfounded. With the Kong dragon truncheon in hand, Jiang Qin was like an unparalleled god of war. He beat the six-spine coiling dragon until it could not retaliate at all. The wounds on its body increased as the six-spine coiling dragon finally collapsed. Torrential starlight. Arrogant dragon regrets. The Kong dragon truncheon smashed in all directions, and the six-spine coiling dragon's pine sword was directly broken. The six-spine coiling dragon was finally defeated. Blood gushed out of his mouth and his face was pale. He had lost his soul. The dragon spine sword was his dragon spine, and now that its spine was broken, the six-spine coiling dragon had lost an arm. There was no way he could continue fighting against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's endurance was also unimaginable. He was like a war machine that did not stop at all. Such a physique left the six-spine coiling dragon in the dust. This fellow's terror had finally impressed him. I've lost. I actually lost to a human who is not even a stellar grade. Hee hee. The six-spine coiling dragon retreated in defeat and knelt on the ground on one knee. Its eyes were filled with despair, regret, and unwillingness. However, at this moment it was useless. Like I said, little Qinzi will not disappoint. De Huang had a sudden impulse and his eyes were blazing. The Kong dragon truncheon had directly made the six-spine coiling dragon kneel on the ground. It seemed that little Qinzi's strength had soared by several levels. In front of little Qinzi, De Huang had instantly become insignificant. I knew that you had the best taste, Tong Ling said with a smile. Tong Yao was also very convinced of De Huang. Jiang Chen was speechless. I'm fighting to the death here and you, a damn dog, are actually picking up girls. Tong Ling and Tong Yao's eyes were filled with admiration for De Huang. It was as if he was the one who defeated the six-spine coiling dragon. Since I've already lost, kill me or plunder me. The six-spine coiling dragon will definitely not frown. The six-spine coiling dragon truncheon said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen was panting heavily as he gripped the Kong dragon truncheon. He had exhausted all of his Genesis Chi to defeat the six-spine coiling dragon. This battle was practically unbeatable for him. If not for the Kong dragon truncheon, he would not have been able to do anything to the six-spine coiling dragon. The timing, location, and people were all in his favor. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's the Kong dragon truncheon. Hehe, it seems that you have a lot of treasures on you. Everyone tensed up and breathed heavily. Jiang Chen abruptly turned around and looked at the giant statue. The black token was constantly flashing, and the statue's eyes had become incomparably dazzling. Black light flickered in the statue's eyes, and it seemed to be brimming with life. What the? The statue is alive? De Huang was taken aback. He suddenly had an ominous feeling. Who are you? Jiang Chen said coldly, staring straight at the statue. Who am I? Hehe, ants like you don't deserve to know my name. After so many years, I've finally found a suitable candidate. Chapter 4888. I originally thought that I would have to wait for the six-ridged coiling dragon to reach the peak of the star level before I could leave this place. Now, it seems that a better candidate has appeared. Compared to the six-ridged coiling dragon, he is even more tempting. Jiang Chen and the six-ridged coiling dragon took a deep breath. This guy was really arrogant. He actually wanted the peak star level six-ridged coiling dragon to be his candidate. Who was he? What did he want? Your candidate should be me, right? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. At this moment, fear was useless because he had no idea who the other party was and what kind of plan he had. He didn't even put the six-ridged coiling dragon in his eyes. What kind of strength and background did he have to have such a strong backing? Not bad. Although the six-ridged coiling dragon is strong, your body is stronger. You also have the eternal dragon clan's Kong Long Jian. It seems that I have underestimated you. This Kong Long Jian will not be of any use in your hands. Let me accept it. In the future, I will let it shine in my hands. The statue said faintly. The majesty in its words was unimaginable. The innate domineering might and pressure made Jiang Chen feel very troubled. This guy was probably not him. Even the six-ridged coiling dragon at its peak could not compete with him. This deep pit and waterfall might very well have existed because of him. Then who are you? Even if we die, you should at least let us know why we died. The six-ridged coiling dragon said in a deep voice. You won't understand. My name is Mount Tai. I controlled the desolate Yu pool in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. That era belonged to me. The statue's voice was deep. It seemed to be filled with nostalgia and sadness. Mount Tai, Jiang Chen murmured. Could you be King Tai? The King Tai of the Netherworld realm billions of years ago? The six-ridged coiling dragon looked at the statue in disbelief. There is actually someone who remembers me? It's been too long. I don't even remember myself. King Tai laughed loudly. His voice was filled with arrogance and tyranny. However, it was hard to hide the vicissitudes of time. King Taishan, you really are King Taishan. The six-ridged coiling dragon looked dispirited, his face filled with misery. It was as if he was filled with fear and despair at the words King Taishan. Who is King Taishan? Jiang Chen looked at the six-spine coiling dragon and raised his eyebrows. King Taishan was a person from the previous era, and was the ruler of the Netherworld realm. I've also heard about him from my seniors. He was one of the rulers of the Netherworld realm millions and millions of years ago. Even if he didn't have to worry about the passage of time, 10,000 years is still a long time. If he doesn't undergo a true transformation, 10,000 years is more than enough to bury a powerhouse in the dust of time. No one can live forever. Maybe you can live for 100,000 years, or maybe you can live for 1,000,000 years, but only the ruler of the Netherworld realm can truly fight to the death. King Taishan was the ruler of the Taishan tribe, and he controlled the Great Pond of Desolate Yu. The reason there are no records of him in the history of the Heavenly Enlightenment Planet is because he was even older than the ruler of the Heavenly Enlightenment Planet, so much so that people forgot about his existence. If it weren't for my seniors, I wouldn't have known about his existence. The six-ridged coiling dragon tribe used to be the mount of King Tai, but after so many years, who would have thought that King Taishan was still alive? The eyes of the six-ridged coiling dragon were filled with bitterness. He was very respectful towards the statue, but he wasn't willing to be the mount of King Taishan. He wasn't willing to be under someone else. But even if he was willing, King Taishan might not have allowed him to be his mount, right? The hearts of Jiang Chen and the others were filled with shock. It seemed like King Taishan was a peerless overlord from ancient times. Even the current Heavenly Enlightenment Planet didn't have any records of him. Tong Yao had said before that she had read many books, but she didn't know anything about this place. How many years has it been? It seems like the six-ridged coiling dragon tribe has long forgotten about my existence. Therefore all of you must die. You must atone for your crimes. The six-ridged coiling dragon tribe will suffer endless punishment and be annihilated, never to exist in this world again. King Taishan said tyrannically. The heart of the six-ridged coiling dragon trembled. This kind of sentence was the same as making him disappear from this world forever. This was killing his heart. All of you will be buried with him. You're a very lucky kid. From today onwards, I will gradually occupy your body. In the future, you will become an unparalleled existence. Even the Heavenly Enlightenment Planet will be a drop in the ocean in your eyes. King Taishan's mighty voice was deafening to Jiang Chen and the others' ears. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. You want to occupy my body? Even if I have to be destroyed, I won't let you have your way. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth. He wasn't afraid at all. He would rather die than submit. If his body became King Taishan's puppet, he would just be a walking corpse. Jiang Chen was no longer Jiang Chen. He didn't want to become someone else's slave. That's not up to you to decide. Even a peak 6 spine coiling dragon would have to listen to me obediently. You're just a rank 1 mortal. If I didn't fancy your skin, you wouldn't even have the right to speak to me. Ignorant human, your body no longer belongs to you. King Taishan's voice was overbearing because in his eyes, Jiang Chen had no value at all. Apart from his body, he could kill this ant-like existence with just a flick of his finger if he wanted to. Seems like I've really kicked an iron plate this time. De Huang clenched his teeth. King Taishan was a powerhouse from the previous era. He had been immortal for billions of years. As the king of the Taishan tribe, he was indeed domineering. He didn't even put the peak 6-ridged coiling dragon in his eyes. Am I finally going to die? 1,000 years and 10,000 years of cultivation will all be for naught. The 6-spine coiling dragon smiled in self-ridicule. Not to mention the current him, even if his strength reached the pinnacle of the star realm, he probably wouldn't have any chance of winning against King Taishan. Even after millions of years, his might was still suffocating. Aside from Jiang Chen, the other 4 people present were all suffocated by King Taishan's aura. This was the pressure of a superior being. This was the true power of the world. If you have any skills, just use them. I, Jiang Chen, have never lowered my head to anyone. Jiang Chen didn't look sideways. He stared at the huge statue. Although the pressure was boundless, if he lowered his head, it would mean that he had lost. There would be no way for him to turn the tables. You don't know the difference between life and death. Since that's the case, all of you can die. Chapter 4889. What's going on? We won't be drowned in the earthquake, will we? Tong Ling asked worriedly. Jiang Chen was as still as a mountain. His expression was solemn and meticulous as he stared at the movements of the ground around him. Boulders kept falling, replaced by heat waves. The rolling magma was frightening. Even Jiang Chen did not know what to do with the terrifying temperature. His own 5 elements divine fire might not be able to withstand the terrifying magma. What a terrifying magma. When all these boulders are melted, I will die too. The 6-ridged coiling dragon murmured. The threat of death was approaching step by step. The boulders under their feet kept sinking. Everyone's heart was pounding. Even Jiang Chen was no exception. However, the six-ridged coiling dragon was in the worst condition. As he was of the water attribute, he could not withstand the erosion of the magma. 5 elements trigram fire formation. Jiang Chen took out the 5 elements divine fire and wrapped everyone in it, protecting them from the erosion of the heat waves. In an instant, the temperature in the 5 elements trigram fire formation dropped significantly. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The 6-ridged coiling dragon looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He did not expect Jiang Chen to pull him into the 5 elements trigram fire formation. It's good to be alive. Right now, our common enemy is this so-called King Taishan. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Jiang Chen said calmly. The 6-ridged coiling dragon remained silent. He had mixed feelings in his heart. However, the hatred between him and Jiang Chen could not be resolved in a day. The reason he did this was to ensure his own survival. As long as there was a chance for him to survive, he would not lose all hope in the end. However, could they really get out of here? Could they really leave this place? I did not expect you to have the 5 elements divine fire. Unfortunately, this is far from enough. King Taishan said disdainfully. These humans were just putting up a stubborn resistance. In my world, my heat hell is one of a kind. No one can stay out of it. Heat hell. The 6-spine coiling dragon's expression changed once again. It had lost all hope and its eyes were filled with despair. The hell of heat and annoyance is one of the 16 layers of hell that King Taishan used to punish the people of the world. It's second only to the legendary 18 layers of hell. It's no small matter. Anyone who enters the hell of heat and annoyance will be killed by the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Jiang Chen engraved the words of the 6-ridged coiling dragon in his heart. However, this fiery vexing hell was indeed terrifying. Not only did he come from the blazing magma outside, but even the depths of his heart were extremely fiery. He was so fiery that he could even be considered a madman. Controlling the fiery hell? Could it be that we are currently in hell? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Indeed. The hell of anger and heat is where King Taishan punishes the people of the world. Millions and millions of years ago, there were countless experts in the world, and King Taishan was only one of the rulers of the netherworld realm. However, the fiery hell controls the sea, and it is located at the bottom of the sea. It is not strange for King Taishan to be here. This is what my elders told me. The fiery hell can erase all the fantasies and desires of killing people. The 6-ridged coiling dragon's eyes were filled with fear. Dying without a burial place and being melted by the fiery hell was the most terrifying thing. After death, not even a speck of dust would be left behind. The ruler of the netherworld in ancient times controls the fiery hell. Could this King Taishan really be my nightmare? Jiang Chen murmured to himself because at this moment, he had no other way out. Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Jiang Chen took out the Red Lotus Karmic Fire again, stabilizing the 5 elements trigram fire formation. Haha kid, you are really amazing. You can even get your hands on such a mystical flame? If you join my fiery hell, you will definitely be able to bring it to the next level. King Taishan was quite surprised. However, even with the support of the Red Lotus Karmic Fire, it was still difficult to resist the pressure of the fiery hell. Waves of heat assaulted his face, and his heart was burning. The 5 elements trigram fire formation could collapse at any time. Green Lotus Star Fire. Jiang Chen was unwilling to die. If the Red Lotus Karmic Fire didn't work, then he would use the Green Lotus Star Fire to strengthen the formation. Even so, the Green Lotus Star Fire couldn't resist the fiery hell. Time passed. Jiang Chen, who had many mystical flames, could only watch the 5 elements trigram fire formation crumble. Black King, do you have a way to deal with this fiery hell? At this time, the Black King was in the middle of a breakthrough. Jiang Chen didn't want to summon him, especially after the 6-ridged coiling dragon extermination formation. He had suffered heavy injuries. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen had no other choice. What? Fiery hell? When the Black King heard the words fiery hell, he held his breath and his expression changed. Jiang Chen's 5 elements trigram fire formation was on the verge of collapse. There was no way it could hold on for more than the time it took for an incense stick to burn. How did we get here? Is this the lair of King Taishan? The Black King's question made Jiang Chen's heart skip a beat. From the looks of it, this King Taishan had already reached the level of his previous master, Long Futo. He was so strong that it was suffocating. Who is this King Taishan? We are already trapped here, and the 5 elements trigram fire formation is on the verge of collapsing. Jiang Chen said anxiously. The 9 supremes of the ancient world and the 10 Yama kings of the 10 halls are the most terrifying existences. King Taishan is even older than my previous master, and is a legendary figure. However, I don't know who is stronger or weaker. I'm afraid that King Taishan has also reached the level of the Eternal King, but no one knows his true strength. The 9 supremes are the rulers of the eternal world, while the 10 Yama kings are the rulers of the netherworld realm. In other words, the 9 supremes are in charge of the living, while the 10 Yama kings are in charge of the dead. King Taishan is the 7th Yama king, the ruler of the fiery hell. The 16 layers of hell slaughter the good and evil in the world. No one can escape from the fiery hell because it's not just the magma hell. The Black King said with a pale complexion. This King Taishan is so terrifying. Jiang Qin sucked in a breath of cold air. After hearing the Black King's explanation, he finally understood how powerful King Taishan was. But we can't just sit and wait for death, right? Now we can only try the Buddha Prison Palace. If the Buddha Prison Palace can resist the fiery hell, we will have a chance to survive. The Black King said. Even if there's a chance of survival, are we going to be trapped here forever? Won't we become the living dead? This King Taishan has endured for millions of years without dying. Are we sure we can survive? Chapter 4890. Follow me into the Buddha Prison Palace. Jiang Qin brought everyone into the Buddha Prison Palace. At that moment even King Taishan was shocked. Jiang Qin had too many tricks up his sleeves. How could a kid who hadn't even reached the star grade have so many trump cards? If they wanted to kill him they would have to go through some trouble. This is the Empyrean Buddha Palace. Little fellow, you really surprise me. The Konglong Jian, the Empyrean Stupa Palace. Aha, this is a rare treasure. Even I can't avoid it. Compared to my hell of vexation, it's not much inferior. It's a pity that even the Empyrean Stupa Palace can't withstand the hell of vexation. Because your 7 emotions and 6 desires can't be restrained. As long as you have emotions, no one can escape the hell of vexation. All of you die. King Taishan said coldly. Just as he had said, although the Buddha Prison Palace had temporarily helped them get through this, as time passed, everyone's hearts became more and more agitated. That kind of burning heat came from the depths of their hearts and was about to ignite their hearts. Especially the usually hot-tempered De Huang, who was tormented at this time. The heat in his heart was indescribable. No, I can't take it anymore. Little Qinzi, kill me. Kill me. Give me a quick death. De Huang roared. Killing people and destroying their hearts was nothing more than this. However, the massacre in the hell of vexation was killing their restless hearts. As long as they had emotions and 7 emotions and 6 desires, they couldn't escape the punishment of the hell of vexation. The 6-ridged coiling dragon and Tong Yao were no different from De Huang. Their hearts were torn apart, making them feel like they were better off dead. The fire in their hearts seemed to have ignited their flesh and blood. Jiang Qin had a splitting headache. The rage and fire in his heart couldn't be stopped. The Black King wasn't spared either. Is there really no way to change the hell of vexation? Jiang Qin said through gritted teeth. His heart was filled with anger, but this anger was his secret. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. I have my own Taoist connotation, so why should I be controlled by others? My Tao is the Tao of the heavens. It is beyond the 3 realms and the 5 elements. No one can bind me, no one can make me submit, not even the heavens. My Tao changes the boundless of heaven and earth. A mere fiery hell is but a fleeting cloud. Don't even think of trapping me. Jiang Qin suddenly looked up. His eyes shone like light, piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the blink of an eye, the burning hell transformed into a sea of bitterness. No, this is impossible, impossible. The King of Taishan's voice was filled with shock. Jiang Qin had used his own Tao to break through his hell of heat. This was simply unimaginable. In his opinion, unless it was an infinity king, who else could have such a powerful Tao? Although Jiang Qin had never revealed his Tao accumulation, his heaven-conquering Tao had always been there. It was a Tao that surpassed the heavens, a Tao that belonged to him. Even the Taishan king didn't have such a Tao. Nothing is impossible. With my Tao accumulation no one can control me. Jiang Qin looked straight ahead and met the King of Taishan's eyes. At this moment, the huge statue exuded an unprecedented imposing aura. Although Jiang Qin's strength was far from the King of Taishan's, and he was even weaker than the 6-ridged coiling dragon, his Tao accumulation had coincidentally broken through the fiery hell. Under the absolute Tao, the fiery hell was as if it didn't exist. The 6-ridged coiling dragon was wild with joy. Jiang Qin's Tao had broken through the fiery hell and saved him from death. The feeling of being reborn and surviving a calamity made him feel as if he had been reborn. Tong Ling and Tong Yao were convinced. Tong Yao had always disliked Jiang Qin. She had never thought that his strength would be this terrifying. Perhaps it was because of some special reasons, but his overbearingness of wanting to compete with the heavens was something that she would never be able to achieve in her entire life. Jiang Qin and the king of Taishan confronted each other. However, the fiery hell wasn't his only method. Since the fiery hell can't trap you, I'll use my last trace of remnant soul to devour you. The king of Taishan was obviously at his wit's end. However, it was hard to imagine how powerful his remnant soul was. After all, his strength in the past was terrifying. He was on par with Longfoot, so he couldn't have been an ordinary person. Jiang Qin didn't dare to be careless. The fiery hell wasn't the king of Taishan's only trump card. Even after millions of years, his remnant soul wasn't something ordinary people could contend with. Everyone understood that a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Soul-devouring technique. Spirit-devouring technique. The eyes of the king of Taishan's statue flickered with a ghostly light, instantly piercing through Jiang Qin's body. Jiang Qin shuddered as the surging soul energy invaded every corner of his body. Jiang Qin wasn't completely defenseless against the king of Taishan's soul-devouring technique. But at the very least, it wasn't wrong to prepare for a rainy day. Right now, his soul energy hadn't reached the level where he could condense his own innate astral soul. The great void art scattered all of Jiang Qin's soul energy. In other words, the king of Taishan was using his remnant soul to invade Jiang Qin's body. And at this moment, the great void art came in handy. In that instant when Jiang Qin's soul energy erupted, the king of Taishan's remnant soul simply couldn't react in time. In addition to Jiang Qin's surprise attack, the king of Taishan was directly devoured by Jiang Qin. Going for wool and coming home shorn, his remnant soul completely became nourishment for Jiang Qin. Soul detaching, soul devouring, soul extinguishing, soul devouring. No, please, let me go. I'm the Yama King of the 10 Halls, King Taishan. I can let you stand at the peak of the world, I can give you endless wealth and glory. Don't kill me, don't. The king of Taishan's pleading voice was filled with sorrow. But Jiang Qin didn't have the slightest bit of pity. The winner takes all. This king of Taishan didn't seem to realize the situation he was in. Devour for me. Jiang Qin focused on devouring the remnant soul of the king of Taishan. The six-ridged coiling dragon took a step forward, but it was blocked by De Huang. If you want to kill Jiang Qin, you'll have to kill me first. De Huang dragged his heavily injured body in front of Jiang Qin. He wants to devour the king of Taishan's remnant soul, but it won't be that easy. I just want to lend him a hand. Otherwise his life will be in danger. Although the king of Taishan has been dead for countless years, he's still an invincible existence. We almost died in his hands. I'm protecting him just in case. The six-ridged coiling dragon said in a deep voice. His words were sincere. Jiang Qin had already saved him once by not killing him. Moreover, he had given him a second life in the fiery hell. The six-ridged coiling dragon knew that it had no way to repay Jiang Qin. Although the hatred had always existed in its heart, it couldn't be avenged because Jiang Qin was like its second parent. I hope you don't have any evil thoughts. Otherwise Lord Dog will die with you. Chapter 4891. The six-ridged coiling dragon's palms came together and landed on Jiang Qin's body, dissipating his surging spirit power and calming his mind. Jiang Qin was already mentally prepared. The six-spine coiling dragon had helped him a lot. If it wasn't for its help, perhaps he would have perished together with King Taishan. After 7 days and 7 nights, Jiang Qin had finally completely devoured the last trace of the King Taishan's soul fragment. His soul had also completely sublimated, forming his own destiny astral soul. Success. Jiang Qin's eyes brightened. With a single glance, the entire heavenly enlightenment planet was under his eyes. There were many places that Jiang Qin couldn't see through because of different veils, restrictions, or mist. However, the destiny astral soul had completely broadened Jiang Qin's horizons. His spirit power had reached an unprecedented level, and the soul-stealing divine art had once again found its use. With the power of his astral soul, he could slaughter an army of 1,000 with a single thought. Too powerful. Even Jiang Qin himself found it hard to imagine. However, the natal astral soul would consume a huge amount of energy, and it would probably deplete all of his energy. He didn't dare to casually use it right now. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use it for the time being. Even amongst Star Realm warriors, there weren't many who had their own natal astral soul. You broke through to the destiny astral soul? The six-ridged coiling dragon's eyes flashed with disbelief. This was like a fantasy story. His spirit power wasn't even 1/10,000th of Jiang Chen's. Even a fourth-layer star-level greater demon wouldn't be able to compare. I was just lucky. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. If not for the King Taishan's soul fragment, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the Destiny Astral Soul in a short period of time. His strength had already reached the third level of the half-step star transformation, and the Genesis Chi in his body was undergoing more and more transformations. You brat, you broke through again. Damn it. After surviving a disaster, De Huang let out a long sigh of relief and punched Jiang Chen in the chest. At that moment, all traces of the Taishan Emperor vanished from the world. The massive statue started to crumble. Only the black medallion remained, which piqued Jiang Chen's curiosity. Master, that's the Palace Lord token. It's a rare treasure. The Black King reminded. Although he did not know what kind of divine object it was, Jiang Chen quickly put away the black token. Mount Tai Hall completely collapsed and the waterfall above Jiang Chen and the others also tilted downwards. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. Jiang Chen stepped into the air, leading everyone away from the deep pit and the waterfall. The moment they left, the huge pit was gradually filled up by the waterfall, turning into a vast body of water. There were no waves on the surface of the water, and the scene from before had long become nothingness. Water Curtain Mountain once again became calm and tranquil. The six-ridged coiling dragon had no intention of returning. Many thanks to you this time, six-ridged coiling dragon. No discord, no concord. May we meet again. Jiang Chen said with a solemn expression. If Mr. doesn't mind, I am willing to follow Mr. The six-ridged coiling dragon said solemnly as if he wasn't joking. The six-ridged coiling dragon knew that given his talent and strength, it would be almost impossible for him to break through to the Stargrade in the future. This battle had allowed him to see Jiang Chen's strength and potential. No matter how arrogant he was, he had still been defeated by Jiang Chen. Although he hadn't broken through to the Stargrade yet, the six-ridged coiling dragon believed that it wouldn't be long before that day came. Most importantly, Jiang Chen had defeated the Taishan Emperor, an ancient infernal monarch. Although the Taishan Emperor was already at the end of his rope and only had a wisp of remnant soul left, he still couldn't be underestimated. In the past, the Taishan Emperor hadn't even taken the Heaven Awakening star system seriously. However, Jiang Chen had done it. He had defeated the Taishan Emperor, a human who hadn't even reached the Stargrade. Perhaps luck had played a part, but the six-ridged coiling dragon had seen Jiang Chen's Tao clearly. It was an indescribable Tao that even ancient powerhouses feared. If Jiang Chen hadn't relied on his own Tao, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the Taishan Emperor's remnant soul. The six-ridged coiling dragon had his own ambitions. He didn't want to be trapped on the Heaven Awakening star for the rest of his life. He didn't want to stay on the Water Curtain Mountain for the rest of his life, and he didn't want to be muddle-headed for the rest of his life. If he wanted to break through and reach the Stargrade, he could only leave the Water Curtain Mountain. Jiang Chen was his challenge and choice. The six-ridged coiling dragon didn't even know what the future would be like, but he could see hope from Jiang Chen's Tao. Right now he was an unquestionable powerhouse to Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen became truly powerful, the six-ridged coiling dragon wouldn't have any advantages. Therefore this was a huge gamble. He was betting on Jiang Chen's fate as well as his own. Damn. Little Chinzi, if the six-ridged coiling dragon follows us, we'll be rich. We'll be able to do whatever we want in the future, hee. De Huang was even more excited than Jiang Chen. Tong Ling and Tong Yao were even more shocked. It went without saying how powerful the six-ridged coiling dragon was. Such a super powerhouse actually wanted to follow Jiang Chen? It was simply unimaginable. You better think it through. If you follow me, I might die one day. Following me won't bring you any benefits. Jiang Chen smiled. I don't ask for today's glory. I only ask for no regrets in the future. The six-ridged coiling dragon lowered his arrogant head. Jiang Chen knew that the six-ridged coiling dragon wanted to fight for his own future. He had seen his own Tao, and it seemed that he had also seen his direction. That's fine. From now on you can take care of my beast army. However, don't provoke the Black King. Once you enter the Buddha prison pagoda, even the 19 godly monarchs won't be his match. Jiang Chen patted the six-ridged coiling dragon's shoulder. Yes, sir. Jiang Chen and De Huang looked at each other and smiled. Everyone hurried back to the horsemen of the apocalypse. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Zhang Tians, I will fight you to the end. Even if you are the vice-captain of the horsemen of the apocalypse, I will never let you off. If you want to harm me, I will definitely pay with your blood. Horseman of the Apocalypse in Zhang Tian's residence. A blue-robed man looked gloomily at Zhang Tian's, who was sitting at the head of the table, feeling extremely depressed. Captain Zhang, my master asked you to capture Jiang Qin. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. How can you just leave him in Water Curtain Mountain? Now even his corpse can't be found. The blue-robed young man was resentful, but Zhang Tian's was the captain of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he could only suppress it in his heart. Chapter 4892. Are you talking to me? Who do you think you are? If it's your husband, I can give him some face, but who do you think you are? You dare to order me around? You're courting death. Zhang Tian shouted angrily. The blue-robed youth's face was full of sweat. In front of a stellar-level powerhouse, he didn't have any strength to resist. Even if Zhang Tian's killed him here, his master wouldn't make things difficult for him. However, this enmity was bound to be formed because of this. Your subordinate's words were rash. Please forgive me, Commander Zhang. The blue-robed young man said in a low voice. His throat was hoarse and he didn't dare to raise his head to look at Zhang Tian's. Do you think I don't want to kill Jiang Chen with my own hands? It happened so suddenly, so I could only come up with this plan. In the hands of two-star state great beasts of the Water Curtain Mountain, even if he was a god descending from the heavens, he wouldn't be able to do anything. As for what you guys are dissatisfied with, go to the Water Curtain Mountain and find the answer yourselves. I won't be accompanying you. Zhang Tian's coldly snorted. The blue-robed youth knew that he could only give up here. However, Jiang Chen was already dead, and the whereabouts of the jade token had become a mystery. Wouldn't his master make a move on him? What are you waiting for? Are you going to stay in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse and be my gatekeeper? Zhang Tian said indifferently. Just as the blue-robed young man was about to turn around and leave, the messenger shouted loudly. Reporting to Commander Zhang, Deputy Commander Jiang Chen has returned and is now in the camp. What? Zhang Tian's and the blue-robed young man's expressions changed. Zhang Tian's face was filled with shock and disbelief, but the blue-robed young man's face was filled with joy. Jiang Chen was still alive, which meant that the jade token's whereabouts were still known. If Jiang Chen died, he would really be nowhere to be found. Looks like the heavens don't want to destroy me, ha. The blue-robed youth laughed heartily. Well done, Jiang Chen. Your life is really tough. Zhang Tian snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves and left. At this moment, the entire horsemen of the apocalypse were praising Jiang Chen. Without him bringing up the rear, thousands of horsemen might have been trapped. To them, Jiang Chen was a great hero, and his contributions could not go unnoticed. The horsemen of the apocalypse only respected the strong, and Jiang Chen's victorious return won everyone's praise. For a time, his fame spread, and the entire horsemen of the apocalypse cheered for him. He's really amazing. I think this Jiang Chen will definitely become a leader in the future. That's for sure. He shouldered a heavy responsibility and returned triumphantly, giving thousands of brothers a chance to catch their breath and escape. Such an achievement isn't something that anyone can compare to. That's right. I really didn't expect that this newcomer who just entered the horsemen of the apocalypse would be able to perform such an earth-shattering feat in the face of danger. Sigh, it really wasn't easy. Back then, all of us thought that he would undoubtedly die, but who would have thought that he would come back alive? The heavens have eyes, the spirit of the horsemen of the apocalypse is undying. Jiang Chen is mighty. Jiang Chen is mighty. Jiang Chen is mighty. The entire horsemen of the apocalypse were praising Jiang Chen's merits. This could no longer be replaced with merits because he had saved thousands of people. At the last moment, at the critical moment, he had become everyone's life-saving straw. No matter what, it was an indisputable fact that Jiang Chen had returned with glory. Jiang Chen was surrounded by countless people, and Tong Ling and Tong Yao were greatly encouraged and praised. The entire horseman of the apocalypse was at peace. On the high platform, Zhang Tian's expression changed slightly, and he smiled faintly. At this time he could no longer continue pretending to be deaf and mute. Although he didn't want Jiang Chen to return and didn't want to see Jiang Chen's elated expression, things didn't go as he wished. He didn't know what method this bastard had used to escape from a stellar-level monster. He was really not simple. Such a guy couldn't be left alive. Once he broke through to the stellar level, the entire horsemen of the apocalypse would probably not be able to tolerate him anymore. Silence. Zhang Tian's waved his hand and everyone fell silent. At that moment, Jiang Chen and Zhang Tian's looked at each other, their eyes filled with intense killing intent. They both wanted to kill the other, but the current situation didn't allow them to do so. However, their gazes were already at each other's throats. Jiang Chen didn't fail his mission. When he retreated, he desperately resisted and finally returned. Greetings, Commander Zhang. Jiang Chen said calmly, but there was no respect in his words. Good, good, good. As expected of a member of my horsemen of the apocalypse. Well done. Zhang Tian said reluctantly. Commander Zhang once said that as long as Jiang Chen returned, he would definitely deepen his glory. Jiang Chen received this mission in the face of danger and narrowly escaped death. For the sake of the horsemen of the apocalypse, please reward him, Commander Zhang. Tong Yao said loudly. At that moment, Zhang Tian's was already at the heart of the struggle, and he had to make a choice. In particular, the voices of public opinion were getting louder and louder. Zhang Tian's expression was gloomy, but he still pretended to be happy. You all made a contribution in retreating, so you should be rewarded accordingly. Jiang Chen should take the lead and be conferred the title of commander, commanding 1,000 horsemen of the apocalypse. Tong Ling and Tong Yao, who desperately resisted the enemy, will be conferred the title of deputy commander, commanding 300 horsemen of the apocalypse. Zhang Tian's expression was solemn as he spoke meticulously. Thank you for the reward, Commander Zhang. The smile on Jiang Chen's face became thicker and thicker, and it was filled with provocation. Zhang Tian's clenched his teeth tightly. The resentment in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed like killing Jiang Chen was imminent. If he didn't kill him, his position in the horsemen of the apocalypse would definitely not be stable. Isn't this Commander Zhang? It seems you aren't very happy. Jiang Chen's glorious return is a good thing for the horsemen of the apocalypse. Why are you frowning, Commander Zhang? Xuanhuan said with a smile. How could he not humiliate Zhang Tian's when he had bumped into his unlucky face? They had been enemies for thousands of years. From the day they entered the horsemen of the apocalypse, they had never been on each other's side and were at loggerheads. Zwat, don't be happy too early. The deputy commander's ranking battle will begin soon. You should worry about yourself and pray for the best. When the time comes, don't blame me for not reminding you. No one will burn Joss paper for you even if you die. Zhang Tian's turned around and left, not bothering with Xuanhuan at all. If he did, he would definitely be the unlucky one. His men had successively died in the hands of Jiang Chen. This debt was absolutely irreconcilable. Then I'll be looking forward to it. Chapter 4893. Well done. In all these years there haven't been many people who could make Zhang Tian suffer a loss. Xuanhuan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and spoke with a meaningful look in his eyes. Commander Zui, you're exaggerating. I don't dare to compete with Commander Zhang. Ah. Jiang Chen said with a smile. It was true that Xuanhuan had helped him before by speaking up for him in front of Zhang Tian's. However, one must always be on guard against others. In this dangerous heavenly awakening galaxy city, Jiang Chen could only trust himself. There's no need to be secretive in front of me. If I'm not mistaken, the disappearance of xuanhuan and the others has something to do with you. Xuanhuan's eyes told him that he was very sure that the deaths of xuanhuan and the others had been planned by him. This Xuanhuan was indeed not so easy to deceive. He seemed to not care about anything, but in fact, everything was under his control. There were no trash in the horsemen of the apocalypse, especially the stellar-level powerhouses who could become commanders. They were all elites among elites. Commanders, what? If you have something to say, just say it. I'm all ears. Jiang Chen and Xuanhuan looked at each other. Both of them saw the meaning in each other's eyes. What a straightforward guy. I like it. Xuanhuan's eyes were extremely gratified. Soon, it will be the ranking battle of the horsemen of the apocalypse. It's divided into the commander ranking battle and the commander ranking battle. The outer city commander is completely different from the inner city commander. Most of the inner city commanders are genuine stellar-level powerhouses. Are you interested in challenging them? I'd like to hear the details. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. You don't have to worry, Zhang Tian's, but if you want to become the commander of the inner city and control more horsemen of the apocalypse and more glory, you'll have to face the commander ranking battle. More than 30 people participate in the commander ranking battle every time, and the commander of the inner city is even more bloody. Without star-level combat power, it's impossible to rank in the top 5. The top 5 commanders of the horsemen of the apocalypse are all star-level experts without exception. I believe you won't give up this opportunity, right? Compared to the inner city, the commanders of the outer city are not even worth mentioning. Their statuses are like the difference between clouds and mud. However, as long as you participate in this ranking tournament, you will definitely meet people who want to put you to death. Xuanhuan said with a smile. So? Jiang Chen asked. I will tell you the names of these people. When the time comes, it will depend on whether you can make them stand up alive. Of course, if you fall, it will be a different story. Xuanhuan said calmly. Jiang Chen frowned and pondered for a moment. Kill with a borrowed knife, eradicate dissidents. Xuanhuan wanted to take the opportunity to eradicate Zhang Tian's lackeys, which could also be said to be his right-hand man. As the deputy commander, he was not to be trifled with. It seemed that Xuanhuan also had his eyes on Zhang Tian in this ranking battle. If he really wanted to strike him down, he would have to make him isolated and helpless. As for the commander ranking battle, it was more that Xuanhuan wanted to borrow Xuanhuan's hand to get rid of Zhang Tian's subordinates. Jiang Chen knew that this was a deal. The enemy of an enemy was a friend, so the two of them were standing on the same boat now. There was nothing to worry about. Xuanhuan also wanted Zhang Tian's dead, and so did Jiang Chen. However, to truly kill Zhang Tian's, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, weakening him and making him isolated and helpless was not impossible. Okay, Jiang Chen will definitely not disappoint commanders with kind intentions. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Xuanhuan's eyes also shone brightly. Jiang Chen was indeed a person who knew how to adapt to circumstances. Moreover, they both wanted to trip Zhang Tian, so there was nothing for Jiang Chen to fear. For him, this was an opportunity and also a battle of life and death. The commander-ranking battle that Xuanhuan mentioned would definitely be an opportunity for Zhang Tian to kill him at all costs. Strike first and gain the upper hand. If he sat and waited for death, he would only become Zhang Tian's defeated opponent in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. It was better to take the initiative and attack. Moreover, everyone knew about the grudge between Xuanhuan and Zhang Tian. It seemed that he would have to start a massacre again this time. Scheming against each other, killing and robbing people existed everywhere and at any time. Even the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, which was regarded as the embodiment of righteousness and strength, could not escape such a fate. Where there were people, there would be jianghu. Where there was jianghu, there would definitely be killings. A man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. No one was willing to submit to others. I think highly of you. If you can become the deputy commander within 100 years, I will fight alongside you. Xuanhuan looked deeply at Jiang Chen before turning to leave. 100 years? I might not be able to wait that long. Jiang Chen murmured. As long as he could find the rootless flower and refine the 5-barrier pill, he would be able to break through to the star class. Others might not be able to break through even after 1,000 years, but Jiang Qin could not wait that long. Let's go. It seems that I have to find someone to research again. It's really too difficult to find the rootless flower. Let's go. This Lord Dog can finally openly stroll around the Apocalypse Milky Way City. De Huang said excitedly. After Yu Huan died, no one knew his identity anymore. Where do you want to go? I can bring you there. I'm very familiar with this place. The Apocalypse Milky Way City is very big and fun. Tong Yao said with a smile. Her cheeks were slightly red. I'm not going. I want to follow little Qinzi. De Huang said with a serious expression. Get lost. I still have things to do. You're even more stubborn than a monkey. Jiang Qin said impatiently. This guy was simply a man of steel. Wasn't Tong Yao's intention obvious enough? You damn dog, yet you still refuse to leave. Jiang Qin couldn't help but sigh at the mention of the monkey. He wondered how that guy was doing. However, with his ability he shouldn't be at a disadvantage. It would be good enough if others weren't unlucky. Alright, I'll let you have it easy today. De Huang rolled his eyes at Jiang Qin and left with Tong Yao and Tong Ling. Jiang Qin was not familiar enough with the Apocalypse Milky Way City. Therefore he could only look for Lu Dehua. Although Lu Dehua said that he couldn't do anything about these herbs, Jiang Qin could only rely on him. When they arrived at the Star River auction house, Sun Dashing said that Lu Dehua was not there. He had gone to a restaurant with 3 other young masters to drink. Jiang Qin was helpless. He could only go to the restaurant to look for Lu Dehua. At this moment, Lu Dehua was drinking with Gao Fuqing, Zhang Xueyo, and Zhou Yunfa. Chapter 4894. Brother Jiang, you're really amazing. How long has it been? You've already become the commander of the horsemen of the apocalypse. Amazing. Zhou Yunfa said with admiration. His face was flushed and his smile was mellow. Then look, Brother Jiang is the chief alchemist of our galactic auction house and also the commander of the apocalypse horsemen. When you return with glory, everyone will come out to welcome you. Brother Jiang's fame has long spread through the streets and alleys. Strut around? Are you pieces of trash even worthy? He was able to befriend Jiang Qin because of his wine in his cup. Now Jiang Qin's power and influence in an instant the atmosphere a young master like him feel that many people dispersed far away. I didn't expect your enemies to be so fast. Although they didn't know this arrogant help but be a bit speechless. They knew the 4 young masters of the heavenly awakening Milky Way City's outer city. Everyone knew there would definitely be a bloodbath here. These 4 young masters looked muddle-headed and drunk. You actually want to kill us here? As clear as a mirror. I think you're tired of living. When they saw Jiang Qin appear, they were all overjoyed. Originally, Jiang Qin wanted to keep the peace. Your triumphant return will be glorious, and I wish you success. In the future, and the others you will also have a place as the commander of the apocalypse. Both sides glared at each other. Today we're welcoming Brother Jiang. As he handed Jiang Qin a cup of wine. It's been a long time since we fought. It was difficult to refuse such hospitality. So Jiang Qin also toasted everyone. A cold light flickering in his eyes. Was the most gratified. No problem. When Jiang Qin first entered the Milky Way City, however, he took the lead and attacked, and he had helped Jiang Qin with a thunderous spirit. This friendship was indelible. He threw out a heavy punch. Lu Dehua also toasted Jiang Qin many times, his eyes full of admiration and appreciation. The 4 of them directly sealed off all directions. The future commander of the apocalypse horsemen is none other than Brother Jiang, causing the wind and clouds to surge. Said proudly. The entire restaurant was filled with the shadows of swords and blades. In the outer city of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. However, he was also a horseman not afraid at all. With an extremely high wave of his palm, who could compete with him. Sent flying. You're exaggerating the tables and the surroundings. The world is so big. Although the entire city was protected by a restriction to prevent an expert from destroying the entire city with a single move, the tables and chairs were smashed into smithereens. Jiang Qin had to keep a low profile no matter what. He had never liked to show off, was gloomy. Not to mention that he had a great enemy like Zhang opponent today. Although this youth wasn't an ordinary person, Jiang Qin could feel Zhang Tai's determination to kill him. You guys have already fallen. At least you have some self-awareness. The Heaven Awakening Galaxy City is so big. Where did this kid come from? Who do you think you are? Even the 4 great young masters aren't his match. Not far away, isn't he just looking a young man with a ponytail said with a cold smile. But it seems that Lu Dehua, he was munching on a drumstick and drinking wine with a condescending attitude. He's obviously trying to cause trouble. Who do you think you are? Where did this guy come from? Gao Fuqing's face turned cold. Be careful or you'll be treated as cannon fodder. Forget it. Many people retreated. There's no need to be angry. Wasn't it Jiang Qin shook his head and chuckled. At this time? At this time, he had to know how to restrain himself from the Xinghua auction. If he wasn't wrong, this guy was deliberately provoking. If this youth didn't have some ability and background, tree in the forest, how could he be destroyed by the wind? There would definitely be people who were jealous of him and wanted to replace him. Moreover, he was currently in the limelight in the outer city of the Apocalypse Galaxy. That's why they were beaten up. It was inevitable that
this.
people would criticize him.
Jiang Chen couldn't just stand
Was he
by and
qualified to
watch.
sit in his current position?
Although he wanted
Was he
to keep the
promoted to
peace,
the commander of the
Lu Dehua and the
apocalypse
others were
horsemen
beaten
so
up for him.
quickly? If
He
he didn't
won't
say
do.
anything, it
Why
would be
is this
too
kid so
cowardly.
arrogant and conceited that he wants us to lower our heads?
Chapter 48.
We've never
95.
suffered like this before.
Damn it, we've lost
Brother
so much
Jiang,
face
you
this
don't
time.
have to worry about
Zhou
today's
Yunfa's
matter.
face was
We'll
ashen
settle
as
it
he
for
spoke
you.
gloomily.
Zhou Yunfa
The four of them
patted his
looked at
chest
each
and
other
said,
with bitter smiles
as one
on
of
their
the four
faces.
great young
In
masters
addition
of
to
the
being
outer
gloomy,
city,
they were even more
indeed
shocked.
unbridled.
They were
No
genuine
one
dared
dared
to
to
step
step
on
on
their
their
experts.
Their
Yet
good
all
mood
four
was
of them
ruined
had
by
been
this
knocked back
bastard.
without any
One
ability
could
to
imagine
resist.
the anger in their
To them,
hearts.
this person's strength was simply unfathomable. Your Excellency, since you're here for me, why make things difficult for others? I'm the commander of the horsemen of the apocalypse, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said lightly. Everyone knew that he was the meritorious subject of the horsemen of the apocalypse this time. If the other party wanted to deal with him, they would have to consider the interests of the horsemen of the apocalypse. Otherwise, if they openly made an enemy of the horsemen of the apocalypse, they would inevitably become the target of public criticism. There's no need to use the horsemen of the apocalypse to suppress me. The person I'm here for today is you. Everyone says that you're the most powerful rising star of the horsemen of the apocalypse, and you've only been in the Apocalypse Galaxy City for less than a year, yet you've already been promoted to the position of commander. I'm also curious as to what kind of person you are to have such ability. Now it seems that you're just SOSO. What qualifications does a coward have to be the commander of the horsemen of the apocalypse? Just because you were able to come back alive from the retreat? Aha, what does that have to do with deserters? The youth laughed heartily, completely ignoring the discussions of the people around him. How dare you, boy? You have no idea how powerful Commander Jiang Chen is. He won enough time for thousands of horsemen of the apocalypse and blocked a peerless great demon, allowing them to return perfectly. How can such an achievement be tarnished by a brat like you? Lu Dehua rebuked angrily. Is that so? I don't think so. A coward is a coward. Why don't we have a competition to see who's the true expert? The youth said with a faint smile. Since you're not afraid of the horsemen of the apocalypse, why waste your breath on me? Since you're so confident and fearless, why do you have to be so overbearing? Don't you want me to take action? Are you trying to goad me into taking the bait? You're not worthy of fighting a nameless battle. Jiang Chen Lung said. I do want to try and see what abilities you have, but I'm not angry out of humiliation. You've disrupted the order of the Milky Way City, so I have to hold you accountable. As a horseman of the apocalypse, it's my duty to protect the Milky Way City. Jiang Chen's expression was as cold as ice, and his aura was like that of a dragon as he faced the arrogant and despotic youth. In an instant, a thunderous applause rang out. Jiang Chen was following the will of the heavens, and he was acting without justification. Who would have thought that this Jiang Chen wasn't a brainless person, and actually didn't take the bait? All right, this young master will play with you. The youth's murderous aura surged as he rushed toward Jiang Chen. His fist was swift and fierce, and it almost crushed over in an instant. Jiang Chen's heart sank. This guy was actually a star-level powerhouse. Not daring to be the slightest bit careless, Jiang Chen raised his hands to meet the attack. This punch contained wind, fire, and thunder, making Jiang Chen feel as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He was forced back more than 10 steps before he could stabilize his body. His expression became more and more ugly. Although he had blocked it, it was still very difficult. After all, a star-level powerhouse was different. What a terrifying power. This seems to be a star-level powerhouse. How is this possible? Many people exclaimed. The youth's power was too terrifying, and it was also very shocking that Jiang Chen could take this punch. After all, he had indeed not broken through to the star level, and the realm between the two was completely different. That punch sent chills down everyone's spine. Not bad. It seems that I have really underestimated you. The youth sneered, and the surprise in his eyes was self-evident. He was a star-level powerhouse, and he had used at least 70% of his strength in that punch just now, but it was actually blocked by Jiang Chen. Then try taking another punch from me. Before he finished speaking, that terrifying wind once again set off in the restaurant. Wind blew in all directions and everyone's pupils constricted. This was a full blow from a star-level powerhouse. Jiang Chen's situation was really too dangerous. Brother Jiang, be careful. Lu Dehua's eyes were filled with horror. If this heavy punch landed, it was very likely that Jiang Chen's life would be in danger. This was not a joke. Some people even closed their eyes because they did not dare to look. Although Jiang Chen was the commander of the Apocalypse Knights and had an illustrious reputation, his strength was there for all to see. Facing a star-level powerhouse, there was no room for him to fight back. This youth clearly wanted to kill him. Get lost. A low roar sounded, but before Jiang Chen could make a move, a white figure appeared between the two of them. White robes and black hair, he stood there calmly, looking elegant and graceful. A casual palm wind swept past, and the young man was instantly pushed back. Emohan. The youth's eyes turned cold. Lung Lung said. Jiang Chen, you can't move. Emohan said indifferently. Do you really want to interfere? The youth said fiercely. Even if the Heavenly King is here, if you dare to make a move, I will definitely kill you. Emohan's eyes twitched as he said calmly. But the youth didn't doubt that Emohan would really do that. In this world, there was nothing he didn't dare to do. Then let's see if you have this ability. It seems that you want to fight to the death with me. The youth sneered. That's your choice. Emohan said. Good. Let's wait and see. Emohan, I will remember this account. The youth slowly retreated, the resentment and unwillingness in his eyes made Jiang Chen quite puzzled. Who was this guy and what kind of deep hatred did he have for him? Why did he want to kill him? It seems that he needs to be more careful in the future. Even with his identity as the commander of the Knight Regiment, it was not enough to protect him. This person's identity must be very rich, and he even dared to publicly repel Lu Dehua and the other 4 young masters. Phew. Thanks to young master Emohan. Lu Dehua breathed a sigh of relief, and the worry on his face gradually dissipated. He finally escaped, otherwise that stellar-level youth would never let this matter go. Thank you. Jiang Chen said. No need, there is no need to thank me between you and me. Emohan looked deeply at Jiang Chen, then turned and left. Jiang Chen saved his mother, and this time it was just a small effort. Jiang Chen was puzzled, but before he could ask who that youth was, Emohan had already left. Today's matter seems to be just a prelude. You have to be more careful in the future, Brother Jiang. Fortunately, young Master Emohan intervened, otherwise I really don't know what would have happened. Lu Dehua sighed. Even you don't know who that youth is? He should know, but unfortunately I didn't have the time to ask him. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. That person's identity must be extraordinary. Brother Jiang should stay with the Knights of the Apocalypse for now. Zhou Yunfa said confidently. That's true, but today I came to find you because I have no other choice. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Dehua. If there is anything, let's go back to the auction house and talk. Chapter 4896. Lu Dehua finally heaved a sigh of relief after returning to his own territory. However, they had to be careful and keep a low profile during this period of time. Zhou Yunfa and the others also hurried back home. Who would dare to be caught by that young man alone after such a thing had happened? Wouldn't that be courting death? Before the identity and intentions of that young man were completely clear, they had to be extremely careful. I have already found 4 of the herbs needed for the 5-barrier pill. Only the rootless flower is nowhere to be found. I have also asked many people but none of them knew anything about it. Therefore I can only pin my hopes on you. Brother Lu, you must help me with this. Jiang Qin had a look of anticipation on his face. Lu Dehua was his only hope now. After all, the Galaxy Auction House was a big business. He should have heard of something like the rootless flower. I really don't know. If I knew, if I had, I would definitely give it to you unconditionally. You are the chief alchemist of our Galaxy Auction House. Lu Dehua was also in a difficult position. He really didn't know the origin of the rootless flower. As for where to find it, it was even more unimaginable. Rootless flower. It seems that it is not easy to gather the herbs for the 5-barrier pill. Now I am really a headless fly. Perhaps even when my strength breaks through to the star level, I might not be able to find it. Jiang Qin was helpless, but he could only accept the reality. Some things could only be found by chance. How about this, Brother Jiang? I will spread the news and see if any alchemists of our Galaxy Auction House or old people know about the rootless flower. As long as there is any news, I will inform you. Lu Dehua pondered for a moment and said. Jiang Qin's heart moved. There was more or less a glimmer of hope. Thank you, Brother Lu. If you need Jiang Qin's help in the future, I will definitely not let you down. You are too polite, Brother Jiang. Aha, the 8 words have not been written yet. But this time, after I spread the news, at least it will not sink into the sea. Someone will definitely know about it. There are also many alchemists of our Galaxy Auction House. Although Lu Dehua didn't dare to guarantee it, he still had some confidence. Jiang Qin left the Celestial River Auction House with satisfaction. As for who that young man was, he would deal with it when the time came. Even if he was worried, there was nothing he could do. After all, even Lu Dehua did not know his identity. On Wild Chrysanthemum Mountain, the waterfall splashed. In the middle of the lake, a woman dressed in yellow leaned against the railing. She looked at the flying butterflies and the water curtain in the distance, lost in thought. Her yellow dress was stained with tears as she wiped her cheeks. Above the blue water, the white-robed man walked over, moving as if he was flying. Since you've already made up your mind, don't let your imagination run wild. Otherwise, Father will be unhappy. Emohan Lung Lung said. The woman was silent. She was Luo Ying, who had disappeared from the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Luo Ying smiled sadly, but no one could understand the bitterness at the corner of her mouth. I know I won't see him again. It's good that you understand. I've already warned Xiao Tai that the relationship between you two should be severed. He's a good person, but unfortunately he's not suitable for you. Emohan's cold face showed a rare trace of emotion. As long as Xiao Tai doesn't make things difficult for him. Thank you, brother. Luo Ying looked at Emohan's back and said in a low voice. Emohan trembled and didn't say anything. After all, Luo Ying was his sister and he couldn't stay out of it. Not to mention that Jiang Qin was also his mother's savior. Prepare yourself. Although Xiao Tai isn't the one you love, he's the best choice. Luo Ying looked on anxiously. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings, but she had no other choice because this was the only way out. She could not refuse Xiao Tai and she could not refuse her father, even if he was not a competent father. As a member of a wealthy family, how many people knew of her sorrow? She didn't even have a chance to prove herself. She originally wanted to prove herself through the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, but she was firmly bound by the shackles of this marriage. There was no place for her to go in this world. Loneliness, helplessness, and despair filled Luo Ying's heart. However, she wasn't alone. If she didn't agree, her mother would definitely be forced to death by her father. She could only silently endure and resign herself to adversity. On this ice-cold planet, no one cared about her feelings, and no one knew what she was thinking in the depths of her heart. She yearned for freedom, but her entire life was shackled by fate. When she met Jiang Qin, she finally had a glimmer of hope, but it was precisely this glimmer of hope that caused her to sink deeper into despair. Wanting to love but not being able to love was the most lonely thing, and wanting to stay but not being able to stay was the most difficult choice. If she insisted on going her own way at this moment, it was very likely that she would bring harm to Jiang Qin, causing him to be consigned to eternal damnation. Then her love would bring harm to Jiang Qin. Luo Ying would rather choose to escape and never see him again. Jiang Qin, I don't know if I'm the person in your heart that makes you worry about me. Perhaps our love is just deep but our fate is shallow. We just regret not meeting each other earlier. We just shouldn't have met each other. However, if she hadn't met Jiang Qin, her mother's illness wouldn't have been cured, and her lonely, ghost-like soul would never have found a place to rest. If you can, forgetting me might be the best ending for you, but how can I forget you? At that moment, heavy rain poured down from the sky. Luoying hugged her knees with her arms and sobbed constantly. It turned out that love could make a person's heart ache so much. After Jiang Qin returned to the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, his heart became more and more depressed. He always felt that there was something fishy about this matter. If he didn't figure out the identity of that young man, he would never be at ease. The matter of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse finally settled. Jiang Qin couldn't help but think of Luoying. Her whereabouts were erratic and no one knew where she was. She appeared and disappeared like a ghost, and even he was confused. Without Luoying, he always felt that something was missing, and an inexplicable feeling lingered in his heart. It was undeniable that Luoying occupied a pivotal position in his heart. After he entered the eternal world, she was the only person he cared about. However, the current Jiang Qin was no longer as indecisive as he had been in the past. He had more important things to do, so he had to cut off the emotions that made his mind confused. He had to focus on becoming stronger and finding his loved ones. 3 days later, Jiang Qin finally received news from Lu Dehua. He couldn't wait to rush to the Star River auction house. "How is it, Brother Lu? Is there any news?" Jiang Qin asked hurriedly as soon as he entered the auction house. Lu Dehua smiled awkwardly and shook his head. Jiang Qin frowned, feeling slightly disappointed. Chapter 4897. As long as I find Sir Godly Doctor, I can get news about the rootless flower? Jiang Qin murmured. Although he didn't find the rootless flower, he had news about it, so this trip was not in vain. Sir Godly Doctor? Jiang Qin's heart stirred. Could it be the Godly Doctor that Luoying mentioned? Then how should I find him? First of all, you have to be qualified to enter the inner city. With your status, it shouldn't be difficult. However, Sir Godly Doctor is the royal Godly Doctor of the City Lord. The number of people who can see him can be counted on one hand. Other than star-level warriors, he never treats the weak. Moreover, he has an eccentric personality. In the entire inner city, the only people who can make him treat are the 3 city lords. For ordinary people to see Sir Godly Doctor is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Lu Dehua sighed softly. He had already told him the news. As for whether he could succeed or not, it would depend on his luck. Although Jiang Qin was the commander of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, there was no exception in front of the Godly Doctor. Only star-level powerhouses with treasures that could move his heart could possibly meet Sir Godly Doctor. Is that so? Jiang Qin's expression was solemn. Putting aside whether this divine doctor was the one that Luoying had mentioned, it was already difficult to meet him. It would be even more difficult to get the information about the rootless flower from him. Jiang Qin's expression was solemn. Got it? Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. Since he couldn't casually see the godly doctor, he would let him see him. Brother Jiang, can you really meet Sir Godly Doctor? Lu Dehua was also stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to have a solution so quickly. You will know when the time comes. I have a brilliant plan. Jiang Chen laughed and swaggered off. Lu Dehua was confused. This Jiang brother was really a strange and wonderful person. Jiang Chen didn't look for Luo Ying. Since she had chosen to disappear, it must be her own idea. He wouldn't disturb her. Maybe he could get news about Sir Godly Doctor from her, but he didn't like to ask for help. After returning to the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, Jiang Chen went to see Zhuo Hui. Jiang Chen's request for an audience surprised Zhuo Hui. It wasn't even the commander-ranking battle of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse yet, but this guy actually wanted to enter the inner city. You don't have much time left. I advise you to cultivate as soon as possible. It's extremely important for your strength to improve. There's less than half a month before the commander-ranking competition begins. What are you planning to do? Zhuo Hui was puzzled. I have my own arrangements. Commander Zhuo, please allow me. Jiang Chen smiled. Zhuo Hui furrowed his brows. This guy looked as if he had a card up his sleeve. There must be another reason for him to want to enter the inner city at this time. However, in view of the fact that he had indeed been able to stand out and avert danger every time before, Zhuo Hui couldn't refute him. After all, he still needed Jiang Chen to help him eliminate the effective forces under Zhang Tian's. I can give you an entry token, but you'd better behave yourself. The inner city is not the outer city, so don't cause trouble. There are many people you can't afford to offend. Zhuo Hui said meaningfully. Jiang Chen thanks Commander Zhuo. I will definitely remember Commander Zhuo's teachings. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. After receiving Zhuo Hui's entry token, he went straight to the inner city. Jiang Chen's method was very simple, and that was to cause trouble. Since he was the publicly acknowledged Sir Godly Doctor of the Apocalypse Galaxy City, he must be high up and inviolable. As long as Bufang could grasp his mentality and do the opposite, he might be able to see him. Jiang Chen entered the inner city, found the most bustling place and set up his stall. Divine Doctor of Destiny, #1 since ancient times. If you don't recover after a long time, you won't take a single cent. These words were quite domineering. In less than a day it spread throughout the entire street. The people who passed by were either rich or noble, and they all had extremely deep backgrounds and strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to stay in the inner city of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. However, there were always people who suffered from hidden diseases. After a battle, many people couldn't recover their strength to their peak state, or they were struggling at death's door. As soon as Jiang Chen's signboard was hung up, it attracted countless people because it was like slapping the Sir Godly Doctor's face. The Divine Doctor of Destiny was extraordinary, the #1 in the world. These few words were enough to explain everything. He didn't even put the Sir Godly Doctor in his eyes. This kind of domineering attitude made many people talk about it. Since he couldn't see the Sir Godly Doctor, he would smash his golden signboard. At that time, in the inner city of the Milky Way City, there would definitely be people who wouldn't be convinced and would provoke the Sir Godly Doctor. Who knew how much courage it would take to do that? Jiang Chen knew that doing this would make many people disdain him, and it might even incur the wrath of the public. Countless fans of the Sir Godly Doctor would be furious, but he couldn't care less. In order to get the news of the rootless flower, Jiang Chen could be said to have risked his life. Where did this guy come from? Isn't he too arrogant? Isn't he not putting our Sir Godly Doctor in his eyes? That's right, but it seems like he doesn't care at all. Sir Godly Doctor is so famous. Who knows where this bastard came from, but he dares to be so arrogant and conceited. Not everyone dares to say that he's the #1 in the world. Maybe he's just playing to the gallery trying to attract attention. However, I've never heard of this person before. Could it be that our inner city also has such an undeserved reputation? I think this guy most likely wants to be famous. Arrogant and conceited. What kind of ability can such a person have? Does he really think that everyone in the Tianqi Milky Way City is a fool? Many people didn't think highly of Jiang Chen. Although his reputation was getting bigger and more people knew about him, it was just an undeserved reputation. Such a person would eventually pay for his actions. When someone exposed him, it would be the time when his secret would be exposed. At that time he would be too ashamed to show his face in the Tianqi Milky Way City. However, there would always be people who didn't believe in heresy. There would always be people who had fantasies and were full of desire for life. Jiang Chen was confident that his pills could cure the majority of illnesses. Even if it was a hidden illness for many years or some strange illnesses, it wouldn't be a problem. I want to see if your ability is really that great. If you can cure my fire-cold poison, then I'll recognize you as the #1 in the world. A well-built man with a ferocious face and scars on his face said in a deep voice. All right. Chapter 4898. When I was a member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, I participated in the Arctic campaign and was stuck in an iceberg all year round. My leg was frozen, and the worst-case scenario was that I accidentally fell into a volcano. That's why it eventually formed the fire-cold poison. When I'm in pain, sometimes I feel like I'm in an ice cave, and sometimes I feel like I'm buried in a sea of fire. If you can cure my illness, I'm willing to listen to your orders for the rest of my life. It's not difficult, Jiang Qin said faintly. More and more people gathered around because many people were waiting to see Jiang Qin make a fool of himself. They were happy to see this guy make a fool of himself. As long as this arrogant young man made a fool of himself, he would definitely become the topic of conversation in the Milky Way city, making even more people despise him. However, he only had one goal, and that was to create momentum. Only by creating momentum in the inner city could he attract more people's attention and attract the so-called divine doctor. It's actually the fire-cold poison? This guy really knows how to boast. In the Arctic campaign 700 years ago, hundreds of horsemen of the apocalypse contracted this fire-cold poison and had no choice but to retire. Although they were respected as honorable warriors, it was impossible for them to recover for the rest of their lives. Moreover, they were constantly tormented by the illness. Some of them couldn't even bear the suffering and committed suicide. Keep bragging. I want to see what he can do. The commander of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse once consulted the divine doctor about the fire-cold poison. The divine doctor said that this poison has already seeped into the bone marrow and is impossible to cure. I'm here to see him make a fool of himself, ha. If he can cure the fire-cold poison, I'll eat shit on the spot. Everyone roared with laughter, but there were always a lot of people watching the show. Hundreds of people surrounded Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was calm and unruffled. He just smiled and didn't say anything. It was pointless to say anything at this moment. As long as he could cure the fire-cold poison in this man's body, more people would be willing to believe in him. Although the surroundings were full of sneers and ridicule, he still wanted to use facts to prove his means. If you can't cure it, then I'll ruin your stall today, Wang Daqian said with a fierce expression. After all, he was a horseman of the apocalypse. Although he had retired and was seriously injured, his prestige was still there. It hurts. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Daqian's face contorted. His veins bulged and his face was covered in sweat. The fire frost poison is acting up. Someone cried out in alarm. This kind of pain wasn't something a human could endure. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who would rather die than endure this kind of pain. Jiang Qin's expression changed as he grabbed Wang Daqian's wrist with one hand. At that moment, Wang Daqian felt a blazing wave of fire pass from Jiang Qin's palm to him. In the next moment, the fire-cold poison flowing through his body seemed to have received a terrifying fright and started to become even more intense. However, wherever the heat wave passed from Jiang Qin's hand, he felt unprecedentedly comfortable and even moaned. Compared to the places where the poison of fire was wreaking havoc, his entire arm was filled with strength and comfort. Gradually, the fire waves that Jiang Qin transmitted to him became more and more intense. These waves of fire started to engulf Wang Daqian's body crazily as if it had ignited his entire body. The scorching sensation spread across his entire body, but it was not painful. Instead, the places that were alternating between hot and cold became less and less. The warm waves gradually spread across his entire body. At this moment, Wang Daqian felt like he had survived a disaster. He let out a long sigh of relief and his face was filled with ecstasy. This. My fire-cold poison has actually disappeared? How is this possible? Wang Daqian said in disbelief. Jiang Qin had used the 5 elements divine fire to easily dispel the fire-cold poison in his body. For others, this might have been impossible, but for Jiang Qin, it was simply a piece of cake. Wang Daqian had been plagued by the fire-cold poison all year round. No one could compare to him in pain and despair. He had also thought of committing suicide countless times, but his will to live had allowed him to persevere and fight against the fire-cold poison countless times. Recently, his consciousness had been completely destroyed, but fortunately he had met Jiang Qin today. The fire-cold poison had actually been completely dispelled. Something that he hadn't even dared to dream about had actually become a reality today. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. Wang Daqian directly knelt in front of Jiang Qin. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. Could this be real? Wang Daqian's fire-cold poison had been dispelled so easily? Even the godly doctor was helpless against the disease, but it was actually so simple? For Wang Daqian, if he hadn't met Jiang Qin, perhaps it wouldn't have taken long before his will was completely destroyed. At that time he would also choose to end his own life. Now, Jiang Qin was equivalent to giving him a second life. Such kindness was equivalent to giving him a new lease on life. This kneeling made many people shut up, but wasn't this too direct? There were even some people who didn't believe it. Could it be that this person was hired by Jiang Qin? The fire-cold poison was known to countless people, it was an incurable disease, this was too unimaginable. Except for Wang Daqian, everyone was in a state of confusion. Could the fire-cold poison really be cured? No one believed it because it was something that even the godly doctor couldn't cure. An unknown doctor dared to claim that his medical skills were the best in the world? Wasn't this bullshit? However, many people knew Wang Daqian. To say that he was hired was somewhat irresponsible. Wang Daqian was an honest person. Everyone on the street knew that. His words couldn't be fake. The fire-cold poison was cured just like that? Isn't this too rash? It's hard to say. This guy doesn't look like someone with an undeserved reputation. Wang Daqian's fire-cold poison might have really been cured by him. What's the old saying again? You can't judge a book by its cover and you can't measure the sea with a pail. We can't judge this person's achievements just based on one side of the story. We are too narrow-minded after all. Even so, he only cured Wang Daqian. That doesn't mean anything, right? Moreover, this Wang Daqian's illness wasn't that serious. The surrounding people were discussing about it. But for Jiang Qin he wasn't worried at all because if there was a first, there would be a second. The fire-cold poison wasn't an ordinary disease, and it was very hard to deal with. Luckily, Jiang Qin was able to restrain it, that's why he was able to deal with it so easily, which made many people confused. Wang Daqian thanked Jiang Qin profusely, but many people still gave him a thumbs up. Just as Wang Daqian was about to pay Jiang Qin hurriedly waved his hand. Brother, there's no need to be so polite. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. As a doctor, I naturally won't decline this responsibility. But more importantly, I'm also a member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, the commander of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse in the outer city, Jiang Qin. From now on, as long as it's a retired veteran of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, I'll treat them for free. Anyone suffering from the fire-cold poison can come to me, and I won't take a single cent. Chapter 4899. What? He's the commander of the Apocalypse Knights? How is this possible? Is this for real? A dignified commander actually came to the streets to be a street performer. Many people were shocked and their hearts were filled with horror. The Apocalypse Knights had a very high status in Milky Way City because they were well-trained and powerful. They relied on their own strength to protect their home in Milky Way City. They were great heroes in everyone's eyes. Jiang Qin's identity dispelled many people's previous doubts, and the commander's token in his hand also made the audience quiet down. Wang Daqian was slightly moved. At this moment, this iron-blooded man couldn't help but feel teary. He stood up and saluted Jiang Qin. His eyes were full of affection and gratitude. His heart was filled with pride. His blood was boiling again. Jiang Qin's kindness, and Jiang Qin's generosity made Wang Daqian feel very grateful. Men don't cry easily, but he still couldn't help but cry. That was hundreds of years of suffering. That was the dignity and glory of being a knight. At this moment, it all seemed to have returned. Wang Daqian ignored Jiang Qin's obstruction and kowtowed heavily to Jiang Qin. As a knight of the apocalypse, he saw the confidence and pride in Jiang Qin, as well as the insufferably arrogant insolence. However, that didn't hinder their communication. There was no need for words between knights. The Apocalypse Knights welcome you back at any time, Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. Yes, Commander. Wang Daqian got up and took a step back. He was full of affection. He finally didn't have to suffer from the fire and cold poison anymore. I still have many comrades who fought side by side with me in the past. Commander, I asked them to come to you. I hope you can treat them. Wang Daqian said in a low voice. Of course, Jiang Qin said with a smile. He couldn't find any patience now, but Wang Daqian seemed to be able to bring him a group of people. Wang Daqian turned around and left, and the scene became noisy again. Some people were eager to try, wanting Jiang Qin to treat them. After curing Wang Daqian, he had gained the trust of some people. Jiang Qin's reputation gradually spread at this moment. Following that, some of them tried asking for Jiang Qin's treatment, accepting this unreliable quack. The commander of the Apocalypse Cavalry was something that many of them didn't expect. Why would a commander of the cavalry lower himself to be a quack doctor? Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. The next day Wang Daqian brought 8 comrades who were suffering from the fire and cold poison. These people were all haggard and miserable. Jiangqin. Compared to Wang Daqian before, they looked like zombies. Jiangqin was slightly shocked. Jiangqin. Greetings, Commander. Although these people had left the Knights of the Apocalypse long ago, the honor and dignity of the Knights would never fade. They were full of admiration for Jiangqin. Wang Daqian was a living example in their eyes. He had been suppressed in despair time and time again. Now they finally saw hope. As long as they persevered, they would not sink into despair. There's no need to profit. I said that I will treat all the retired Knights of the Apocalypse Knights for free. Jiangqin said in a deep voice with a smile on his face. More and more people gathered around. Compared to yesterday, it was even more crowded. Thousands of people began to gather around. The Knights of the Apocalypse saved people on the street for free. Such a deed was unheard of. One by one, the retired Knights of the Apocalypse were cured of the fire-cold poison by Jiangqin. The excitement in their hearts and the excitement in their bodies could not be concealed at all. The 3rd day, the 4th day, the 5th day. It even became a rescue station for the retired Knights of the Apocalypse. Most of the people Jiangqin saved were veterans with hidden diseases of the fire-cold poison. Hundreds of them were cured by Jiangqin, and his reputation became more and more resounding like thunder. No one doubted him anymore and no one spoke ill of him anymore. The strong should be respected, not to mention that he had cured so many veteran Knights of the Apocalypse. He had already been conferred the title of Miracle Doctor of Destiny. Commander, you're really amazing. Your medical skills are really amazing. Do I need you to say that? Commander Jiangqin has cured countless people in the past few days. He's simply a living bodhisattva. Who says that he isn't? Everyone says that only the retired veterans of the Knights of the Apocalypse are treated for free, but I don't think the commander took a single cent from those who don't have much money. Such spirit and boldness makes me admire him so much. Then tell me, is Lord Commander more powerful or is Lord Godly Doctor more powerful? The Miracle Doctor is nothing. How can he be compared to the commander? He only treats those who are rich and powerful. Why would he care about the lives of us commoners? He can't cure the fire-cold poison, but the commander can. Isn't this obvious? Sigh, that's true. The Miracle Doctor probably only cured a few high-ranking officials and dignitaries, but he really can't compare to the commander. More and more people admired Jiangqin because he had saved many people for free. On the other hand, the Miracle Doctor was just a rumor. He was famous, but had anyone really been saved by him? Was there anyone who could justify it for him? Gossip was a fearful thing. Jiangqin's reputation was getting louder and louder. It was inevitable that he would be compared to the Miracle Doctor. However, the Miracle Doctor was deeply rooted and had many fans. They felt that Jiangqin was just a small fry and couldn't be compared to the Miracle Doctor. Both sides had their own opinions. The news that the commander was the world's #1 Miracle Doctor also spread like wildfire. Jiangqin was incomparably happy. This was the result he wanted. His reputation was getting bigger and bigger, and he had received a lot of support in the inner city of the Apocalypse, Silver River City. This was because his ability to help the commoners wasn't something that the Miracle Doctor could understand. The power of public opinion, the foundation of the masses, Jiangqin had it all. Now the only thing he was waiting for was an opportunity. Inner city, divine constabulary. A gloomy man was pacing back and forth in the courtyard. The anger and anxiety between his brows couldn't hide his uneasiness. This bastard, how did he suddenly become the commander of the Apocalypse Knights? How unlucky. Chapter 4900. However, this was not the most important thing. This guy had been in the limelight recently and was becoming more and more arrogant. In his eyes, this guy was already standing on top of his head. He could endure it, but his master couldn't. As the only divine doctor of the Apocalypse planet, how could the divine Marquis Palace, which was given by the city lord to the divine Marquis Palace, how could they allow someone to stand on top of them? His master was in seclusion, and the divine doctor was being criticized in the streets. Some even said that his medical skills were not as good as the Lord Commander's. There were more and more curses and suspicions, causing the people of the divine Marquis Manor to be in a state of panic. Lu Dishue's heart was filled with worry and uneasiness. If his master could take action this time and kill Jiangqin, that would be the best outcome for him. Furthermore, this man had threatened his master's reputation, He had to be punished severely. His master finally came out of seclusion in the evening. Lu Desui had been waiting for him. A silver-haired old man with a sage-like demeanor slowly walked out of the room with a carefree attitude. Greetings to Master. Congratulations to Master for becoming stronger. Lu Desui knelt in front of the silver-haired old man. Rise. Ho Jinshan said lightly as he strode towards the front hall. Master, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so hesitant. I'm happy today, so don't hide anything. As the divine doctor, he was given the divine marquis estate, and even the city lord treated him with respect. His pride was unparalleled. Yes, Master. Lu Desui nodded, bowed, and said in a low voice, these days when Master is in seclusion, there's a brat in the city who claims that his medical skills are the best in the world. He doesn't even put Master in his eyes, saying, what did he say? Ho Jinshan's eyes turned cold. He said that Sir Godly Doctor is just someone with an undeserved reputation and doesn't deserve to be on the same level as him. He spoke arrogant words, and after treating some people in the streets, he wantonly spread it and deliberately slandered Master. It seems like he wants to use Master as a stepping stone to his position. Who in Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City doesn't know Master's prestige? Yet he still dares to be so arrogant. He definitely has ulterior motives. Lu Desui said while trembling. Oh, is that so? There's actually someone who dares to scheme against me. Interesting. Those rascals in the streets can only listen to slanderous rumors. How would they know my ability? Find out his background. If he's a nobody, just kill him. Ho Jinshan sneered. But everyone in the city is talking about him. They're already treating him as a divine doctor. Moreover, he's cured many people of the fire-cold poison. Even the elders of the Apocalypse Knights are very convinced of him. Their momentum is growing stronger and stronger. That's why I came to you, Master. Lu Desui gritted his teeth and said, preposterous. There's actually such a thing. Looks like I can't just sit back and watch. He's really arrogant to the extreme. If I don't teach him a lesson, it looks like this group of ignorant people has almost forgotten about me. Ho Jinshan coldly snorted. However, being able to cure the fire-cold poison when the time came, he would be extremely shocked. Pass down my order. Tell this so-called divine doctor to come and see me. Number one in the world? Ah, what a joke, what a joke. With Master personally taking action no matter what he does, it's all useless. Is he worthy of the title of divine doctor? Lu Desui received the order and left. This time he must make Jiang Qin die without a burial place. When Lu Desui appeared in front of Jiang Qin was slightly stunned. He didn't expect to see him here. This guy wanted to kill him back then, but unfortunately he escaped in the end. Otherwise, Jiang Qin would definitely not let him off. It's you. Jiang Qin frowned. Didn't expect it, right? We meet again. My master wants to see if you, the so-called divine doctor, is the number one in the world. Lu Desui sneered. I'm not going. Jiang Qin said. Do you know who my master is? How dare you defy my master's order? You're courting death. Lu Desui said angrily. What does it have to do with me who your master is? He's not my master. I'm not going. You're the one who disobeyed your master's order, and you're the one who's courting death. Jiang Qin said indifferently. Lu Deshui's face was flushed and he was trembling with anger. However, it seemed that what Jiang Qin said made sense. My master is the master of the divine marquis residence, the divine doctor, Ho Jinshan. If you don't go, don't blame me for being impolite. Is that so? The divine doctor is looking for me? That's strange. Is he trying to silence me or discuss medical skills with me? Jiang Qin asked. What's with all this nonsense? I'm just asking you, are you going or not? Lu Deshui's face darkened. No, I'm treating patients, I don't have time to deal with you. The title of divine doctor isn't just for show, it's widely acknowledged. If you want to see a doctor, queue at the back. If you don't want to see a doctor, then scram. Jiang Qin said calmly. That's right. The commander has gone through so much trouble to treat us, and you're here to cause trouble. Scram. Lu Desui was helpless against the onlookers and could only leave angrily, loosening the reins only to arouse the competitive spirit. This was Jiang Qin's motive. If he obediently followed Lu Desui to the divine marquis residence, wouldn't it mean that he was willing to be under someone else? And the divine doctor wouldn't even look him in the eye. Therefore, he had to incite the other party's anger and competitiveness. He had to use the pressure of public opinion and rumors to suppress him. That way, if the divine doctor wanted to compete with Jiang Qin would have a chance to compete with him, and he would also have a chance to find out more about the rootless flower. Going to the Divine Marquis residence was equivalent to lowering his status. And now Jiang Chen's status naturally couldn't be compared to the Divine Doctor. Even though he had so many people supporting him, the Divine Marquis residence was after all conferred the title by the Castellan. Jiang Chen wasn't naive enough to think that he could be compared to the Divine Doctor. But gossip was a fearful thing. His status were obviously a threat to the Divine Doctor. Otherwise Lu Desui wouldn't have come today. After returning to the Divine Marquis residence, Lu Desui repeated Jiang Chen's words to Hou Jinshan. Hou Jinshan was enraged. How dare he? Such an ignorant person is simply a bastard. Hou Jinshan flicked his sleeves and left. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. However, after 3 days, Jiang Chen's reputation in the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy became even more resounding. Moreover, the number of people he treated also increased. There was no lack of high-ranking officials and dignitaries. Those who couldn't afford to see a doctor in the past were now desperately promoting Jiang Chen. The name of the Divine Doctor was becoming more and more resounding. Hou Jinshan knew that his status was finally being challenged. Chapter 4901. It was no longer useful to be complacent and aloof. The power of the masses was great. Jiang Chen had already been pushed to the teeth of the storm, and even the godly doctor could not do anything to him. Most importantly, Jiang Chen's methods were to heal the wounded and the dying. That was why he had so many fans. No matter how arrogant he was, it was only natural. Who would dare to treat a matter of human life as a joke? Jiang Chen's reputation had gradually spread. If this continued, Hou Jinshan's position would really be unstable. Moreover, he was the commander of the Apocalypse Knights. It would not be so easy to kill him. Hou Jinshan had no choice but to make Lu Desui invite Jiang Chen to the Divine Marquis residence. That would have a different meaning. Commander Jiang Chen, my master invites you to the Divine Marquis residence for a discussion about medicine. My master is also very excited to see Commander Jiang Chen. Therefore he would like to discuss medicine with Commander Jiang Chen. Lu Desui said with a smile. The arrogance from before had faded away. This time his master had given him a death order. He must invite Jiang Chen to the Divine Marquis residence. This way the meaning would be completely different. I see. It's rare for the godly doctor to be in such a good mood. I can't embarrass the godly doctor, can I? Then I'll go. But as the saying goes, there is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. I think the godly doctor wants to compete with me to see whose medical skills are better. The surrounding people also nodded silently. Between these two top doctors, there would probably be a fight for first place. Looks like the godly doctor can't sit still anymore. Haha, otherwise he would not have invited Commander Jiang Chen to his house so seriously. He's probably afraid that he would lose his position as the godly doctor. It's hard to say. But now Jiang Chen's reputation is rising. If I were the godly doctor, I would also be worried that someone would steal my job. In the face of everyone's doubts, Lu Desui's voice deepened. Everyone can go and have a look. My master has said that medical skills are the ability to save lives and heal the injured, so it should be open and honest without any doubts. Therefore, everyone is welcome to watch the research between him and Commander Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. This was a show of strength to him. He wanted to defeat him in this exchange of pointers to solidify his status. His goal had already been achieved. His will to win was as clear as day. However, Jiang Chen had also won the opportunity to have a fair duel with Hou Jinshan. The whereabouts of the rootless flower would soon be known. Then we have to take a good look. A battle between godly doctors is something that can only be chanced upon. That's right, I support you, Commander Jiang. You are our guardian angel, you are the best. Yes, we are proud of you. Veterans don't die, they just gradually wither away. We retired knights are willing to advance and retreat with Commander Jiang. He. I want to see who is stronger between this arrogant Commander Jiang and Lord Godly Doctor. Is he really capable or is he just putting on a show? Lord Godly Doctor is personally appointed by the city lord. He is not so easy to deal with. Go. Let's bear witness for Commander Jiang and Lord Godly Doctor. Lu Desui looked at the crowd of enthusiastic citizens and was very excited. This was the effect he wanted. The Godly Doctor Commander in their eyes was trash in front of his master. When the time comes, they will know how ignorant and laughable they are when they see their idol fall. Thousands of people rushed towards the Divine Marquis residence. This was the first time in so many years that so many people had come to the Divine Marquis residence. In order to dispel the rumors and to clear his name, xianxia also took a stance. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, he must make clear arrangements for Jiangchen so that his position in the Milky Way city could be stabilized. Xianxia had already given Jiangchen enough attention to be able to cure the fire frost poison. This kind of medical skill was definitely not an undeserved reputation. In the past, even xianxia found it very difficult to cure, but he had to pay a huge price. That was why he told everyone that the fire frost poison could not be cured. What xianxia did not expect was that after so many years, this fire frost poison would become the reason for him to abdicate. When the time comes, you will know who the real godly doctor is. Lu Deshui snorted coldly. Jiangchen was still being complacent. Fighting with my master for the title of godly doctor, you think you are worthy? After curing a few people, you really think that you are an omnipotent god. Today I will definitely teach you a lesson. In Lu Deshui's heart, his master was sacred and inviolable. His master's methods were the most powerful he had ever seen. Jiangchen was just a boastful jianghu doctor, yet he dared to compete with the bright moon. There was only one ending for him. The divine marquee residence was too big. Even though thousands of people had entered, it did not feel crowded at all. On the 9th floor, xianxia was gazing into the distance. The more people that came, the happier he was. Next, it was time to witness a miracle. Someone like Jiangchen, was he worthy of fighting with him? There was only one godly doctor, and that was him. Xianxia jumped down from the sky. His clothes were as white as snow, fluttering in the wind. His imposing manner was unstoppable. He slowly stepped on the sky and landed not far away from Jiangchen, giving off a great pressure. Everyone at the scene felt a suffocating feeling. I am xianxia, little brother, nice to meet you. Xianxia chuckled. Godly doctor, please excuse me. Jiangchen said. Look, this is the demeanor of the godly doctor. He is just a kid, how can he compete with him? Does he really think that he can rise to the top just because he cured a few cats and dogs? That's right, the godly doctor has always been my idol, how can I allow others to tarnish him? Don't be too full of yourself. Later, if the godly doctor's abilities are not on par with Jiangchen's, perhaps the title of the godly doctor will really change hands. Wishful thinking. This kind of thing will never happen. Both Jiangchen and xianxia had many supporters. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. Xianxia did not take Jiangchen seriously at all. I heard that little brother's medical skills are superb. I am also interested and would like to spar with little brother. How about it? As a junior, will I be too rash? Although xianxia had a smile on his face, he immediately gave the title of little brother to Jiangchen and even called himself a senior. This completely overwhelmed Jiangchen in terms of aura. His superior attitude made people feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. Jiangchen's eyes narrowed slightly and his smile was bright. The first impression was the strongest, and he had the absolute upper hand in terms of aura. This guy was indeed an old fox. Senior godly doctor, you are right. I am just a junior. How dare I show my slight skill in front of you? It won't be too late for me to call myself godly doctor after you leave. Chapter 4902. Jiangchen's counterattack made xianxia look at him in a different light. However, his face was obviously not looking good. He seemed to be flattering Jiangchen, but in fact he was looking forward to Jiangchen's death. Ha ha, every generation has its own geniuses, each of them leading the way for hundreds of years. It seems like I have underestimated you, little brother. As a senior, I must learn from the younger generation today. Xianxia laughed wildly. His eyes were like lightning. He could not turn a blind eye to Jiangchen's provocation. He could not afford to lose his graceful bearing as a divine doctor. Facing Jiangchen's challenge calmly and leisurely, only then could he display the demeanor of a great doctor. I can't teach you much. It's just a friendly match. You don't have to be so modest, godly doctor. Jiangchen's confidence was beyond xianxia's imagination. Moreover, he was able to maintain his composure while facing the pressure of a Star Realm expert. If it was an ordinary half-step Star Realm expert, he would have collapsed by now. How could his face still be so rosy? Jiangchen's confidence was far beyond xianxia's imagination. This brat definitely came prepared. He didn't show any respect to xianxia at all. To put it bluntly, it was no different from a troublemaker. However, he just wanted to teach Jiangchen a lesson. In order to stabilize his position and let more people know who the real divine doctor was, xianxia had to teach Jiangchen a lesson. Good. The younger generation will surpass the older. Tell me, how do you want to compete? Xianxia nodded. Then I will not decline, senior. May I know what a rootless flower is? Jiang Qin said seriously, looking at Xianxia sternly. Rootless flower? What is that? Yes, I have studied medicine for more than 100 years, but I have never heard of it. Just because you don't know doesn't mean that the godly doctor doesn't know. The rootless flower was indeed a very mysterious existence. No one present knew about it. Xianxia's expression was calm as he shook his head and chuckled. The rootless flower, as its name implies, is a flower without roots. There aren't many people in the world who know about the rootless flower. The rootless flower doesn't exist. It's only when the rootless water irrigates the rootless vine that the rootless flower will grow. Compared to a short-lived flower, it's much faster and more precious. Therefore, there are only a few people in the world who know about the rootless flower. Coincidentally, this old man knows about it. Am I right? Xianxia said confidently. He looked at Jiang Qin contemptuously. This kid wants to stump me? Isn't that a joke? A happy expression appeared on Jiang Qin's face, and his mind was suddenly enlightened. It turned out that the rootless flower didn't appear out of thin air, it needed to be watered by the rootless water to make the rootless flower grow. No wonder no one had ever seen it and no one knew where it was. Jiang Qin had worn out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. It wasn't hard to imagine how excited he was right now. The rootless flower was in his hands. This news was really exciting to him. It looked like it was worth it for him to wait here for the past few days just to compete with Xianxia. Now Jiang Qin had gathered all 5 kinds of herbs. He was full of confidence in refining the 5-barrier pill. Look, this is the real divine doctor, this is what you call a true ability. Look at Jiang Qin's stunned expression, I think he's scared. That's not necessarily true. It's just a medicinal herb. It's not certain who has the real ability. The position of godly doctor will be taken over by someone today. Whether it'll be the new king or the old king, everything is still unknown. Many people in the crowd were praising Xianxia. After all, he was the godly doctor of Tianqi Galaxy City. The city lord had personally conferred him the title. Who would dare to make an enemy out of him? Jiang Qin didn't know what was good for him. As expected of the godly doctor. I'm impressed. Jiang Qin nodded. All right, now it's my turn to ask you. What is the blood date plum? Xianxia swore and stared at Jiang Qin. He had read about it in an ancient book. Jiang Qin would never know about it. I don't know. The godly doctor is indeed talented. Jiang Qin admits defeat. Jiang Qin smiled. He had achieved his goal. He didn't want to win anymore. He had no grudges with this so-called godly doctor. He might as well retreat. At that moment, not to mention the onlookers, even Xianxia was dumbfounded. Holy shit, isn't this too exaggerated? Not taking the usual route and surrendering immediately. Xianxia was a little confused. No way? Jiang Qin admitted defeat just like that? Looks like he doesn't have any real ability. He's afraid of dropping the ball in front of everyone. At least he knows his place. Ah. If it was me, I wouldn't have come to the Divine Ho residence. That's just asking for trouble. I don't think so. Jiang Qin is a wise man who submits to circumstances. If he fights to the death with Sir Divine Doctor, it won't do him any good. If he wins, he will gain both fame and fortune, but if he loses, he might be beaten back to his original state, and he might even be suppressed. You're not a fish, how can you know the happiness of a fish? How can we know what he is thinking? But it looks like Jiang Qin is very open-minded. This competition is really boring, I've wasted my expectations. That's right. The most infuriating person was Lu Deshui. He wanted to see Jiang Qin beaten by his master. It would be best if Jiang Qin was beaten to death. That way he wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. Otherwise, Jiang Qin would find him sooner or later. He could feel Jiang Qin's murderous intent towards him. Jiang Qin had wanted to kill him before, but now he was feeling uneasy. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. However, as the #1 doctor of the Apocalypse planet, he couldn't make things difficult for Jiang Qin at this time. The other had already admitted defeat. If he didn't show mercy in front of everyone, he would definitely be criticized. If that's the case, Xianxia was very pleased. It was good that his status was stable. He had no reason to punish Jiang Qin, at least not on the surface. In order to protect his reputation, he had to act in secret. However, this Jiang Qin really made him curious. Was this the extent of this guy's potential? The outcome hasn't been decided yet. I don't think there's any meaning to this battle at all. As a pillar of the Apocalypse planet, do you think Sir Divine Doctor is someone you can summon at will? Today this young master will see if you have true ability. If you're just someone with an undeserved reputation, then I'll act on behalf of the heavens and behead the scum of the Apocalypse Knights. The purple-clothed youth slowly walked out of the crowd. Everyone retreated to avoid him. There were actually 2-star level experts beside him. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression became completely gloomy. This guy was the youth who had caused trouble for him in the outer city of the Apocalypse Milky Way City. Young Master Tai has graced us with your presence. This old man didn't go out to welcome you. Aha, please forgive me. Chapter 4903. Who is this person? Isn't he too arrogant? You don't recognize him? You look like a country bumpkin. This is the son of the Second City Lord, Xiao Tai. He's the most outstanding star-grade powerhouse of the Apocalypse planet. He's a rising star that countless powerhouses fear. Isn't that so? Young Master Tai's strength and identity were all earned by himself. Such a powerhouse would definitely become an overlord even without the protection of the Second City Lord. The son of the Second City Lord. Jiang Chen was moved. No wonder he didn't even care about Lu Dehua and the other 4 young masters. Moreover, he had 2 star-grade bodyguards by his side. There weren't many people on the entire Apocalypse planet with this kind of spirit. What made Jiang Chen curious was that he didn't seem to have offended this guy, right? Why did he have to be so aggressive? Was it because his path of advancement in the Apocalypse Knights was too fast? Did this arouse his desire for battle, or was this person related to Zhang Tian's? He was the son of the Second City Lord of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. Even Zhang Tian's didn't have the qualifications to challenge him, right? Moreover, he was a star-grade powerhouse. Why would he want to tangle with him? However, the current situation was very clear. Jiang Chen had to compete no matter what. Otherwise, even if he admitted defeat, Xiao Tai definitely wouldn't let him go. It's fine. This young master came here today to see the battle between Sir Godly Doctor and the commander of the Apocalypse Knights. However, someone actually retreated. This isn't a good sign. Do you think the people of the Apocalypse Galaxy City are so easily deceived? You don't have any real ability, yet you're here to please the crowd. What's the point of keeping you around? Xiao Tai pointed his sword at Jiang Chen. At that moment, the surrounding people all retreated. An extremely powerful aura shot out in all directions and Jiang Chen bore the brunt. To put it bluntly, he was forcing Jiang Chen to compete with Hou Jinshan. If he lost, only death awaited him. He only had one chance to survive, and that was to beat Hou Jinshan. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold, looking straight ahead. At this moment, it was impossible for him to escape. Emohan had saved his life once. Clearly, Xiao Tai had come prepared this time. The fact that there were 2-star realm guards proved everything. Even if Emohan appeared again, Jiang Chen wouldn't give him a chance. He only had one purpose, and that was to kill Jiang Chen. At this time, Jiang Chen had no other choice. The other party was the son of the Second City Lord, and his strength was tyrannical. However, the other party couldn't directly kill him. Instead, he wanted to force him into a dead end. Well, since the second young master likes to watch, then I won't hide it anymore. Doctor, it seems that between you and me, one of us must fall today. Jiang Chen smiled confidently. At this time, the audience became quiet. Xiao Tai was famous for being violent. If someone dared to offend him, then only death awaited them. The spectators were also trembling with fear. Regardless of whether Jiang Chen had real ability or not, he had already been forced into a dead end. The arrow was already on the bowstring, it had to be released. Yes, if you win against the doctor, I will protect your life. But if you lose, you know what the result will be. Xiao Tai's smile gradually became cold. Such a good opportunity, how could he let it go? For him, this was the road to death for Jiang Chen. Who in the world could compete with the doctor? Young Master Xiao Tai, this old man naturally can't refuse young Master Xiao Tai's face. How shrewd was Hou Jinshan? At first glance, it was obvious that Xiao Tai wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Although he didn't know what kind of hatred there was between them, it was not important. What was important was that this pretentious Jiang Chen would be dead once he died. He had also arranged for young Master Xiao Tai clearly. In the eyes of the Second City Lord, young Master Xiao Tai would definitely not mistreat him. In that case, Doctor, what do you think we should compete to determine the winner? Jiang Chen smiled with a carefree attitude. In the face of the pressure of so many stellar-level powerhouses, he was still able to maintain his composure, which made many people admire him. This was his bearing and demeanor. He was worthy of being the commander of the Knights of the Apocalypse. He was fearless in the face of danger and smiled at the common people. He really had the demeanor of a great general. Hundreds of veterans of the Apocalypse Knights who had retired because of the fire and cold poison had long been prepared. They would never let anyone embarrass Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was their savior and the pride of the Knights of the Apocalypse. They must not let him suffer any harm. Young Master Xiao Tai, please decide. Hou Jinshan smiled. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. This pug was full of flattery and wanted nothing more than to kneel down and lick Xiao Tai's boots. Was such a person worthy of being called a miracle doctor? Since it's a competition of medical skills, it's naturally the most reliable to compete in the medical Dao. I happen to have a pill recipe here called the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill. After consuming it, a stellar-level powerhouse can directly break through 1 level of cultivation. Rumor has it that only stellar-level powerhouses are qualified to refine the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill. I wonder if the two of you are confident? Xiao Tai said calmly. 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill? Young Master Xiao Tai can even obtain such a pill recipe. This old man is truly impressed. Hou Jinshan's bootlicking had always been very accurate. His face was full of shock. I've heard of the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill. This pill is a taboo even for stellar-level powerhouses. It's almost priceless. Of course. It's something that has a price but no supply. If it were me, I would also want it. This 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill, can the miracle doctor and Commander Jiang Chen really refine it? This time it seems that Commander Jiang Chen is in danger. The 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill can only be refined by stellar-level powerhouses. It's not something that ordinary people can get their hands on. You guys are thinking too simply. Yeah, the pill recipe of the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill is incomparably precious. However, young Master Xiao Tai actually took it out for them to refine. This makes people think deeply. In the crowd, people kept whispering. The value of the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill's recipe was self-evident. The fact that Xiao Tai could take it out didn't mean that he was generous, but that he wanted to kill Jiang Chen. For a dead man, even if he knew the pill recipe of the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill, what could he do? Xiao Tai was really too smart. Although he looked like a teenager, he was ruthless and cunning. Even Hou Jinshan couldn't catch up to him. This competition was obviously to make him refine the pill for him and protect his reputation as a miracle doctor. Moreover, he didn't need to owe him a favor. He could even kill Jiang Chen. It seemed like he had gained a lot, but in fact Xiao Tai was the final winner. However, Jiang Chen would die, but he wouldn't. This was equivalent to obtaining the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill's recipe for free. For him it was still acceptable. Hou Jinshan's face was calm and confident. Although he hadn't refined the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill before, he still had confidence in himself. As for Jiang Chen, he was just waiting to die. The energy of the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill wasn't something that a little brat who hadn't even reached the stellar level could imagine. Chapter 4904. How about it? If you admit defeat now, I might leave your corpse intact and give you a dignified death. Xiao Tai looked straight at Jiang Chen and said, if he didn't kill him, how could he quell the anger in his heart? He even dared to provoke his own woman. He must be tired of living. Luoying could only be his woman. I've never had the habit of admitting defeat. Since it's alchemy, if I succeed it should belong to me, right? Jiang Chen said. Ha! It belongs to you, all of it belongs to you. However, if you fail, your life will be mine. Xiao Tai smiled coldly. Alright, I can rest assured now that second young master has said this. Jiang Chen nodded, looking very confident. However, more people were disdainful. Not only Xiao Tai, but many people also snorted at Jiang Chen's idea. Did he really think he could refine a 7 Revolutions Great Return Pill that could only be refined by a star state? He was gambling with his life. This second young master is really too much. He clearly knows that Commander Jiang Chen's strength hasn't reached the star state, yet he still made a pill that can only be refined by a star state. Isn't he deliberately making things difficult for him? You're right. He really is deliberately making things difficult. Didn't you see that Xiao Tai wanted to kill Commander Jiang Chen? Do you understand that he has a good reason to do so? Although he kills people like flies and has an unreasonable temperament, it's impossible for him to kill innocent people in public. Hence, he must find a suitable reason, even if it's to pin a crime on someone. Sigh, of all the people that Commander Jiang Chen could offend, why did he have to offend this god of plague? Although I admire him to refine a 7 Revolutions Great Return Pill, he doesn't have the qualifications to raise his cup. Let's wait and see first. Jiang Chen was able to cure so many people who were suffering from the fire-cold poison, so he is definitely not someone easy to deal with. Since he is so calm, he might really be confident. After Xiao Tai's appearance, a medical duel had turned into a life-and-death duel. If he won, he would gain both fame and fortune. If he lost, his life would be hanging by a thread. Such an exciting bet caused many people to be enthusiastic. After all, Jiang Chen was a foreign monk. There were not many people who supported him. In addition to Xiao Tai's sudden appearance, Jiang Chen's death was almost a foregone conclusion. Let's start. Hou Jinshan looked at Jiang Chen. He had already secured the victory today. These are the ingredients for refining the pill. You only have one chance. Xiao Tai gave the pill formula and ingredients to Jiang Chen and Hou Jinshan. In an instant, Jiang Chen and Hou Jinshan's expressions turned solemn. To an alchemist, a precious pill formula was far more valuable than an ordinary one. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. He had finally obtained the pill formula. If he could successfully refine the 7 Revolutions Great Return pill today, it would be considered a double blessing. Although he couldn't use it now, it would definitely play a crucial role in a crucial moment. Once he broke through to the star level, it would be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. Many people were waiting to see Jiang Chen make a fool out of himself. Xiao Tai was the most obvious because he only wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Without any hesitation, Hou Jinshan began to concoct pills. He took out the 3-flower cauldron and after studying the pill formula, he began to concoct pills. Although it was his first time concocting pills, he was so skilled that people couldn't help but admire him. After all, he was the godly doctor that everyone respected. His method of concocting pills could be said to be like floating clouds and flowing water, causing the spectators to raise their eyebrows and clap their hands in praise. The title of godly doctor was indeed worthy of his identity. Xiao Tai was also very satisfied. Seeing Hou Jinshan strolling leisurely, Jiang Chen's defeat was irreversible. This guy had overestimated himself. In that case, he would never be able to reincarnate. Jiang Chen didn't make a move for a long time. Many people snorted. It seemed that under young Master Tai's coercion, he was completely scared out of his wits. He didn't know how to refine the pill at all. Moreover, with his strength, it was impossible for him to refine the 7 Revolutions Great Return pill. Did you see that? It hasn't even started and he's already showing his cowardice. I've seen many people like this. They put on an act and think that they can dominate the world just because they have some ability. Now, young Master Tai and the godly doctor have taught him a lesson. Sai, at this time any tricks are useless. To refine the 7 Revolutions Great Return pill, one has to be at least at the star level. In terms of strength, Jiang Chen has already lost. This is a duel without any suspense. That's not necessarily true. No one knows who will have the last laugh until the last moment. Even many of Jiang Chen's original supporters began to waver. The other party had already refined more than half of the pill, but he still didn't make a move. Wasn't this a sign of admitting defeat? This was because they were certain that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to make a move. Once he started refining, wouldn't his incompetence be exposed? However, even if he didn't make a move, would Xiao Tai let him go? In the face of these doubts, Jiang Chen turned a deaf ear to them. No one could disturb his state of mind. He was looking for an opportunity to refine the pill. Because he only had one chance, he had to refine this pill to its perfect state. If he wanted to win against Hou Jinshan, Jiang Chen couldn't let his guard down. This guy was full of confidence and he was in cahoots with Xiao Tai. Jiang Chen had to plan for everything. Time passed by minute by minute. On Hou Jinshan's side, the pill had already begun to condense into a pill. In this half a day, Jiang Chen had been watching and studying. He would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. What he wanted to do had to be perfect day by day. You don't have the ability, but you still want to be arrogant and cause trouble everywhere. If you don't die, then who will? Xiao Tai stood with his arms crossed and said with a cold smile. Arrogant and conceited without real ability, this kind of person deserved to be humiliated in front of everyone. Now, not only was he going to lose face, he was going to lose his life. Hou Jinshan glanced at Jiang Chen from the corner of his eyes. His heart was set. This guy hadn't even started refining yet, but he could already confirm that he wouldn't be able to refine the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenating Pill. This time, he would definitely be able to firmly hold on to his reputation as a miracle doctor. If he wanted to shake his position, he would have to look at his own capabilities first. After half a day of research, Jiang Chen's heart was finally enlightened. The 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenating Pill, as the name suggested, needed to go through 7 revolutions before it could reach the peak of the pill. The 77 medicinal ingredients were all very precious and rare. Jiang Chen was very happy in his heart. This Xiaotai was simply sending warmth to him. Giving medicinal ingredients and pill formulas for free, wouldn't he accept them all? Let's begin. Chapter 4905. However, it just so happened that Jiang Chen was able to maintain a balance between the 5 types of heaven and earth unusual flames, and was not harmed by them. This was what Hou Jinshan was truly shocked about. Only an alchemist could understand that when 5 types of heaven and earth unusual flames were gathered in one body, it was a suicidal experience that could explode at any time. How is this possible? How is this possible? Hou Jinshan murmured in disbelief. Xiaotai glanced at Hou Jinshan and coldly snorted. Could it be that this fellow wanted to counterattack? Even if you had a few special flames and could refine pills with half the effort, without the power of a star state, you wouldn't be able to refine the 7 transformation great return pill. Cries of astonishment and astonishment resounded in the surroundings. Jiang Chen's quintuple heavenly flame allowed more people to see the unknown. Could Jiang Chen really turn defeat into victory? Could he really defeat the godly doctor in this pinnacle battle? Everything was still unknown at the moment. Jiang Chen was very careful and did not make any mistakes. He concentrated on refining the 7 revolutions great rejuvenating pill. Every step he took was to extract the medicinal effect of the 7 revolutions great cyclic pill to the limit. Every step was like walking on a tightrope, and a single wrong step would cause him to lose everything. However, Jiang Chen believed that it would not be difficult for him to refine the 7 revolutions great rejuvenating dan. As long as it was below his level, he would be able to refine it. What he cared more about was the final grade of the dan. If it was a dan of 60 or 70% grade, it would be equivalent to a failure for Jiang Chen. Dusk fell and the sun rose. At this time, Hou Jinshan's medicinal pill had already been concocted. With a muffled groan, the pill furnace fell into place. Hou Jinshan's face was solemn, and he was dripping with sweat. His eyes were filled with confidence and pride. It's done? Xiaotai's eyes lit up. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master, for successfully refining the 7 revolutions grand revitalizing pill. Lu Deshui repeatedly congratulated Xiaotai as a wave of compliments rose from the surroundings. Xiaotai's expression also relaxed. Hou Jinshan did not disappoint him after all. He had finally refined the 7 revolution great return pill. Fortunately, I didn't fail you. Hou Jinshan cupped his fist and said to Xiaotai. It's a pity that it's a 5-mark pill. It can barely be considered as a mid-grade pill. Hou Jinshan had a look of pity on his face, but the ecstasy in his heart was hard to conceal. He had succeeded on his first try. This was not just empty words. The godly doctor was still as elegant as before. Many people gave him a thumbs up and their eyes were filled with admiration. Sir Godly Doctor, you are too humble. A 5-mark pill is already very good. Moreover, this is your first time concocting one. It seems that I have not misjudged you. Xiaotai nodded. At this moment he could almost sentence Jiang Chen to death. Young Master Tai is too kind. Please accept this pill. The ingredients for the 7 revolutions great rejuvenation pill were originally provided by you, so you must accept this pill. Only then can I be at ease. I've already obtained the most precious pill recipe for the 7 revolutions great rejuvenation pill. Thank you, young Master Tai. Hou Jinshan said in an extremely respectful manner as he handed over the 5-mark pill to Xiaotai. Xiaotai accepted the 7 revolutions great rejuvenation pill calmly. In his opinion, this pill should have been his and Hou Jinshan could be considered to be sensible. Jiang Chen is still concocting. Is this guy playing around? Not necessarily. I think that Jiang Chen has some ability. His concocting pill is even more exquisite. This is not something that anyone can do. That's right. The pill refined by combining 5 types of heavenly flames will definitely not be bad. Wang Daqian and the others were full of confidence in Jiang Chen because they firmly believed that Jiang Chen would definitely be able to concoct the 7 revolutions great rejuvenation pill. Otherwise, Xiaotai would definitely make an example out of Jiang Chen. Sir Godly Doctor, what do you think? Xiaotai said calmly. Who knows what this guy is planning? However, if I directly announce that Jiang Chen has failed at this time, it's inevitable that people will gossip. Let's wait until he fails to concoct the pill. Even if he wins, he must win openly. Hou Jinshan chuckled. All right. Xiaotai nodded. By this time, Jiang Chen had already reached the latter half of the pill refinement process and was about to start condensing the pill. Under the attention of the crowd, it was unknown how many people hoped that Jiang Chen would fail. Xiao Tai's expression was calm and collected. It didn't matter if he died sooner or later, but Jiang Chen was still struggling on his deathbed, seemingly very unwilling to give up. Jiang Chen's face was solemn. The 7 Revolutions Great Cyclic Pill was much more difficult to refine than he had imagined. If it wasn't for the baptism of heavenly flames and his superb alchemy skills, it wouldn't have been easy to refine it. Moreover, the Genesis Qi in his body was 100 times more than that of an ordinary person. With enough Genesis Qi to support it, nothing was impossible. The reason why the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill had always been rumored to require a star-level expert to successfully refine was because it consumed too much Genesis Qi. Even Hou Jinshan's face was covered in sweat after the refinement, which showed how much effort he had put in. Jiang Chen had no distractions. In the final pill condensation process he was one with his mind. In the myriad Qi cauldron, a round yellow pill was quietly formed. Jiang Chen stood upright, clenched his hand, and took out the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation as they looked at him. Success or failure? How is it, did you succeed or not? My master and young master Tai have fiery and golden eyes. Jiang Chen, now is the time of your death. Lu Desui said excitedly. Since he had offended young master Tai, there was no way for him to live. Sorry to disappoint you, the pill is complete. With a flip of his hand, a pill appeared in Jiang Chen's palm. The 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill was exactly the same as the one refined by Hou Jinshan, but everyone present couldn't help but swallow. The energy emitted from the pill alone was enough to show that the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill refined by Jiang Chen was far superior to the one refined by Hou Jinshan. Hou Jinshan's face darkened, and his heart was filled with uncontrollable rage. How could this guy possibly refine the 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill? This is... Xiao Tai also swallowed, his expression incomparably solemn. A 10-rune pill, it didn't disappoint second young master. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Xiao Tai's face had turned from red to white, making him look extremely gloomy. This sentence was no different from slapping him in the face. Everyone was in an uproar, and the entire Divine Marquis Manor was completely silent. A 10-rune pill, it was a 10-rune pill. Everyone present had never seen how terrifying a 10-pattern medicinal pill was. Does a 10-rune pill really exist in this world? Chapter 4906. A 10-pattern 7 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill. The value of this pill was enough to set off a storm in the entire Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. Xiao Tai's eyes were filled with greed. Killing Jiang Chen was secondary. The temptation of this pill was too great for him. No one was stupid. They knew better than anyone what a 10-pattern pill meant. This time, Hou Jinshan should have suffered a crushing defeat and had no chance to retaliate. In front of Jiang Chen, he, the so-called divine doctor, was as ashamed as if he was naked. He won. Aha, Commander Xuanhuan. Ah. Wang Daqian was the first to break the silence of the Divine Marquis Mansion. At this time, everyone was in an uproar. They all knew that a new divine doctor had been born. The appearance of a 10-pattern pill had shocked everyone. No one doubted Jiang Chen's strength anymore. Isn't this lifting a rock only to drop it on his own feet? Jiang Chen had already admitted defeat. Perhaps he didn't want the divine doctor to lose too badly. After all, he was a senior. But he still forced him to compete. Isn't this a slap in the face? Ah. Divine Dr. Jiang Chen will definitely become the pride of our Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City in the future. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Thunderous voices erupted from the throats of Wang Daqian and the others. The surging emotions made Xiao Tai and the others very uncomfortable. Hou Jinshan's face turned green. Today was the day his reputation would fall to the ground. The old king had abdicated and the new king had ascended. No one dared to doubt Jiang Chen anymore. As long as one had strength, they would be respected by everyone. The strong would always be respected. I wonder if I can leave now? Second young master? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Xiao Tai snorted and looked at the pill in Jiang Chen's hand. You can leave, but leave the pill behind. Second young master personally promised that if I successfully refined the pill, it would belong to me, right? Do you still want to go back? Does second young master want to go back on his word? Jiang Chen said calmly. With so many people present, he would never give this pill to Xiao Tai no matter what. Xiao Tai's expression became more and more unsightly. His own words did not give him any face at all. As the son of the second city lord, he was also very passive. Previously he wanted to kill Xiao Tai, but now he could not say a single word. It seems that second young master is also a man of his word. Then I'll take my leave first. Sir Godly Doctor, I'll take my leave. Jiang Qin calmly left the divine marquis residence. At that moment, Xiao Tai clenched his fists tightly, wishing that he could cut Jiang Chen into 1,000 pieces. Trash. Xiao Tai Lung glanced at Hou Jinshan. Hou Jinshan's face was filled with bitterness. What can I do? I was also killed. What's the use of venting your anger on me? Hou Jinshan resentfully looked at Jiang Chen's back as he left. This bastard, sooner or later he will get his revenge. Jiang Chen's name spread like wildfire in the entire Tianqi Milky Way city. The commander of the outer city's night regiment was domineering in the inner city. Even the godly doctor had to concede defeat to him. From this, it could be seen that Jiang Chen's status had risen by a lot. Being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the godly doctor meant that many people were willing to make friends with him, especially alchemists. Jiang Chen's reputation had risen because of his victory in alchemy. After returning to the outer city, Jiang Chen was also very calm. The only thing he could do now was to quickly increase his strength. Only by increasing his influence would he be able to be more confident and not be controlled by others. Xiao Tai had made things difficult for him twice. Next time, Jiang Chen didn't know if he would have such luck. He had to first figure out why this guy was targeting him. Moreover, this person's strength and identity were far beyond his reach. If he didn't know himself and his enemy, he could fall into the other party's trap again at any time. To forge iron, one had to be strong. If he hesitated, he would be eliminated and not be tolerated by this world. With so many people wanting to kill him, he couldn't take it lightly. After returning to the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, Jiang Qin began to wholeheartedly study the 5-barrier pill. He was now a half-step star warrior. As long as he refined the 5-barrier pill, he could break through in one fell swoop. Jiang Qin still had this confidence. Moreover, with the 7 Revolutions Great Return pill in hand, once he broke through, it would be a qualitative change. At this time, waves of uproar were set off in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. More and more news was transmitted back to the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Jiang Chen's name began to spread throughout the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Have you heard that Commander Jiang caused a big storm when he entered the inner city? What happened? Let's hear it. Many Horsemen of the Apocalypse came over. You don't even know this? Commander Jiang Chen cured a group of retired veterans of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse from more than 700 years ago, making countless veterans pay their respects. That spectacular scene makes my blood boil just listening to it. Exactly. Let me tell you, that's not the most exciting thing. Commander Jiang Chen actually eliminated the miracle doctor of the inner city. What? How is that possible? The rumored #1 miracle doctor in the inner city, Hou Jinshan? Yes. In the process of the two of them competing in alchemy, that so-called Sir Godly Doctor lost completely. Oh my god. I heard that the miracle doctor is a stellar-level powerhouse, but even he lost to Commander Jiang Chen. Isn't this too unbelievable? Countless exclamations of surprise rang out incessantly. Jiang Chen, who had returned in glory, once again became a hero in their hearts. For more Horsemen of the Apocalypse, defeating the miracle doctor was nothing. What really struck their hearts was saving hundreds of retired veterans. That was the most gratifying. The fire-cold poison made the Horsemen of the Apocalypse tremble in fear at the mention of it, but Commander Jiang Chen, the meritorious person they trusted, had actually helped countless veterans of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse in exchange for a new life. The retired veterans of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse were victims of the fire-cold poison. There would always be news that they could not bear the torment of the illness and chose to live their lives here. Jiang Chen made these veterans feel the desire for life. This was what the Horsemen of the Apocalypse cared about the most. Jiang Chen had become famous after this battle, but it was of great significance to the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Those who had been poisoned by the fire-cold poison were their nightmares. Now that even their nightmares had been dealt with, they became even more fearless. Jiang Chen's name had also become an existence they chased after. The Horsemen of the Apocalypse never chased after stars because they were the most dazzling existences on the Apocalypse planet, but Jiang Chen was the most dazzling light among them. Chapter 4907. Now that Jiang Chen had repeatedly made great contributions and established glory and status in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, he had begun to stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Tiance, the vice-captain. It wasn't a good thing to have such great contributions. Therefore it was imperative to kill Jiang Chen. If Zhang Tiance didn't make a move, this guy would rebel sooner or later. Zhang Tian's could see from Jiang Chen's eyes that this guy hated him to the bone. On the other hand, Jiang Chen entered a state of cultivation because he needed to refine pills. He had already gathered the ingredients for the 5-barrier pill, so he didn't dare to delay. He only had one chance, so he had to grasp it well. Jiang Chen carefully studied the refinement method of the 5-barrier pill and was already familiar with it. Now was time to extract the 5th ingredient, the rootless flower. According to Hou Jinshan, the existence of the rootless flower's main branch could only be obtained by using the rootless water instructor and the rootless vine. Moreover, it was a short-lived opportunity, so he had to grab hold of this opportunity. If it was fleeting, all his previous efforts might go to waste. The 5-barrier pill, as the name suggested, eliminated the obstacles of the 5 elements in order to advance smoothly. For Jiang Chen, this was an opportunity to break through. For ordinary people, even those with outstanding talent, it was impossible to complete the transformation between the half-step star realm and the star realm without 500 years. However, Jiang Chen relied on the 5-barrier pill to change and reverse the situation. The 5-barrier pill was divided into the rootless wind, which was replaced by the eternal immortal wind, and the rootless fire, which was replaced by the 5-element divine fire. The rootless vine and rootless water were already in hand, so success or failure depended on this. Jiang Chen poured the rootless water on the rootless vine. The withered rootless vine slowly emitted the aura of life, and it began to grow branches, turning green. In just 10 breaths of time, a snow-white flower had grown out from the branches. It was tender and beautiful, and it was beautiful beyond imagination. It's done. This is the rootless flower. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly started refining the pill. The rootless wind was known as metal, formed from refining metal. The rootless vine was known as wood. The rootless water was known as water. The 5 elemental divine fires were known as fire. The rootless flower was known as earth. In the blink of an eye, it dispersed and turned into mud and dust. Gathering the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and breaking through the 5 barriers, the pill was formed. The 5 barriers pill looked simple, but it was a combination of 5 extremely rare treasures. If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Chen happened to have 2 of them, the congealing of the 5 barriers pill, perhaps Jiang Chen wouldn't have been able to wait. Metal subdues wood, wood becomes fire, fire refines metal, metal subdues water, water consumes metal. In an invisible cycle, Jiang Chen was extremely nervous and careful in his alchemy. He didn't want all his previous efforts to go to waste. Right now, the only thing that could increase his strength rapidly was the 5-barrier pill. He clearly understood what the threshold of the star level meant. There were so many half-step star experts, but very few could break through. It was hard to describe even 1 in 10,000. Jiang Chen needed 10 times more Genesis Chi than others, so he couldn't imagine when he would be able to break through. The 5 barriers pill was his only hope. Jiang Chen had concocted countless pills. Even concocting the 7 revolutions great reviving pill wasn't as difficult as this. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. If any of these elements had any problem, it would cause the concoction of the 5 barriers pill to fail. The most difficult step was to make sure that the 5 elements were in balance. Only then could the 5 barriers pill be formed. Jiang Chen had no idea what was going on. Jiang Chen tried again and again, but it was extremely difficult for him to achieve a perfect balance between metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Wind was formless, Jiang Chen was as impermanence and impossible to grasp. Fire was formless and water was shadowless. The slightest flaw could lead to the failure of the 5 barriers pill. After over 100 times of mutually reinforcing and restraining, connecting and fusing, Jiang Chen finally reached a perfect balance between the 5 elements. Jiang Chen had expended tremendous effort, and even he didn't know how long it had taken him to complete the pill fusion. Moreover, this was merely fusion and there was still a long way to go before the pill was formed. If not for the sufficient Genesis Chi reserves in Jiang Chen's body, he would not have been able to endure such a difficult pill refinement process. The 5 barriers pill was similar to the 7 revolutions great return pill, and was not something anyone below the star level could casually refine. Jiang Chen was considered to be defying the heavens. However, Jiang Chen had already done many heaven-defying things. He had no choice but to bravely press forward. The 5 elements mutually reinforcing and restraining each other had formed the current pill fusion. As long as the established 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were connected, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Jiang Chen was finally exhausted, but the 5 barriers pill had formed a cycle of life and death. Finally, the 5 elements were completely fused, and a primal chaos-colored pill was gradually taking shape in the myriad chi cauldron. Jiangchen slowly spat out a mouthful of turbid air. His face was very ugly, but he had not disappointed his expectations. The 5 barriers pill was finally refined, and it was a 10-rune pill. Jiangchen pursued perfection, and this was even more so when it came to pill refinement. There was no room for carelessness. Since he was going to do it, he had to do it thoroughly. The 5 barriers pill was too important to Jiangchen. This was his determination to break through to the stellar level. Once he broke through to the stellar level, he would be like a fish in the vast ocean and a bird in the vast sky. At that time, he would be able to soar freely in the entire eternal world. Stellar level experts could travel between the starry sky and ignore the pressure and gravity between the stars. As long as they reached the stellar level, they would be able to leap between the star fields. This was the dream of countless people. The lowest threshold to become an interstellar wanderer was also the stellar level. However, at this time, the Black King's words came to Jiangchen's mind. Master, Xuanhuan has been waiting for you for a long time. The commander-ranking battle is about to begin. Alright, I got it. When Jiangchen came out of seclusion, Xuanhuan had been waiting in his residence for a long time. What time is it? You are still cultivating. The commander-ranking battle is about to begin, but you are not anxious at all. Xuanhuan looked at Jiangchen and shook his head. Because I know that haste makes waste. Jiangchen said with a smile. When you went into seclusion, you did not pay attention to the outside world. The outside world has been turned upside down by you. I did not expect you to go to the inner city and challenge Hou Jinshan. You really made me look at you in a different light. Chapter 4908. Commander Zhua is overpraising me. Jiangchen replied disapprovingly. However, Xuanhuan knew that once Jiangchen gained the upper hand in the commander-ranking battle, his future would be limitless. This might be Zhang Tian's last chance. If Jiangchen could break through the layers of defenses, then it would be his chance to soar to the sky. Forget it, I won't be long-winded with you. The commander-ranking battle is about to begin. You just need to remember my words and be careful of Xuanhuan. He's Zhang Tian's nephew. There's also Sun Xiaoyao and Li Muran. These 3 are Zhang Tian's diehard loyalists. I have some bad news to tell you. These 3 are all star-level powerhouses. As long as you meet one of them, it will be very difficult. Therefore, don't have any misgivings and fight with all your might. These 3 have just broken through to the star level, but they still have star-level combat power. You have to take care of yourself. Xuanhuan had a solemn expression. According to Zhang Tian's thoughts, he definitely wouldn't let Jiangchen pass this battle easily. If he could crush Jiangchen in this battle, then Zhang Tian's future would be extremely difficult. Jiangchen might even counterattack. Xuanhuan was very clear about this, so he would spare no effort to help Jiangchen and eliminate his potential hidden dangers. Commander Zhua, don't worry. I will definitely do my best. Jiangchen smiled and nodded. Early star level? He also wanted to see if he had the ability to defeat a star-level powerhouse. The commander-ranking battle was imminent. When Jiangchen followed Xuanhuan to the inner city's competition venue, it was already overcrowded. In addition to the city guards, the entire horsemen of the apocalypse in the inner city were present. There were also countless experts watching the battle. It could be said that the entire Milky Way city was alarmed. Little Qinzi, why are you only here now? Ah. De Huang and Tong Yao waved at Jiangchen. It was obvious that they were already in position. At this time, De Huang seemed to be hugging 2 beauties on his left and right, giving off a feeling of great fortune. You don't tell me? Jiangchen rolled his eyes at Big Yellow. This brat was too fast. Just a moment ago he was still acting like he wanted to reject Big Yellow. I can't lose my chastity, I have to protect my integrity. Jiangchen looked at Big Yellow with a disdainful expression, while Tong Yao and Tong Ling looked shy. The fact proved that Big Yellow had already made his move, and it was the twin sisters. What a beast. Ahem, I was forced. De Huang coughed twice and said rudely. Ah, it hurts. Tong Ling and Tong Yao, one on the left and one on the right, ruthlessly pinched De Huang. De Huang grimaced in pain. He really didn't know how lucky he was. This time's commander-ranking battle will depend on you. Little Qinzi, don't disappoint this master dog. I'll be cheering you on right here. De Huang spoke with a straight face. Zhang Tian's status in the Knights of Apocalypse is extremely deep. Jiangchen, you have to be careful of his schemes. Tong Yao retracted her expression and had a solemn look on her face. I know I will be more careful. In this commander-ranking battle, there's no one who can do anything to me. Jiang Qin smiled confidently. Right now, it wasn't the time for him to break through yet. Because his foundation as a half-step star wasn't stable enough, Jiang Qin wasn't in a rush to consume the 5 obstruction pill and break through to the star realm. If he did that, it might backfire on him. Now that he already had the hardware to break through to the star realm, he had to make his final preparations. Consolidating his foundation was the most important thing. His innate astral soul had already reached the grand completion stage. Hence, this time around, when Jiang Qin faced a star realm expert, he wasn't afraid at all. However, the disparity between the two was extremely terrifying. Jiang Qin had to be steady and seek victory. Look, Commander Jiang is here. It's rumored that Jiang Qin defeated Divine Dr. Hou Jinshan. I wonder if it's true or false. How can it be false? Just look at his popularity. Many people here are here to see Jiang Qin. He cured the retired veteran's fire and cold poison. His status in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse is getting higher and higher. Whether or not they can become true experts, they still have to pass this trial. The commander ranking battle will definitely eliminate many people, but there will also be people who will rise to the top because of this. This battle concerns their future, so no one will doubt their battle prowess. Look, the second city lord is here. Everyone stopped smiling and looked at the sky. A figure in a red robe descended from the sky. His long hair was disheveled and his temperament was extraordinary. His appearance caused everyone to be shocked and they became extremely solemn. Second City Lord Xiaoyuan was a man standing at the peak of the entire Apocalypse planet. His strength was even more unparalleled. Welcome Lord City Lord. A tsunami of voices spread across the square. Tens of thousands of horsemen of the Apocalypse stood with their fists cupped, respectfully waiting for Second City Lord Xiaoyuan. Xiaoyuan waved his hand and said indifferently, "No need to be so polite. I'm here today to watch the ceremony. The person who will truly decide the commander battle is the commander of the Apocalypse horsemen, Yun Lingfei." City Lord Xiao. At this moment, a white-clothed figure slowly walked over. He was dressed in silver armor and looked very domineering. He had starry eyebrows and sharp eyes, and his aura could swallow the heavens. He was the symbol and spirit of the Apocalypse horseman, Yun Lingfei. Yes, I heard that this time your Apocalypse horseman is full of talented people. This year's ranking battle should be very interesting. Xiaoyuan said with a smile. City Lord Xiao is too kind. Please take a seat. Yun Lingfei nodded. He looked straight ahead with a stern expression. Even though he was facing City Lord Xiao, his expression did not change. Jiang Chen's eyes were solemn. Xiaoyuan did look 60 to 70% similar to Xiao Tai. They were indeed father and son. His strength made Jiang Chen feel pressured. Such a powerhouse was unimaginable to him. Yun Lingfei and Xiaoyuan were currently invincible. Today's commander battle will have a total of 20 people. Only 9 will pass. There will be 3 outer city knight commanders and 6 inner city knight commanders. As for the commander battle, there will be a total of 40 spots. There will be more than 100 participants. Do your best, Yun Lingfei said coldly. Everyone present was silent as they silently looked at him, filled with awe. Commander Yun's status is extremely high. Among the horsemen of the Apocalypse, he is unparalleled. Furthermore, he is the strongest commander in the last 4,000 years. Back then, he led the Apocalypse horsemen to the North Pole to fight the Desolate Race. In the end, the Desolate Race was completely annihilated. They retreated to the North Pole, not daring to advance at all. And many horsemen who were poisoned by fire and cold returned from that battle. In the eyes of everyone on planet Apocalypse, Commander Yun is an invincible god of war. Even the second city lord, Xiaoyuan, might not be able to suppress him. This shows how high his status is because his spirit is too great. He is the god of war in the hearts of every horseman. Chapter 4909. So that's how it is. To be able to become the hero of the entire planet Tianqi, his era should be filled with legends. Jiang Qin said. That's right. In our planet Tianqi, everyone knows about Captain Yun Lingfei. He is the dream lover of us women and the ultimate idol of men. Tong Ling was also extremely excited. She had been thinking about him for so many years and finally saw a living person today. Che, what's the big deal? Sooner or later I will surpass him. De Huang said calmly. He had the confidence and talent. Keep bragging. Captain Yun is the legend of the entire planet Tianqi. If you can surpass him, then wouldn't I be the wife of a legend? Tong Ling said with a smile. Fuck. You actually don't believe in Lord Dog? Little Chinzi, if we don't turn the planet Tianqi upside down, these two girls won't believe in our strength. De Huang scolded. Wait until you reach his strength first. It's better to be well behaved now. If the Knights of Tianqi twist your dog head off, I won't be able to save you. Jiang Qin said with a smile. To the people of the heavenly awakening star, Yun Lingfei was a legend, a myth, their spirit and faith. Jiang Qin was filled with battle intent towards Yun Lingfei. He had made up his mind that he would surpass Yun Lingfei one day, but before his strength reached that level, everything was just empty talk. Fuck you, when did you become such a coward, little Chinzi? De Huang sighed. Jiang Qin smiled but didn't say anything. This was not cowardice but reverence and battle intent. I am Captain Yun's deputy Lin Xiu. I will be the judge for the commander ranking battle. There are a total of 118 people. 3 people to a group, 40 groups. 40 people will stay behind. Then, for people to a group, 10 will be the commanders. The remaining 30 will be the deputy commanders. Only one of the 10 will be left, the gold medal commander, second only to the captain, in charge of 5,000 troops. Lin Xiu, who was clad in armor, stood out from the crowd and stood beside Yun Lingfei. Looks like this commander ranking battle is not that difficult. De Huang smiled. Tong Yao and Tong Ling were already too lazy to pay attention to him. Everyone was completely focused. None of those who could participate in the commander ranking competition were easy to deal with, so there was no need to doubt their strength. The Apocalypse Knights respected the strong the most. Only the strong had the qualifications to become their leader. 118 people. In the first round there will be a draw. Those who draw a draw will advance directly to the next round. The remaining people will form groups of 3 and the winner will be the king. Lin Xiu said solemnly. In this world there was no such thing as fairness. Whether it was the winner or 1 against 2, as long as you were strong enough and lucky enough, anything was possible. Jiang Qin followed the large group to draw lots. In the commander ranking battle, there would be 30% stellar level powerhouses. This battle would be incomparably difficult. Who's number 118? Lin Xiu asked. The surroundings were silent. When Jiang Qin drew the lots, he was slightly startled. His luck was really not bad, he was actually number 118. It's me, Jiang Qin said. You're a draw and will enter the next round. Lin Xiu glanced at Jiang Qin. Many people around revealed looks of envy and jealousy. Isn't this guy's luck too good? This is equivalent to picking up a deputy commander position for free. That's right. I'm so angry and hateful. Why didn't I get it? Do you know who he is? He's Jiang Qin, a commander himself. Moreover, he defeated Sir Divine Doctor. Jiang Qin's victory is well deserved. That's right. I don't think so. This time there are countless experts in the commander ranking battle. Who knows how many experts there are compared to last time? Just the early stage stellar level experts alone are close to 40. That's true. Stellar level experts can't be worse than that half-step stellar level Jiang Qin, right? There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. But the rules were rules. Since there were people who weren't convinced, they couldn't change the rules just for one person. If they weren't convinced, they would probably be asked to leave the commander ranking battle. Little Chinzi's luck is simply invincible. De Huang felt happy for Jiang Qin. He was recuperating and only needed to face the second battle. That's right. He directly locked onto the position of a deputy commander. His luck is really good. The ranking battle of the commanders this time will definitely be reshuffled. Those people who didn't have enough strength before will probably all be eliminated. Even if it's a deputy commander, the value of the ranking battle of the commanders this time will be quite high. Tong Yao said with a serious expression. This time she and her sister Tong Ling weren't so lucky. It was hard to say if they could enter the second round and at least get a deputy commander position. Don't worry. What's so good about being a commander? I don't care at all. Even if I can't become a commander, I will protect you in the future. Big Yellow patted his chest and said confidently with a face full of arrogance. Be careful. Jiang Qin glanced at Tong Yao and Tong Ling. Both of them smiled at each other, but the bitterness at the corner of their mouths was obvious. It all depended on who their opponent was. As long as there was a star-grade expert, they could only be cannon fodder. The first round of the ranking battle went on as scheduled. Jiang Qin didn't have a good feeling in his heart. Tong Yao encountered 2 stellar-level experts. Without a doubt, she was defeated within 10 moves. Tong Ling, on the other hand, was relatively luckier. She encountered 2 half-step stellar-level experts. After a fierce battle, she obtained the final victory with great difficulty and rushed into the final ranking battle. Congratulations. Tong Yao smiled bitterly, feeling somewhat miserable. However, her sister had entered the second round. It could only be said that her luck wasn't good enough. The first round didn't last too long. In less than 2 hours, all the battles had come to an end. The 40 advancers all stood out. This time around, the commander ranking battle is indeed going to be extremely exciting. Yes, whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll know once we bring it out for a walk. It seems that trying to bluff your way through won't work. Without true ability, you will only be beaten back to your original state. I've already seen 9 former commanders being expelled from the competition. The remaining people can almost guarantee the position of deputy commander, but the battle for commander this time will definitely be even more bloody. Haha, I can't wait. After a thrilling battle, all the horsemen of the apocalypse became fired up and were full of anticipation for the next battle. Next is the second round of drawing lots. To ensure fairness, those who don't draw the same number of people will form a group. Lin Xiu said in a deep voice. More than 40 people began to draw lots for the second round. This time Jiang Qin drew number 12. In other words, he had to fight with number 2, 22 and 32. Among the 4 people, only one could become the commander. Number 1 Sun Xiaofei. Number 11 Zhou Jingnan. Number 21 Li Qin. Number 31 Gao Lu. Chapter 49:10. When Zuoluan Hui finished reading the 3 numbers, Jiang Chen's expression changed. Weren't these 3 names the ones that Zuoluan Hui mentioned to him before? Zhang Heng was Zhang Tian's nephew, and Sun Xiaoyao and Li Muran were Zhang Tian's loyal followers. There was definitely something fishy about this lot drawing. Wasn't it too much of a coincidence that all 3 of them were in his group? Jiang Qin didn't believe it at all. This was definitely a conspiracy. And the fact that he had a bye in the first round might have been deliberately done by someone, afraid that he would fail halfway or meet one of the 3 people. At that time he wouldn't be able to unleash his full strength. And if he had a bye in the first round, all 3 of them would be in the same group as him in the second round. It would truly be the group of death. Conspiracy. This must be a conspiracy. Jiang Chen's eyes gradually turned cold. In this battle, Zhang Tian's only had one goal, and that was to get rid of him. On the spectator stand, Zuoluan Hui's expression also changed and became very gloomy. This Zhang Tian's actually dared to do this? The 3 of them had been assigned to Jiang Chen's group because they wanted to kill Jiang Chen. They wanted to exterminate him and leave no room for future trouble. When Zuoluan Hui looked at Zhang Tian's beside him, the corner of Zhang Tian's mouth gradually curved up and he looked at Zuoluan Hui provocatively. It seemed that Zhang Tian's had long predicted this result. You already knew. Zuoluan Hui's eyes were cold as he transmitted his voice to Zhang Tian's. Haven't you always seen me as an eyesore? Unfortunately, you want to use this kind of trash to trip me? Aren't you being too whimsical? Take care of yourself first, He has to die. I said that even the city lord can't keep him. Zhang Tian's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He was completely prepared. If Jiang Qin didn't die, how could he be at ease? Zuoluan Hui and Zhang Tian's were at each other's throats, but Jiang Chen's current situation was almost certain death. In the eyes of ordinary people, Jiang Chen had no hope of surviving being grouped with 3 stellar-level powerhouses. However, only Zuoluan Hui knew that these 3 people were all Zhang Tian's men. They only had one goal, and that was to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you must be extra careful. Zuoluan Hui didn't expect Zhang Tian's to actually pay such a huge price. He actually made the 3 of them give up fighting for the position of chief commander just to rob and kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has to be careful this time. These 3 people are stellar-level powerhouses. This battle is extremely dangerous. Tong Yao sighed. If it really doesn't work, Jiang Chen should just surrender. Even if he can't win, there's no need to suppress him so desperately. Tong Ling said. You don't understand. When the horsemen of the apocalypse compete, there's no such thing as surrendering. What are they? They are the horsemen of the apocalypse, the greatest warriors of the apocalypse planet. Have you ever seen anyone surrender? They can only fight and can't retreat. Otherwise, they will become the laughingstock of everyone. Only a true defeat can do that. Dignity and glory are sometimes more important than life. However, Jiang Chen should be in trouble. 3 early-stage stellar-level powerhouses. Even if they are only at the first level of the stellar level, they still can't be underestimated. The difference between a half-step stellar level and a stellar level is too great. Tong Yao's face was filled with worry. Failure wasn't scary. Surrendering was the scariest. Don't worry. Little Chinzi definitely won't lose that easily. Don't forget that he defeated the six-ridged coiling dragon at Water Curtain Mountain. De Huang said solemnly. That's because the six-ridged coiling dragon's power was suppressed to below the stellar level. Although he was very strong before, a true stellar level's power isn't something you and I can imagine. Tong Yao still couldn't hide her apprehension. After all, Jiang Chen had to fight 1 against 3 in this battle. No one was more difficult than Jiang Chen in this battle because he already knew the purpose of these 3 people and everyone's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If he lost, he probably wouldn't be able to survive. This Zhang Tiance really put in a lot of effort to kill him. Jiang Chen felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy, but he had no choice but to release the arrow. There was no way out for him. It was a huge challenge to fight 3 enemies at the same time. Even when he was fighting the 6-ridged coiling dragon, Jiang Chen didn't feel such pressure. These 3 enemies had locked onto him and it was impossible for him to retreat. I announced that the commander ranking battle will now begin. Following Lin Xiu's announcement, the 10 ranking battles officially began and they were held at the same time. It seems that the standard of this year's commander battle is indeed very high, Xiao Yuan said with a faint smile. His eyes swept across the dozens of experts participating in the commander battle and finally landed on Jiang Chen. I heard that this Jiang Chen cured the fire-cold poison that made all the retired soldiers tremble in fear? He even defeated miracle Dr. Hou Jinshan? Lingfei, what do you think? Xiao Yuan glanced at Yun Lingfei and said. Yun Lingfei nodded. Yes, there is such a person, but his strength is only a half-step star level. He should lose this commander battle for sure. Facing 3-star levels, it would be strange if he could win. Although Yun Lingfei had a good impression of Jiang Chen, after all, he cured so many retired veterans suffering from the fire-cold poison and those horsemen of the apocalypse were his old subordinates. Although Yun Lingfei admired Jiang Chen, this was a competition after all. Whoever won or lost depended on ability. Even he, the leader of the horsemen of the apocalypse, was not qualified to intervene. He was considered lucky to be able to get a bye in the first round. If he had to face 3 early-stage star-level experts in the second round, it could only be said that his luck had run out. Being able to defeat Hou Jinshan shows that this Jiang Chen still has some skills. Although he is facing 3 early-stage star-level experts, I still have some expectations for him. Xiao Yuan muttered. City Lord Xiao is right. The Apocalypse Galaxy City is originally a place full of miracles. What if this Jiang Chen really wins? Yun Lingfei said faintly, but he was not optimistic. He was too lazy to continue entangling with Xiao Yuan, so he simply followed his words. Win? How could he win? He could not win even if he used his head. This Xiao Yuan was completely joking. Yes, everything is possible. Let's just watch from the side. Xiao Yuan said with a smile. This arrangement was personally ordered by him. There was only one purpose, and that was to kill Jiang Chen. With the blessing of the second city lord, Zhang Tiance was even more confident. This was completely an unimpeded road. Wasn't fighting with the second city lord courting death? This Jiang Chen could be personally arranged by the second city lord. It was a worthy death. Everyone's eyes gradually converged. 40 experts gathered together, and the battle had already begun. Chapter 49:11. Jiang Chen, right? It seems that we are quite fated, Sun Xiaoyao said with a smile. Sun Xiaoyao said with a smile. He stood with his arms crossed and spoke with fervor and assurance with a calm and collected appearance. That goes without saying. This is fate. The 3 of us have to serve Commander Jiang Chen well. Zhang Heng sneered. To be able to defeat Sir Miracle Doctor, it seems that you have some ability. I just don't know if your skills are strong enough. Many people in the Knights of Apocalypse admire you very much, and I also want to ask for some advice. Li Muran also looked at Jiang Chen with a faint smile. The 3 of them surrounded Jiang Chen at the same time. It seems that you guys are already prepared, but I seem to be a bit hasty. Zhang Tiance's purpose might be to have the 3 of you kill me directly, using an accident as an explanation. He really thinks highly of me, 3 stellar-level experts. Jiang Chen sneered. The trio's expression turned solemn. They exchanged a glance with each other. Obviously, Jiang Chen had already known their background and their purpose. But what could he do even if he knew their purpose? Now, even if the city lord came, he wouldn't be able to save him. It seems that you are already mentally prepared. In that case, you will definitely die in this battle. What else do you want to say? Just say it. Even if you die, you will die without regrets. Limuran said. Last words? I think it's better if the three of you say it. I only want to say one thing. How do you want to die? Jiang Chen looked proud and fearless as he faced the three of them. I gave you face, but you don't want it? Are you worthy? Xianhuan looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. You are about to die, yet you are still so arrogant. If I don't kill you, the heavens will not tolerate it. Kill. Sun Xiaoyao took the lead and rushed toward Jiang Chen with his bare fists. That punch made Jiang Chen's expression extremely serious. He didn't dare to be careless and used all his strength to meet the attack with both palms. Jiang Chen grunted and took a few steps back. His face was extremely gloomy, and the blood in his body was tumbling. However, he took this punch. Facing the full blow of a stellar-level expert, he didn't hesitate at all and used his own actions to give the opponent the most powerful answer. That was close. Tong Ling was shocked. Facing Sun Xiaoyao's punch, Jiang Chen didn't disappoint anyone. Although he didn't gain the upper hand, at least he didn't suffer serious injuries. Many people exclaimed. Jiang Chen's strength wasn't limited to this. Defeating Hou Jinshan was just a small test of his strength. Now, with his half-step Star Realm strength, he wasn't afraid of fighting a Star Realm expert. Isn't this too powerful? Looks like you can't retreat, Sun Xiaoyao. Zhang Hing said with a light smile. His words were full of provocation. Bullshit. I'll just crush him with one hand. Sun Xiaoyao's face darkened. It was obvious that he couldn't hold it anymore. A half-stellar level expert, he swore before that he would definitely kill him within 3 moves. Then the two of us will have to wait and see. Limuran also said with a smile. The two of them watched from the side and didn't plan to make a move. Jiang Chen was cautious. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and pointed it at Sun Xiaoyao with a dignified expression. Brat. Today I will definitely cut you into 8 pieces. Sun Xiaoyao was furious. If he didn't get rid of Jiang Chen, how would he be able to live in the future? These two guys would always talk about how they couldn't even deal with a half-stellar level expert. That was a great shame. Sun Xiaoyao fought with Jiang Chen with his bare hands. Jiang Chen was calm and steady like Mount Tai. Facing a stellar-level expert, he could only advance step by step. After all, although he defeated the 6-spine coiling dragon, its strength was suppressed below the stellar level. It didn't count. Facing a real stellar-level expert, he had to think carefully. Sun Xiaoyao's fist wind was very fierce. Even when facing Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword, it was not inferior. Every move was ruthless and full of killing intent. It didn't seem like a competition at all. It seemed like he wanted to take Jiang Chen's life. Although Jiang Chen was shocked, he didn't panic. Sun Xiaoyao's berserk fighting power made him very uncomfortable, but he still stabilized the situation by relying on the limitless sword. Although it was very difficult, Jiang Chen finally had some understanding of an initial stellar-level expert. The confrontation between the two was full of danger. Jiang Chen retreated step by step and was forced into a very difficult situation by Sun Xiaoyao. You don't deserve to fight with me. Sun Xiaoyao sneered and increased his strength. The biggest change of a stellar-level expert was the ability to communicate with the Genesis Chi between heaven and earth. Even in battle, they weren't the slightest bit weak. By communicating with the Genesis Chi between heaven and earth, the battle would be smoother and smoother. They could face the opponent calmly. Every move of Sun Xiaoyao's was natural, and the consumption of Genesis Chi would also be greatly reduced. Sun Xiaoyao's every step took the initiative. In the face of absolute strength, even Jiang Chen seemed to be stretched. That's not necessarily the case. Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest stage fright. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he could still advance step by step. He had already stabilized his footing. His physique wasn't weak at all in the face of a stellar-level expert. Jiang Chen began to gradually look for opportunities to break through in the midst of difficulties. However, a stellar-level expert was slightly superior. Jiang Chen could only deal with the myriad of changes by remaining unchanged. On the contrary, Sun Xiaoyao's continuous attacks had created quite a bit of pressure on Jiang Chen. If this continued, his situation wouldn't improve. The heavenly dragon sword aura was frightening, but Sun Xiaoyao's punches hit the flesh, giving Jiang Chen an unimaginable pressure. This is what a stellar-level expert should be like. Brother Xiaoyao, we don't need to do anything, right? Limuran said frivolously. His words infuriated Sun Xiaoyao even more. He could only vent all his anger on Jiang Chen. If he couldn't get rid of Jiang Chen as soon as possible, he would be ridiculed by all the stellar-level experts. Jiang Chen became braver as he fought. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was still fighting steadily. No one had expected such a situation because Jiang Chen could actually fight back and forth with a stellar-level expert. I don't know if Li Muran is too weak, or if Jiang Chen is too strong. Haha, the one who laughs in the end is the one who laughs the best. It's still too early to say these things. Half-step stellar level can actually fight against a stellar-level expert, and he's so good at fighting. Am I seeing things? Jiang Chen is indeed worthy of being my idol. Ever since he cured hundreds of retired soldiers who were suffering from the fire-cold poison, I knew that he was not a simple person. Facing 3 stellar-level experts, if Jiang Chen wants to stand out, it's really as difficult as ascending to heaven. Although many people paid attention to Jiang Chen. After all, he cured many retired veterans and was very popular. If he wanted to get a ranking in the commander ranking battle where powerhouses gathered, it still depended on his strength. Could be said that his luck was good or bad. In the first round he didn't have to fight back. After recuperating he actually faced 3 powerhouses in the second round. These 3 people were previously famous in the Knights of the Apocalypse. Although they were only at the first level of the stellar level, it should be known that breaking through to the stellar level was a qualitative transformation. Jiang Chen hadn't reached that qualitative transformation yet, so facing these 3 people, he almost had no chance of standing out. Chapter 49:12. Even so, Jiang Chen's struggle still made people's blood boil. A half-step star-level expert could also be so strong. Under Sun Xiaoyao's suppression he could survive in the cracks. This wasn't shameful. On the contrary, this was the dream of countless half-step star-level experts. However, no half-step star-level expert dared to challenge a star-level expert. This was an insurmountable gap. Jiang Chen had been waiting for an opportunity. It wasn't that he couldn't fight Sun Xiaoyao head-on. Only when he had a complete understanding of Sun Xiaoyao's techniques would he be able to counter Sun Xiaoyao's attacks. Right now, Li Muran and Zhang Heng didn't seem to have any intention of attacking him. He didn't have the confidence to fight against the 3 of them at the same time. By the time the 3 of them decided to join hands and kill him, he would be able to deal with them more easily. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. The fight between the 2 became more and more unpredictable. Jiang Chen's strength also surprised many people. Only De Huang was not in a hurry. See? This is Jiang Chen. You guys will never know how much ability he can explode. In this battle, even if there are 3-star level experts, I bet that little Qinzi will win. De Huang was full of confidence. Tong Ling and Tong Yao looked at him with contempt. Was this guy crazy? Even if Jiang Chen could fight Sun Xiaoyao to a draw, fighting 1 against 3 was just a dream. Both of them were worried about Jiang Chen in the slightest. It was time to fight back. Jiang Chen's face darkened. The limitless sword was like a wild dragon coming out of its sheath. It raged in the sky and rushed up to the clouds. 27 swords. 28 swords. 29 swords. Each sword was stronger than the previous. It was like the birth of a heavenly dragon, unstoppable. Jiang Chen's strength had reached the peak of the half-step star level. His physique was unparalleled. The body of a true dragon and the heavenly dragon sword merged into one. His movements were bold and unparalleled. Changing the previous decline, Jiang Chen's counterattack made countless people exclaim. This was not just a counterattack but a wonderful battle. Those with discerning eyes could see that Jiang Chen really had the power of a star level. Sun Xiaoyao didn't have the slightest intention of going easy. Whoever could win such a battle would have a promising future. Even if they were blood brothers, there would definitely be a clear winner. Damn it. Sun Xiaoyao frowned. Facing Jiang Chen's limitless sword, he was more shocked than anyone else. This guy didn't play his cards according to common sense. The declining momentum at the beginning was instantly swept away, replaced by a courageous and overbearing aura. The sword momentum was overbearing, the aura was overbearing, and the person was even more overbearing. You want to shit on my head? You don't deserve it. Sun Xiaoyao's inner pride was also completely aroused by Jiang Chen. He rushed forward with all his might and killed an old master with a flurry of punches. With absolute strength, he wasn't afraid of anyone. A mere half-step star level definitely couldn't shake him. Dragon Transformation. After Jiang Chen used the Dragon Transformation, his strength once again advanced by leaps and bounds. His dragon form also attracted the attention of countless people. His strength increased more than tenfold. Jiang Chen began his desperate counterattack. With the support of the Dragon Transformation, the indestructible body of a true dragon firmly suppressed Sun Xiaoyao's aura. Sun Xiaoyao became more and more depressed, and he felt indescribably sullen. Why? He couldn't even take down a half-step star level. How could he still have the face to run amok in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse? This guy is indeed something, Xiaoyan said with a chuckle. However, the show had just begun. Although he had resisted Sun Xiaoyao's attack, once Li Muran and Zhang Heng joined in, Jiang Chen would undoubtedly die. This is somewhat beyond my expectations. Yun Lingfei's eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Chen's strength was actually comparable to a star level. It was indeed beyond everyone's expectations to make an expert like Sun Xiaoyao stagger. Yun Lingfei couldn't help but feel a sense of appreciation for talent. At this time, Xiao Tai quietly appeared behind Xiaoyan and calmly watched the square. Only Jiang Chen's group attracted most of the attention. If the weak defeated the strong, wouldn't it cause a huge uproar if Jiang Chen really won? Xiao Tai's anger would only be appeased when he saw this bastard die here today. Moreover, Jiang Chen still had a 10-pattern 7 revolutions great return pill in his hand. You want to shake a tree with a mere grain of rice? This kind of person is overestimating himself. A deathbed struggle will only make him look worse in the end. Xiao Tai's cold eyes made Yun Lingfei a little uncomfortable. It seemed that the son of City Lord Xiao had some prejudice against Jiang Chen. Whether he's a mule or a horse we'll only know after we try. Let's just wait and see. If Jiang Chen can really defeat 3-star level experts, it will be a great story for the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Xiaoyan said with a watertight smile. Although this competition had been planned by him, he could remain so calm. Most importantly, he wanted to rope in Yun Lingfei. As the leader of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, although Yun Lingfei's status was inferior to his, he was the eternal god of war in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. With a single call, hundreds would respond. Such military might was irreplaceable by anyone. Jiang Chen's boundless sword brought great pressure to Sun Xiaoyao. His original initiative was also completely taken away by Jiang Chen, and he began to show signs of defeat. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's strength was no longer weaker than Sun Xiaoyao's. He had previously pretended to be weak in order to wait for this moment to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. The pressure that the boundless sword brought to Sun Xiaoyao was beyond his imagination, but he had no other choice. He was exhausted from dealing with it and had fallen into a complete stalemate. If this continued, it would only become more and more difficult for him. At first, Sun Xiaoyao wanted to persist. He couldn't lose his dignity and glory, but after exchanging more than 10 moves with Jiang Chen, he finally understood his situation. If this continued, he might even be beaten up by Jiang Chen. This was not a good sign. Although he didn't want Li Muran and Zhang Heng to fight, he couldn't care so much at this time. If he lost face because of a moment of impulsiveness, it didn't matter, but if he delayed important matters, Zhang Tian's would never spare him. Why aren't you two making a move? What are you waiting for? Don't tell me you want me to invite you personally? Sun Xiaoyao's face was full of anger as he rebuked them. He had already flown into a rage out of humiliation. He couldn't care so much anymore as he retreated step by step. Chapter 49:13. The more Jiang Chen fought, the more courageous he became. Sun Xiaoyao was completely caught in a deadlock and had no way to fight back. It was as if he was stuck in a quagmire. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Zhang Heng and Li Muran no longer had the intention to continue watching. Under Sun Xiaoyao's angry shout, they also joined the battle without hesitation. 3 against 1, no mercy at all. What they wanted was not fairness but Jiang Chen's life. Isn't this too much of a bully? 3 against 1? Who would be able to defeat him? Yes, if this goes on, Jiang Chen will lose without a doubt. It's fine if he loses, but if he goes after Jiang Chen, his life will be in danger. What's the difference between this and killing people? This is a competition and this is reality. The winner will step on the bones of the loser and walk to the peak of his life. Once you've entered the game, you have no choice. Many people observed a moment of silence for Jiang Chen. Even a god would be powerless against 3 stellar-level experts. It was simply impossible to win. Although many people were indignant and felt unreconciled for Jiang Chen, this was an indisputable fact. If one wanted to become a powerhouse, one had to overcome all obstacles and go through many hardships. It was just that this time, Jiang Chen's hardships were too unfair in everyone's opinion. Yun Lingfei frowned slightly. However, this was a competition and no one could intervene. The winner was king and the loser was in the wrong. It all depended on his luck. The 3 of them had joined forces to deal with Jiang Chen. 3 stellar-level experts against a half-step stellar-level expert. Wasn't this too unsightly? As an upright gentleman, Yun Lingfei was quite contemptuous of this practice. However, as the commander of the Knights of the Apocalypse, he hoped to see an evenly matched opponent. Xiao Yuan had a smile on his face all along. He was calm and composed, completely in the posture of a bystander. If Jiang Chen wanted to stand out, he would have to ask these 3 stellar-level experts for permission. Faced with the joint attack of 3 people, Jiang Chen was undoubtedly forced into a passive position. Moreover, he staggered with every step and his life was in danger at any moment. The slightest mistake would result in his death. Although Jiang Chen was already used to the increasingly difficult situation, he still had to be extremely careful. The Sky Dragon Sword was already difficult to sustain. He could only attack as a substitute for defense. However, the pressure from the 3 people was too strong. Jiang Chen's whole person was in a situation where he could not move an inch. From victory to defeat in a split second. Brat, go to hell. Li Muron's leg technique was as fast as lightning, swift like thunder and swift like the wind. His leg shadows pierced through the air and pressed across the void. Jiang Chen was hit hard by him one after another and could only struggle to cope with it. His defense was full of loopholes because he was too weak in front of the 3 stellar-level experts. He was so weak that he could not withstand a single blow. Jiang Chen was hit by the 3 people one after another. He could only clench his teeth and persevere, using the battle to nurture the battle. However, the opponents were too strong, so his injuries were getting worse and worse. It was almost a one-sided situation. He had no room to fight back. However, with the body of the true dragon and the blessing of the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's resistance and ability to fight a battle of attrition were far beyond everyone's expectations. Not only did Jiang Chen not fall, but he also withstood the attacks of the 3 people. Although the battle was still one-sided, Jiang Chen's tenacious perseverance deeply shocked everyone. As strong as an ox, as weak as a tortoise. Jiang Chen's momentum had never changed. His aura had always been maintained perfectly. Even in the face of the fatal attacks of the 3 people, Jiang Chen still managed to survive in the cracks, only for a slim chance of survival. Many people felt sad for Jiang Chen and were also moved by his strong perseverance. However, in the face of life, these were not worth mentioning. Jiang Chen became more and more passive, and his end was already determined. Attack quickly lest something unexpected happens. Zhang Heng shouted in a low voice. The 3 people once again increased the pace of their attacks, determined to kill Jiang Chen quickly. They would not even give him a chance to surrender. Ancient Soaring Dragon Art. Reverse Dragon Scale. Jiang Chen roared. He could feel the killing intent coming from all directions, and his strength rose once again. The ancient soaring dragon art allowed his combat strength to soar rapidly, and he was almost on par with the 3 people. The reverse dragon scale also increased his defense to the extreme. Although Jiang Chen's injuries were not light, if these 3 people wanted to kill him, they would definitely not be able to do it in a day. This is impossible. Countless people exclaimed. The battle had yet to end and only Jiang Chen's group was left. Jiang Chen, in a desperate situation, was like a phoenix rising from the ashes. The ancient soaring dragon art was activated, and Jiang Chen's strength was monstrous. He was not weaker than a stellar-level expert at all. Even though he was fighting 1 against 3, he actually became more relaxed. Jiang Chen's strength had always been criticized by others, or perhaps it was better to say that no one thought highly of him. However, he had proven himself again and again. Layer after layer of metamorphosis made him invincible. Dragon body with dragon armor, dragon sword with dragon flower. Fighting 1 against 3, he shone brilliantly. Most importantly, Jiang Chen had yet to break through to the stellar level. This battle made everyone go crazy and Jiang Chen's reputation soared. Regardless of whether he won or lost, he had already won everyone's respect. This strength was enough to counterattack, and he had already shown some clues when he fought against Sun Xiaoyao. Sun Xiaoyao was not Jiang Chen's match at all. Now that the 3 of them were stacked together, Jiang Chen was still able to resist the pressure. Currently, Jiang Chen's body could be said to be shining brightly. It was not just the rising Genesis Qi, but he had become a god of war in the hearts of tens of thousands of horsemen of the apocalypse. How did this guy become so strong? Zhang Tian's murmured. He was extremely worried. Could it be that 3 early-stage stellar-level experts could not kill him? If Jiang Chen did not die in this battle, then he would definitely soar to the sky, and his future achievements would be limitless. It would be even more difficult for Zhang Tian's to make a move against him. This time, without the help of the second city lord, he would not have such a good opportunity. However, even with such a good opportunity, Sun Xiaoyao and the other two still could not give Jiang Chen a fatal blow. This made Zhang Tianci extremely anxious. He could not wait to personally go down and fight to the death with Jiang Chen. What? Are you anxious? It seems that there are times when you can't keep your cool. Ah. Zuoluan Hui's face was full of calmness. The previous disappointment was also swept away, replaced by his open-mindedness and excitement. Jiang Chen was able to fight against Zhang Heng and the other two alone. This was something that Zuoluan Hui did not dare to imagine. Originally, this would be an unsolvable deadlock, but he did not expect that Jiang Chen would be able to revive it alone. As long as Jiang Chen was strong enough, he would be able to withstand the pressure from the three of them. That would be a fierce battle, and if he couldn't withstand it, he would be the one to die. Although the rules stated that no one was allowed to kill their opponent, there were plenty of people who had failed. Everyone wanted to become famous after a single battle. Don't be too happy too early. It's not certain who will be the winner. Take your time and see. Chapter 49-14. Sun Xiaoyao and the other two were getting more and more shocked as they fought. Not only had Jiang Chen's strength greatly exceeded their expectations, but he'd even started to counterattack. Could this fellow really be a god that had descended from the heavens? The battle intent in the hearts of the three grew stronger. Their desire to win was naturally not weaker than Jiang Chen's. They were three stellar-level experts. If they really fell in the hands of Jiang Chen, their lives would be ruined. There's no need to hold back. Give it your all. Zhang Heng said in a low voice. He took out the heaven-splitting great axe in his hand and swept it across the horizon. Jiang Chen soared into the sky and slashed with the heavenly dragon sword. The clashing sounds and tremors caused the surrounding earth to tremble. If it wasn't for the restriction of the formation, this martial arts arena would have long been turned into ruins. Sun Xiaoyao wielded his great saber and immediately went up to meet the attack, catching Jiang Chen off guard. Li Muran wielded the 9 linked copper bells. The sound was incomparably ear-piercing. In between the buzzing sounds, it could disturb the minds of people. Wave after wave of attacks destroyed Jiang Chen's soul. However, what Li Muran didn't know was that Jiang Chen's source astral soul was unparalleled in the world. In the entire Tianqi planet, there might not be anyone with a source astral soul. Wanting to injure his soul was just wishful thinking. Formation. Li Muran roared. The three of them retreated again and formed a ring formation, trapping Jiang Chen within. With the support of the formation, it allowed them to be more relaxed. To kill Jiang Chen, they had to end the battle quickly. Playing with a formation in front of little Qinzi? Aren't these fellows courting death? De Huang snorted. Jiang Chen was still full of fighting spirit. Facing the encirclement of the three, he didn't have the slightest bit of worry. Instead, he followed their formation and began the second wave of counterattack. Facing the encirclement of the three, Jiang Chen's face was calm. If they wanted to use a formation to suppress him, then he would give them a taste of their own medicine. Following their formation, he would counterattack them. Flames of the beacon, frenzied blade crisscrossing. Sun Xiaoyao's expression was malevolent. Heaven's will, heaven-splitting axe. Zhang Heng and the others attacked one after another, sealing off Jiang Chen's path of retreat, making it impossible for him to escape. Countless people were horrified. This time, it was impossible for Jiang Chen to escape. Facing the life and death attack of 3 people, even if Jiang Chen had 9 lives, he might not be able to survive. Moreover, he was bound by the formation, so it was difficult for him to continue. Heavenly God legs. The 3 of them moved about in the air, suppressing Jiang Chen to the point where he could not resist at all. Trapped in a formation, even a deity could not save him. The surrounding air seemed to have solidified. Jiang Chen's sword was completely suppressed and he was unable to perform the limitless sword. His figure was completely immobilized and he stood there. In the eyes of the crowd, he had become a living target for the 3 of them. Death was approaching Jiang Chen step by step. Was a genius of a generation going to fall just like that? Many people felt sorry for Jiang Chen and felt that it was not worth it. However, this was the cruelty of reality. Surviving was the attitude that an expert should have. The 3 of them used all their means in the formation, and Jiang Chen had nowhere to hide. Sigh, he's going to die in the end. Jiang Chen is indeed very strong, but those 3 are even more terrifying. In a battle between star-level experts, he's only a half-step star-level expert. If Jiang Chen's strength is really at the star level now, those 3 people should also not be able to escape misfortune. Who says it isn't? But this is fate. The Knights of the Apocalypse have never sympathized with the weak. The strong are respected. There's a cycle of reincarnation in the world. There's no need to doubt Jiang Chen's strength, but who can say that he'll definitely win? In the end, the arm can't twist the thigh. Jiang Chen has already lost. This battle is a foregone conclusion. Did he really lose? Is he really going to lose? Commander Jiang Chen. In the end, the highly anticipated Jiang Chen had still fallen behind and was going to lose? Just as everyone was feeling pity for Jiang Chen, that wooden figure suddenly moved. The attacks of the three of them all missed because their formation had been completely changed. The three of them had thought that they had trapped Jiang Chen, but they hadn't expected that they would be trapped instead. This is impossible. Impossible. How could this be? The three of them exchanged glances. Their fatal blows had ultimately missed, and Jiang Chen's figure had already teleported away. Stepping on the heaven ascension ladder, Jiang Chen took advantage of the momentum and moved his palms, forming hand seals. Single sun finger. A terrifying finger descended from the sky, blasting the trio back. Their legs sunk into the ground and their faces turned deathly pale. Even if they were prepared, they would not be able to withstand this attack. Under the immense pressure, Jiang Chen's second finger was already inches away. Double dragon finger. Jiang Chen's two fingers shot out like a rampaging dragon that could devour heaven and earth. The three of them were pierced by a single finger, and for a split second they were all stunned on the spot. Jiang Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. The Genesis chi in his body had been completely exhausted. The second finger of the nine tribulations' heavenly imprisoning finger had emptied his body. Kneeling on one knee, Jiang Chen slowly raised his head. The entire place was deathly silent. Not far away, Zhang Heng, Sun Xiaoyao, and Li Muran were all dumbstruck. Their eyes were filled with astonishment, but at this moment, their eyes were empty and lifeless, as if their souls had been emptied. Indeed, their souls had already dissipated. The final two dragon fingers had pierced their dantians, causing their spirit, chi and spirit to crumble in an instant. 3-finger kills. Everyone watching the battle was dumbstruck. They stood with their chests puffed out, their faces filled with horror as they sucked in a breath of cold air. Strong. He was simply too strong. The final finger made everyone feel as if a lifetime had passed. Little did they know that Sun Xiaoyao and the other two had already perished. Is this Jiang Chen? Even now, they didn't dare to believe or want to believe that a half-step star state had killed 3 star states in an instant. This was unprecedented in the history of the heaven-awakened planet. No one had ever done this before, and no one would be able to do it in the future. Jiang Chen's method had won everyone's admiration, especially the Apocalypse Cavalry. They were deeply shocked. Such an expert was worthy of their respect. Even in the face of a strong enemy, he was still fearless. He fought against 3 enemies at the same time, which made everyone look at him in a new light. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Even a god of war would not amount to much. Zhang Tian's expression was the ugliest. He had tried so hard to plan everything, but in the end, Jiang Chen had single-handedly destroyed everything. Moreover, it was 3 kills. All of his loyal subordinates had died, and even his own nephew had been killed. This was simply unheard of. Many people could not believe their eyes, but the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Chapter 49:15. Xuanhuan was so happy that he almost jumped up and clapped for Jiang Chen. This was too amazing. This guy's strength was terrifying. His future achievements would definitely be limitless. Xuanhuan was very excited when he saw Zhang Tian's ugly expression. No one had expected this result. Zhang Tian's hadn't expected it, and he hadn't expected it either. 3 of Zhang Tian's diehard followers had been killed by Jiang Chen. This was a true tyrant. What did I say? The little Qinzi definitely won't lose to these pieces of trash. Now, you should believe that I can surpass Yin Lingfei in the future, right? De Huang vowed. Jiang Chen was the one who defeated them. What does that have to do with you? Tong Yao rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, but in her heart she trusted Big Yellow even more. Her man was also confident in himself. He was even more confident in himself and others. Yun Lingfei's eyes were full of smiles. Jiang Chen had risen above the rest. Although they had lost 3-star grade experts, Jiang Chen's strength and potential were unfathomable. On the other hand, Xiao Yuan had a solemn expression while Xiao Tai snorted. Clearly they were filled with hatred for Jiang Chen for killing the 3 of them. However, the truth was that Jiang Chen had relied on his own strength to counterattack in front of everyone. No one could doubt that. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of confidence. This battle had established his position in the Knights of the Apocalypse realm. In the future, if anyone wanted to provoke him, they would have to think twice. Even if it was that arrogant Xiao Tai, the son of the city lord, Jiang Qin didn't care. If he really pissed him off, he would kill him and leave the Apocalypse Star. However, if Jiang Qin wanted to understand the Heaven and Lightning Star system, he would have to get in touch with the city lord of the Heaven and Lightning Star system. Only by understanding the Heaven and Lightning Star system would he know Feng Er's whereabouts. If Feng Er wasn't on the Heaven and Lightning Star system, then Jiang Qin's path would be even longer. At this moment, everyone was cheering for Jiang Qin, and thunderous applause erupted. All the horsemen of the apocalypse felt honored. Jiang Qin himself hadn't thought that the final battle would be so intense. However, he had managed to pull through. These 3-star level experts had given him a lot of benefits. Fighting against experts had allowed him to see his own strengths and weaknesses. Only by learning from their strengths could he continue to break through and progress. However, Jiang Qin hadn't dared to easily try to break through to the star level. If he didn't have a 70% chance of success, then he definitely wouldn't make a move. Even if he had the 5-barrier pill, it was only a safeguard. When it came time to break through, his personal cultivation would still be the most important part. Jiang Qin had always been a steady person. He would never spoil things through excessive enthusiasm, as that would definitely cause great harm to his future cultivation. A 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. Jiang Qin had always believed that only by taking one step at a time would he be able to stabilize his strength. The reason why he was able to defeat 3-star realm experts at once was because his foundation was strong and solid. If it was anyone else, no matter how talented they were, they wouldn't be able to do what he did. Jiang Qin smiled. He hadn't let down Zhuoluan Hui's expectations. Killing these 3 people was equivalent to cutting off one of Zhang Tian's arms. Jiang Qin was very happy. The glory of victory shone on everyone present. Jiang Qin's radiance covered everyone else. He had amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. His reputation was already unparalleled in the entire horsemen of the apocalypse. At the very least, it was unparalleled among the commanders. A young man in gray robes stood with his arms crossed, silently watching Jiang Qin. The final battle of the gold medal commanders would definitely be even more exciting. Xiaoyin, it looks like you've met your match in the final battle. That's not necessarily the case. Although Jiang Qin is very strong, it's a different story compared to our Xiaoyin. However, Xiaoyin is still only a first-level star level. Although he has been at the peak for a long time, I'm afraid it won't be easy to break through to the second-level star level. Who knows, but I think the final gold medal commander battle will definitely be a life-and-death duel between Xiaoyin and Jiang Qin. Yeah, I've already given up, haha. Many star-grade experts chuckled, as if they weren't interested in the final battle for the gold medal commander position. This was because they knew that even if they joined hands, they might not be able to obtain the final victory. Xiaoyin had been a gold medal commander all these years, and no one had dared to challenge his authority. You do have some skills. If it was before, I might have been a little afraid. After all, you defeated 3 people, but now, killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket, the gray-robed man said coldly. The gray-robed man coldly said. He was the person that everyone was talking about enthusiastically, Xiaoyin, the former gold medal commander. After bidding farewell to the glorious land, Jiang Qin returned to the horsemen of the apocalypse and began to rapidly recover his strength. There was still a battle tomorrow, and Jiang Qin still wouldn't give up on the final gold medal commander battle. The higher one stood, the further one could see. This wasn't because of his desire for power, but because he desired more information and a better understanding of the Heaven Awakened planet and even the Heaven Awakened star field. Only then would he have a clear conscience. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for your injuries to recover to their peak within a day. If you really can't do it, you should just give up. Tong Ling glanced at Jiang Qin. The battle tomorrow would be even crueler and more dangerous. Jiang Qin's body was already at a disadvantage, and those outstanding experts were all star-level experts. For Jiang Qin it would be even more difficult. Didn't your sister say that? No one in the horsemen of the apocalypse has ever surrendered. I can't set a precedent and become the first in history, right? Jiang Qin shook his head with a faint smile. What he cared about was not success or failure, but a kind of training for himself. Only by meeting a strong expert would he be able to find his own breakthrough point. Only by doing this could he get closer to becoming a true expert. Just be careful, little Qinzi. This Lord Dog is still very confident in you. De Huang patted Jiang Qin's shoulder. This confidence seemed to be bestowed upon Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, Commander Zhuo wants to see you. Tong Yao returned from outside the door. Okay. Just as Jiang Qin was about to get up, Zhuo rushed over. Your injuries are more important. It's better for you to recover quickly. Zhuo smiled. In today's battle you made that guy Zhang Tian's completely lose his support. Now he's a commander without an army in the horsemen of the apocalypse. I have to thank you. Commander Zhuo is too polite. Zhang Tian's has always wanted to kill me, so there's nothing wrong with me doing this. Jiang Qin said disapprovingly. But I came to disturb you today because I have another matter. Chapter 49:16. Commander Zhuo, feel free to speak your mind. Jiang Qin said with a smile. He had already come this far, so there was nothing to worry about. I should support you in fighting for the gold medal, Commander, but your strength has yet to break through the star level, and you have experienced a series of battles at this time. For you, fighting for the gold medal commander is still very dangerous. Moreover, the previous gold medal commander was very terrifying and had a very high status in the horsemen of the apocalypse. This time he is also participating. Many people assert that he will still be the gold medal commander this time. Basically, no one can compete with him. Xuanhuan said in a deep voice. So, you want me to retreat? Jiang Qin said. Xuanhuan was silent for a moment and nodded. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. You are too outstanding, so you will definitely arouse the dissatisfaction of many people. If you touch other people's cake, they will definitely hold you responsible. The horsemen of the apocalypse and the Milky Way city are far from as simple as you think. In that case, I have to fight even more. The gold medal commander sounds good. I, Jiang Qin, have never had the habit of surrendering. As a horseman of the apocalypse, I can't be afraid without fighting. Jiang Qin said calmly. Xiaoyin is the eldest son of City Lord Xiao. His strength is outstanding, and I heard that Xiao Tai made things difficult for you in the past. If there is any conflict between the two of you, I advise you not to make an enemy out of Xiaoyin. You are not his match. For safety's sake, you should choose to give up. He is not someone that Sun Xiaoyao and the others can compare to. He can become the number one person under the commander. The gold medal commander title is not for nothing. I'm doing this for your own good. Xuanhuan said earnestly. He had just gotten rid of Zhang Tian's people, so he thought very highly of Jiang Qin. He was sure that Jiang Qin's future in the city was immeasurable, so he wanted to form an alliance with Jiang Qin. However, if Jiang Qin insisted on going his own way, he was likely to suffer a fatal blow from Xiaoyin. I'm a person who doesn't believe in heresy. I know there's a tiger on the mountain, but I still want to go there. I want to see how strong this fellow is. I don't believe that I can't take the position of a gold medal commander. Jiang Qin vowed. He was very confident in himself. Because of this, he couldn't underestimate his opponent. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to admit defeat. You, Sai, forget it. However, I'll warn you first, Xiaoyin is extremely powerful. You'd better watch yourself and don't force yourself to do anything. Xuanhuan's face was solemn. His eyes were filled with anticipation and nervousness. If Jiang Qin were to fight Xiaoyin, he would definitely die. Although he had defeated 3 early-stage star states, Xiaoyin was no ordinary person. After exchanging some pleasantries, Xuanhuan left Jiang Qin's residence. However, not long after, another person appeared. It was a person that Jiang Qin had been looking for, but he didn't dare to look for her. When Luoying appeared in front of Jiang Qin, Tong Ling and Tong Yao pulled the Huang away from Jiang Qin's residence. The two of them looked at each other with a complicated expression. I'm sorry. I left without saying goodbye, Luoying said in a low voice. It's all right. It doesn't matter. You are the princess, so why would I have any reason to blame you? Jiang Qin shook his head and chuckled. You know my identity? Luoying looked at Jiang Qin in shock. How did he know? Her brother wouldn't tell her. To be able to challenge the son of a city lord like Xiao Tai and threaten to kill, I'm afraid there isn't a second person in the entire Heavenly Awakening Star region. Even someone as arrogant as Xiao Tai didn't dare to say half a word. There's only one possibility. Han is the son of a city lord, and you are the princess of the Heavenly Awakening Star, right? There are only a handful of people in the entire Heavenly Awakening Milky Way city who can get a divine doctor to treat your mother, right? Jiang Qin asked. I didn't intend to hide it from you. Luoying bit her red lips as she struggled to speak. You have your own difficulties. It's not convenient for me to ask. You don't have to worry about it. Jiang Qin smiled. He felt a little sad, but it wasn't intense. In his life, Luoying was like a shooting star that flashed by. He knew that there was still a gap between them. It wasn't that Jiang Chen was belittling himself, but he didn't want to take things too seriously. If he said that he loved her, he definitely loved her. If he said that he didn't love her, it would be against his heart. Jiang Chen didn't want Luoying to feel too much pressure. Luoying was the same. She didn't want Jiang Chen to feel sad for her. She didn't want Jiang Chen to get involved in this marriage. This time I have something to tell you. Luoying looked at Jiang Chen. She didn't dare to look him in the eye. She was afraid that if she left, the two of them would never meet again. Say it. If I can do it, I won't hesitate. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Just give up. Don't fight for the gold commander position. You are not Xiao Yin's opponent. Luoying was very worried about Jiang Chen's safety. Xiao Yin's strength was clear to all. If Jiang Chen went against Xiao Yin, he would definitely die. Although Jiang Chen had a bit of fame in the past as he had killed 3 early-stage star martialists by himself, it didn't mean that he could ignore everyone. Xiao Yin's strength was well known. In the final battle for the gold commander position, some people had already started to give up. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. If you don't know the suffering of others, don't persuade them to be kind. Since everyone isn't optimistic about me fighting for the gold commander position, I will definitely win for everyone to see. Jiang Chen's smile gradually disappeared. His face was full of seriousness. Since everyone was looking down on him, he had to fight for it. Xiaoyin, even if you are an unparalleled godly monarch, I will definitely fight you. Luoying might be doing this for his own safety, while Zuoluanhui might be doing this for him to grow, but the final result wasn't what Jiang Chen wanted. What he wanted was to be famous on the apocalypse planet. You are really too careless. You don't even know how strong Xiaoyin is. Listen to me, Jiang Chen. Don't be a moth flying into a flame. Xiaoyin is Xiao Tai's brother. He definitely won't let you off. Luoying frowned, but Jiang Chen was stubborn and didn't listen to her. I will do what I want. You don't need to persuade me. No one can change my mind. Thank you for your good intentions. Jiang Chen's voice was powerful and unquestionable. All right, since you insist, then I can't do anything about it. In half a month, I will be getting married to the second son of the second city lord, Xiao Yuan Xiao Tai, Luoying said in a low voice. She bit her lips, and her face was full of struggle as she clenched her fists tightly. Jiang Chen's body trembled, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. However, in just a moment he regained his composure. Congratulations. Luoying's heart was as cold as ice. She had thought that when Jiang Chen heard the news, he would fly into a rage and take her away. However, the final result would be heartbreaking. Jiang Chen knew that he couldn't give her the happiness she wanted. Moreover, he might even become her burden. As long as she could be happy, it was fine. Although his heart ached, he had no other choice. Chapter 49:17. Luoying left. She hoped that Jiang Qin could make her stay, but reason told her that if Jiang Qin did that, it would only harm him. Jiang Qin's strength was rising steadily, and his future was boundless. However, no matter how powerful he was still just a chess piece. On the Apocalypse planet, besides the 3 city lords, no one else had the right to decide their own fate. Her meeting with Jiang Qin had been a mistake. She had wanted to rely on her own efforts to obtain her father's love and favor, but reality proved that in the eyes of a true superior, no matter how hard you worked, you would only be a tool, even if that person was her father. Not having the right to choose one's fate and being enslaved by fate was the most terrifying thing. However, Luoying had no other choice. Jiang Qin had become her weakness. Loving someone was so difficult that it had actually become his burden. After Luoying left, Jiang Qin once again immersed himself in cultivation. However, Luoying's figure lingered in his mind. Everyone had their own choices and Jiang Qin had no way of controlling Luoying. Perhaps she was unwilling, but since it was her own choice there had to be a reason. The next day the sky was clear and the wind was gentle. The entire square of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse was packed with people. Compared to the previous commander-ranking battle, it was even more exciting, and the cheers were even louder and more excited. It was a sea of people, a tsunami of shouts. To them this was a battle between powerhouses and even more so, a battle of dignity and glory. It looks like there's going to be a good show today. Jiang Qin is a devil incarnate, and many commanders are guarding against him. He who told him to be too arrogant yesterday. He fought 1 against 3 and even killed them all. The Horseman of the Apocalypse isn't a place where he can run amok. A thorn in the flesh should have the awareness of a thorn in the flesh. That's right. I wonder who will have the last laugh in this battle, ha. Jiang Qin is a rising star. I think he will definitely be ganged up on. At that time he won't be as comfortable as he is now. He can fight 3 at once, but if he fights 10 at once he will become the strongest person in the universe. It's not that easy to be a gold medal commander. Xiaoyin is a mountain that he can't climb. Xiaoyin. A name popped up in many people's minds. The number 1 person under the captain, the gold medal commander Xiaoyin. He had personally fought for his position, and it had nothing to do with City Lord Xiao. Although he was the eldest son of City Lord Xiao, he didn't rely on his father. He had conquered many people with his own fists. Xiaoyin was a valiant knight, an unparalleled warrior and a gold commander. His position in the army and the Horsemen of the Apocalypse could not be shaken by ordinary people. Strength and tyranny were the most stable. It was obvious that Jiang Qin was not favored to climb the mountain that was Xiaoyin. It wasn't just him. Xiaoyin was still the favorite to win the gold medal commander battle. Jiang Qin had already recovered 80% of his strength. His Genesis Chi reserves were too much, and for today's battle, he had devoured countless Genesis stones and a minor rejuvenation pill to recover 80% of his strength. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to fully recover in a day. This battle was not only about dignity and glory, but it was also the only way for Jiang Qin to advance to a higher level. Only by standing higher on the Apocalypse planet could he see further. He might not be able to see Feng Er, but if he stood high enough he could let Feng Er see him. This time Xiao Yuan was still standing on the high platform watching from afar. After all, today was a microcosm of his son's many years of battle. The gold medal commander battle was definitely in Xiao Yin's bag. Today Yin Er should be able to sweep the commander battle. Xiao Yuan smiled. He was calm and collected. This was his pride. He had never relied on himself and had risen from the ranks. This was what an expert should be like. City Lord Xiao is right. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, Xiao Yin should be able to become the champion. He's already experienced in the competition for the golden commander position, but this time he still hasn't seen anyone who can compete with him. Yun Lingfei silently nodded in agreement. Given Xiao Yin's strength, he had the highest chance of being promoted to the position of captain. Every step he took in the army gave off a majestic aura, similar to Yun Lingfei back then. What about Jiang Qin? Didn't I hear that guy isn't afraid of anything? I want to see how he will fight against my elder brother. Xiao Tai crossed his arms and sneered. He stood beside Xiao Yuan with his head held high. What he wanted to see the most today was his elder brother personally slaughtering Jiang Qin. If you're not convinced, you can give it a try. Yun Lingfei coldly glanced at Xiao Tai. A mere Jiang Qin. If I go up, I will definitely cut him down and make sure he dies. Xiao Tai said in disdain. Captain Yun is here, don't be rude. Xiao Yuan berated. It was not nice to belittle another person's soldier in front of the captain of the horsemen of the apocalypse. Xiao Tai's expression changed. He nodded slightly, took a step back and stopped talking. Although the captain of the horsemen of the apocalypse could not be compared to his father, he held great power. Under the apocalypse Milky Way City, other than the 3 city lords, Captain Yun Lingfei Yun had the highest status. All these years his father had always wanted to rope in Captain Yun, so Xiao Tai naturally did not dare to act rashly in front of Yun Lingfei. I announce that today's commander ranking battle, the gold medal commander battle, begins now. Lin Xiu stepped onto the stage and said in a deep voice. 10 figures appeared on the square one after another. Yin Wanting forfeit. Su Qianxi forfeit. Wang Dabiao forfeit. Han Yingxing forfeit. Dong Fang Xuelua forfeit. Zhou Qi forfeit. Zhao Dezhu forfeit. Wanyanigusu forfeit. All 8 people chose to forfeit at this moment. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? All these people actually forfeited? Was the gold medal commander so unattractive? However, in the next moment, they all knew that Xiao Yin's strength was there for all to see. These people forfeiting basically meant that they didn't want to be enemies with Xiao Yin. It might be a little shameful for one person to forfeit, but it wasn't strange for so many people to forfeit. However, it still made the hearts of those knights who were full of expectations turn cold. They originally wanted to see a life-and-death battle, but now that 8 people had forfeited, only 2 people were left in the end? Jiang Qin and Xiao Yin. Jiang Qin, are you forfeiting? Lin Xiu asked. Why should I forfeit? Success or failure depends on this. So many people have forfeited, I have to fight to the end. I can feel that the gold medal commander is slowly waving at me. Chapter 49:18. All 8 of them forfeited. Jiang Qin was the only one who didn't /T forfeit. Facing the former gold medal commander, Xiao Yin, his actions won everyone /S respect. This was the attitude a strong person should have. Even if he knew he was no match, even if everyone didn't /T think highly of him, even if the world had let him down, he had to be a courageous and fearless person. This is what a man is. This is what a real man is. I like it. Yeah, this group of cowards, they don't /T even dare to fight. Damn it, I am so angry. A gold medal commander isn /T so easy to defeat. Even if it /S a battle, it /S not as simple as you think. It is not that they don't /T dare, but they don't /T have a chance at all. You guys haven't /T seen Xiao Yin /S strength, so you won /T understand how terrifying he is. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. A half-step star level, no matter how strong he is, can /T compete with Xiao Yin. Then let /S see who can laugh in the end. Jiang Qin /S attitude explained everything. He wanted to fight for this final gold medal commander. No matter who was in front of him, no matter how many obstacles there were, nothing could stop him from moving forward. Lin Xiu /S face sank. This guy was really as stubborn as a donkey. Everyone had forfeited, but he was the only one who didn't /T know what was good for him. Can a half-step star level fight with Xiao Yin? Although Jiang Qin /S strength had indeed shocked him yesterday, Xiao Yin was a legendary figure of the Knights of the Apocalypse and was once a gold medal commander. No one dared to confront him. Jiang Qin accepted the challenge without hesitation and aroused the enthusiasm of the Knights of the Apocalypse. The collision they had been looking forward to for a long time was finally going to happen. In the end, would the veteran warlord Xiao Yin be better, or would the newcomer Jiang Qin be able to give him a head-on blow? Although Jiang Qin was the last person who didn't /T forfeit and was full of fighting spirit facing Xiao Yin, it was hard to say who would win in the end. Sure enough, the younger generation will surpass us in time. In this battle, I think this Jiang Qin seems to be catching up from behind. Xiao Yueyin said with a silly smile. Xiao Yin had absolute confidence in his son when facing Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin only carried the passion of a new life. Among the horsemen of the apocalypse, there should be some courageous people, but it was unknown whether they could counterattack in the end. There was no pity for the losers even if they were killed. Sun Xiaoyao, Zhang Heng and the others were the best examples. Yun Lingfei was a little worried. He didn't /T expect this Jiang Qin to be so strong. If everyone didn't /T forfeit, he might still have a chance of survival. In a chaotic battle, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't /T be eliminated, but all 8 of them forfeited. For Jiang Qin it was a one-on-one battle. Fighting Xiao Yin alone against Jiang Qin had a slim chance of survival. Xiao Yuyin was able to be so calm because he was certain that Jiang Qin was not Xiao Yin/S opponent. Xiao Tai also had a calm face and looked like he was sitting on the mountain to watch the tigers fight. Xiao Yin and Jiang Qin were not opponents on the same level at all. Are you sure? Lin Xiu looked at Jiang Qin with a hint of contempt in his eyes. In his eyes, this guy naturally couldn't /T be compared with Xiao Yin. Wasn't /T that asking for trouble like a moth flying into a flame? He knew that he couldn't /T do it, but he still did it. Lin Xiu really didn't /T know if he was brave or stupid. The gold medal commander is mine, Jiang Qin said heroically. Everyone was looking forward to it. This was the only battle for the gold medal commander, and it was also the last thing they could see. Okay, then I'll fulfill your wish. Success or failure, life or death. Lin Xiu Lung stared at Jiang Qin. This battle was destined to end with his death. Xiao Yin would definitely not let him go. The dignity of the strong could not be challenged. You /Re a brave man. Xiao Yin raised his head and looked at Jiang Qin coldly. His expression was cold and meticulous. His eyes were calm and he didn't /T care about Jiang Qin at all. Because defeating him was as common as eating a meal, just like drinking water. If I defeat you, I'll be the new gold medal commander. Jiang Qin looked at Xiao Yin and said. Facing the powerful Xiao Yin, he didn't /T have the slightest bit of cowardice. His strength was much stronger than Zhang Heng and the others. Jiang Qin knew that this battle would definitely be more difficult. In order to become famous after this battle, in order to improve his strength, Jiang Qin was fearless. You /Re a very arrogant person. I hope that your strength can match up to your arrogance. Xiao Yin said. As you wish. Jiang Qin remained unmoved and looked at Xiao Yin. Even if the other party /S pressure was strong, it wasn't /T big deal in Jiang Qin /S eyes. This battle was imminent. Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin. Waves of cheers caused the blood of the audience to boil. Jiang Qin might not be as strong as Xiao Yin, but he was the epitome of all horsemen of the apocalypse fearlessly fighting against the strong. His battle was what everyone was thinking. Even when facing the undefeatable Xiao Yin, the former gold medal commander, Jiang Qin could still make such a solemn vow. This was a fearless hero. Since 8 commanders have already withdrawn from the final gold medal commander battle, I hereby announce that the gold medal commander will be the winner of the battle between Jiang Qin and Xiao Yin. The ultimate battle will now begin. As soon as Lin Xiu /S words fell, the battle had already begun. The audience held their breaths and focused. The highly anticipated battle between Jiang Qin and Xiao Yin had begun. Although Jiang Qin defeated Zhang Heng, Sun Xiaoyao and Li Muran, Xiao Yin isn /T like them. He will most likely lose in this battle. Tong Yao still had lingering fears. Jiang Qin /S fighting spirit was worthy of everyone /S praise, but the result was often the most important. Although it seemed that he carried the dreams of all horsemen of the apocalypse, he was likely to be defeated by Xiao Yin in the end. If the other party were to kill him, he would most likely die. Don /T be so pessimistic. If little Qinzi didn't /T have more than 30% confidence, he definitely wouldn't /T fight. De Huang laughed. 30%? Tong Ling laughed involuntarily. 30% confidence and he dared to challenge the former gold medal war god? Wasn't /T this too exaggerated? Only De Huang knew Jiang Qin /S determination. Even if it /S only 10%, he won /T give up. There are millions of people who want to kill him, but he /S still alive now. Those who want to kill him have never had a good ending. De Huang knew that they wouldn't /T understand. Jiang Qin /S faith and De Huang /S trust were the symbols of their survival. With 30% confidence, Jiang Qin dared to fight against the heavens. Make your move, you only have one chance. This chance is your last hope. Don /T say that I am bullying you. Otherwise, you won /T even have the chance to make a move. Chapter 49-19. Jiang Qin did not look sideways as he gripped the heavenly dragon sword tightly. His battle-intent sword. Even though he knew that he had a slim chance of survival in this battle, it was this kind of pressure that allowed him to continuously improve. Pressure was motivation, and it was the support that allowed him to move forward bravely. In this battle, Jiang Chen must go all out. Xiao Yin's confidence stemmed from his strength. As a gold medal commander for many years, it was understandable for him to be provoked. However, Jiang Chen had to break the silence. It would not be easy for Xiao Yin to defeat him. Since he was so confident, then Yi Shiwen would destroy his confidence step by step. He would fight with all his might and he could not afford to lose. Jiang Chen raised his sword and charged forward. His domineering aura leaked out and his sword aura hummed. The sword aura of the limitless sword engulfed the world, causing countless people to suffocate. Jiang Chen's strength was indeed enough to fight against the star-grade expert. His sword technique was like a waterfall soaring through the sky. Insignificant skill, and you dare to show off in front of an expert? Xiao Yin said faintly. He took a step forward and with the force of a thunderbolt he punched out, directly colliding with Jiang Chen's sword aura. The sword aura was dispersed, and Jiang Chen's aura also collapsed in an instant. He retreated with a solemn expression. This punch seemed ordinary but in fact, it contained at least 70% of Xiao Yin's domineering aura. Jiang Chen's qi and blood surged within his body. He sheathed his sword and stood upright. In this short exchange he had already deeply felt Xiao Yin's strength. One punch to destroy his attack. With a destructive aura, Xiao Yin did not give him any chance to breathe. Jiang Chen knew that this person was far from what Sun Xiaoyao and the other two could compare to. Otherwise Tong Yao Luoying, and even Zhuo Luanhui would advise him to give up. This guy could completely sweep away an early-stage star-grade expert. Accept your death. Xiao Yin's steps were calm, but each step was as steady as Mount Tai, as if he had the strength to lift up a mountain. The hurricane roared. Ancient soaring dragon technique. Jiang Chen immediately used the soaring dragon technique and raised his strength to its peak. He raised his sword and fought Xiao Yin. Although Jiang Chen's strength kept increasing, he still hadn't broken through to the star grade. That kind of qualitative change couldn't be overcome no matter what. Facing Xiao Yin's charge, Jiang Chen acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy. His heavenly dragon sword could not withstand Xiao Yin's wild punches and could only retreat continuously. It was impossible for him to win steadily, so he had to protect himself. Xiao Yin's strength couldn't be compared to Zhang Heng's. The pressure on Jiang Chen was unimaginably great. Although the limitless sword was powerful, it couldn't be unleashed, and the sword aura couldn't be accumulated. Everything was empty talk. Xiao Yin smashed the void with his bare fists. Jiang Chen couldn't take it at all. Although the dragon transformation body wasn't weaker than Xiao Yin, the display of strength was something that Jiang Chen couldn't achieve. In less than 20 moves, Jiang Chen was already stretched to the limit. His expression was ugly and he was drenched in sweat. After taking a few punches from Xiao Yin, Jiang Chen couldn't touch Xiao Yin at all. "Sai, it's over. This guy is finished. He still wants to compete with Xiao Yin. He's overestimating himself." "That's right. Doesn't he know his own strength? If he insists on showing off, he might even lose his life." He overestimated his own strength. Jiang Chen is just too conceited. He thinks that just because he won a few battles and defeated a few newbies, he would have the courage to fight a warrior who is much stronger than him. He's a typical example of someone who doesn't know his own strength and he still wants to climb higher and higher? Dream on. Although many horsemen of the apocalypse think highly of him, it doesn't mean that he can do whatever he wants. His spirit isn't bad, but this guy is a bit stubborn. If I don't quickly forfeit, Xiao Yin's name is like thunder in the ears of the horsemen of the apocalypse. People fear fame as pigs fear being fat. You have to see how much ability you have. As Jiang Chen retreated step by step, more and more people mocked him, full of disdain. The gap between the two was too great. If one wanted to gain the upper hand and become famous in the apocalypse, one first had to have strength. In the hearts of more people, Jiang Chen was like a newborn baby who hadn't learned how to walk, but he already wanted to run. The result was self-evident. He would end up in a miserable state and he would even lose his life. Jiang Chen retreated as he fought, using the Heaven Ascension stairway. His speed was as fast as a rainbow, and even Xiao Yin couldn't catch up to him. As the two fought, Jiang Chen retreated, forming a situation where they were chasing each other. Jiang Chen became more and more passive. If he wanted to escape, Xiao Yin naturally couldn't catch up to him, but if he wanted to win, he had to fight to the death with Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin was also very depressed. How could this guy run so fast? He was as slippery as a loach. If this continued and he couldn't catch him, wouldn't he become a joke to others? Xiao Yin frowned, feeling more and more depressed. But this was the truth. If the two continued to fight, it would only give him a bigger headache. Brat, you still want to play tricks with me? I'll personally kill you. Xiaoyin sneered inwardly. He had long been certain that Jiang Chen would become his gold medal commander. Anyone who opposed him must die. Others watched as Jiang Chen fled for his life, but Xiaoyin was having a headache because Jiang Chen had managed to escape several times in a row. Not being able to catch him made him angry out of humiliation. The heaven ascension stairway had consumed a large amount of Jiang Chen's Genesis Qi, and he couldn't keep running. As long as he couldn't escape, he would sooner or later be exhausted. Hence, Jiang Chen wasn't blindly running away. He was setting up a formation which was the only formation that could trap Xiaoyin. The Azura Shock Absorption. Jiang Chen had buried countless Genesis stones in the void to set up the Azura Sword formation. This was his chance. 9 Tribulations. Heavenly Imprisoning Finger, Single Sun Finger. Jiang Chen's finger pierced through the void. Xiaoyin didn't dare to underestimate it. Zhang Heng and the others had been gravely injured by this finger, and all of them had died under the 9 Tribulations Heavenly Imprisoning Finger. It had to be said that Jiang Chen had some skills. Hence, Xiaoyin didn't underestimate him. If he wanted to become a gold medal commander, he had to get rid of all obstacles. Giant Spirit Fist. Xiaoyin punched out. Wind and thunder howled as he met Jiang Chen's single sun finger head-on. Under the heavy punch, Jiang Chen was blasted back. The qi and blood in his body trembled once more, and his breathing became ragged. If not for the terrifying single sun finger, his entire arm would have been crippled. What a terrifying punch. Jiang Chen actually withstood it. It seems that his reputation isn't undeserved. To be able to fight with Xiaoyin to this extent is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. Even if Jiang Chen loses, he has one respect for himself. Look at him. Does he look like he's admitting defeat? He's really a stubborn donkey. He must be seriously injured by now. I've experienced Xiaoyin's giant spirit fist before. He only used 70% of his strength and I was already unable to dodge it. This battle is indeed exciting. Chapter 49-20. Jiang Chen staggered with a gloomy face. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared coldly at Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin was still moving forward step by step, displaying the style of a king. You're too weak, still too weak. Xiaoyin flew up and punched out with both fists. The thunderstorm gathered in front of Jiang Chen's eyes and enlarged. Sword rise. Jiang Chen bellowed. With a thought, the Ashura sword formation appeared once again. The long-awaited sword qi swept across the sky, piercing through the sky. On the training field, many people stopped in their tracks and cried out in surprise. This time, Jiang Chen used all of his 6th grade source stones and the remaining 5th grade source stones after his cultivation to form the Ashura sword formation. 18 5th grade battle weapons were all enchanted with the ice attribute. With the addition of the heavenly dragon sword as the eye of the formation, the Ashura sword formation changed the sky and earth, firmly trapping Xiaoyin within. What a terrifying sword qi. This sword formation is strange. Jiang Chen has been hiding all this while, preparing for a rainy day. Even 10 early star level experts might not be able to escape unscathed from this sword formation. Wow, this guy is serious. Jiang Chen, you're really impressive. Many people's faces changed color. Xiaoyin was trapped in the formation, completely losing his previous sharpness. Rays of icy sword qi shot out in all directions, constantly compressing Xiaoyin's living environment. Jiang Chen used all of his strength. The energy of all the source stones surged at this moment, shocking everyone. Xiaoyin kept attacking the formation. His strength also kept increasing. The two of them faced each other with equal harshness. No one hesitated or stopped. If there was even the slightest bit of distraction, there was a possibility of being killed by the other. The Ashura sword formation made Xiaoyin even angrier. Inside the formation, Jiang Chen kept pressuring him, but Xiaoyin was still so calm. This made Jiang Chen uncertain. Could this formation really suppress him? While Jiang Chen was hesitating, Xiaoyin began to explode. Trying to trap me? You're still too inexperienced. Xiaoyin's face was gloomy, and his aura suddenly soared, causing an uproar. This is a 2nd-level star state. So Xiaoyin's strength has already broken through. He has been hiding it all this time. This is what it means to be a true expert. He's been hiding and keeping a low profile. Xiaoyin is still Xiaoyin after all. This time Jiang Chen is dead. Yun Lingfei seemed to have realized this a long time ago. Although he was a little surprised, he was not shocked. It seemed that Xiaoyin's breakthrough in strength was within his expectations. Xiaoyin has indeed grown quite a bit. Yun Lingfei said in a deep voice. Following Captain Yun is a given. I have to thank Captain Yun for nurturing me. Xiao Yuan said calmly. How could he not know what his son was like? At this moment, his face was the most radiant. City Lord Xiao is too kind. Xiao Yin's strength is all due to his outstanding talent. In the next 1,000 years he will definitely surpass me. Yun Lingfei nodded. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. A second-level star state, Jiang Chen would definitely lose. Now, it all depended on whether he could survive from Xiao Yin's hands. From the bottom of his heart he still hoped that Jiang Chen could survive. After all, Jiang Chen was a rare newcomer in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Moreover, he had cured so many retired veterans who followed him back then. However, on the battlefield there was only blood, no mercy. Victory or defeat depended on one's own ability. Everyone present was getting more and more excited. Xiao Yin's strength surprised them even more. The battle came wave after wave, and the most important thing was that Xiao Yin had the upper hand. A second-level star state, Jiang Chen definitely had no chance. Originally, I didn't want to reveal my strength so early, but now it's all because of you. I, Xiao Yin, have killed countless people, but you are the only one who can fight me to my heart's content. You should be proud to die in my hands, Xiao Yin said confidently. Xiao Yin said confidently. Both of his fists punched out. At this moment, powerful Genesis Qi undulations spread out continuously. Jiang Chen's expression changed again and again. He knew that the Ashura sword formation could not hold on any longer. It wouldn't be long before it completely collapsed. At that time, it might be the time when he was defeated. Heaven and earth, black and yellow, invisible spirit gathering, break for me. Xiao Yin punched out, and the Ashura sword formation finally couldn't hold on any longer. In an instant it completely collapsed. More than 10 flying swords scattered down, and the endless Genesis Qi sword curtain disappeared in an instant. Jiang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if his whole body had been sucked dry. He had consumed a huge amount of Genesis Qi, but in the end he failed on the verge of success. Xiao Yin was too strong. Before he broke through to the star level he seemed to be unable to do anything to him. I've completely lost, sighed Jiang Chen. You must live on. Tong Ling's face was filled with worry. A second-layer star level had declared Jiang Chen's defeat. Everyone present could not help but shake their heads. The situation was already irreversible. Double Dragon Finger. Jiang Chen exerted all his strength and launched another attack. He thrust out with 2 fingers, dragon soars in the sky. However, Xiao Yin still condensed a heavy fist and angrily smashed down. The power of the second-layer star level was even greater than before. Jiang Chen didn't dare to imagine that one punch would force him to retreat over 100 steps. Starlight entered the body. Torrential starlight. Jiang Chen used all his strength, and the astral pole was pushed to its limit. Rays of starlight illuminated the world as they charged towards Xiao Yin. Stubborn resistance, admit defeat and I can still leave your corpse intact. Spirit Flash Fist. A spiritual light flashed and as the fist landed, the heavens and earth changed color. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat once again. His entire body was heavily injured and he had lost half of his strength. There was no way he could reverse the situation. This fist caused Jiang Chen to completely lose his combat strength. De Huang's heart clenched tightly. Little Qinzi, you bastard, stand up for this Lord Dog. De Huang's heart was filled with mixed feelings. If Jiang Chen still didn't make a move, he would have already rushed up. Jiang Chen coughed out another mouthful of blood. His face was like a piece of paper and his complexion was waxy yellow. Go to hell. Xiao Yin didn't have any hesitation. While you're down, I'll take your life. In his eyes there was only victory and defeat, only life and death. There was no mercy. Those who stood in front of him, only death awaited them. Soul dissociation. In the end, Jiang Chen still chose to use his own innate astral soul. In an instant, the surging might of his astral soul caused the entire space to darken. Everyone's eyes were filled with bewilderment and shock. Jiang Chen roared from the depths of his soul, as the might of his astral soul engulfed Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin's fist was still in midair, but at that instant, the soul dissociation completely shattered his soul. His 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were completely reversed, and his meridians flowed in reverse. In an instant he lost his ability to move. He coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his eyes widened as he slumped onto the ground. The might of his astral soul was so terrifying. Jiang Chen only used 50% of his strength, but he already felt a splitting headache. Although the might of his astral soul was powerful, he still had no way to fully control it. If he used the soul dissociation divine art, he was afraid that he would suffer a backlash. If that happened, Xiaoyin wouldn't be the only one who would fall. Jiangchen stood there with his sword in hand, his gaze cold as though he had lost his soul. Yet the entire crowd was deathly silent. Chapter 49-21. Jiangchen had only used 50% and he already had a splitting headache. Although the power of the star soul was powerful, he still couldn't control it completely. If he used the soul-snatching divine art, he was afraid that he would suffer a backlash. Then Xiaoyin wouldn't be the only one who would fall. Jiangchen stood with his sword, his eyes cold as if he had lost his soul. However, the audience was dead silent. Xiaoyin actually lost? How was this possible? The audience was silent, even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. It was simply unbelievable. The star warrior of the generation, the former gold medal commander, Xiaoyin, actually lost to Jiangchen? Isn't this a little too inconceivable? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Many people were still immersed in confusion, unable to believe it. Jiangchen was only half a step into the star realm. How did he do it? On the viewing platform, Yun Lingfei's eyes slightly glanced at Xiao Yueyin, smiling faintly. Youngsters nowadays are really amazing. The new generation excels the old, and each wave is stronger than the previous one. Yun Lingfei unexpectedly revealed a smile. This should be the most perfect ending he could think of. Jiangchen won and Xiaoyin didn't die. However, this was just a fantasy before and now it had become a reality. Xiao Yueyin's expression was extremely ugly. Xiao Tai, who was beside him, was also very angry. This bastard, how did he do it? At the last moment he actually counterattacked. It's a soul attack. It seems that we have all underestimated him. After saying that, Xiao Yueyin stood up, flicked his sleeves and left. He didn't kill Xiaoyin because he couldn't kill him and he couldn't kill him. The second city lord, Xiao Yueyin, was sitting on the high platform. If his son's life was in danger, how could he just stand by and watch? Therefore, Jiangchen didn't have the qualifications to kill Xiaoyin at all. If he really had the intention to kill, he would probably be finished. He won. We really won. Tong Yao and Tong Ling both grabbed De Huang's hands, their faces filled with excitement. Jiangchen had defeated Xiaoyin and became the focus of everyone's attention. The entire arena was filled with cheers. To them, Jiangchen was the king of the new generation, the new gold medal commander. No one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Apart from the regiment commander, he was invincible. You don't have to worry at all. Little Qinzi has never let me down. De Huang also heaved a sigh of relief. This time, little Qinzi had indeed narrowly won against Xiaoyin. The audience was shocked and waves of emotions surged. Jiangchen! 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 Waves of earth-shattering cheers caused everyone to stand up. They felt deep veneration for Jiangchen. This was their gold medal commander, advancing courageously, fighting to the death, and invincible. That whistling sound and that kind of awe made everyone feel deep veneration. Even Jiangchen's blood was boiling. Tens of thousands of people turned out to watch him. No matter who it was, even if it was the illustrious son of the second city lord Xiaoyin, a loss was a loss. They only respected the strong, and only the strong could obtain everyone's approval. This battle shocked the entire horsemen of the apocalypse. In the near future, the news of Jiangchen would spread throughout the entire apocalypse Milky Way city. Xuanhuan smiled slightly and looked at Zhang Tian's. This guy's face was like a sheet of gold paper, uglier than if he had eaten a fly. Not only did Jiangchen not die in this battle, but he had also risen from the ashes. Not only had he killed his 3 right-hand men, but even the gold medal commander Xiaoyin had been defeated by him. Zhang Tian's had never imagined this scene. Now Jiangchen was only one step away from him. The danger was getting closer and closer. Zhang Tian's knew that the enmity between him and Jiangchen was getting more and more intense, and there was no way for them to reconcile. Therefore he had to be more cautious than before. Although both of them were living in harmony right now, it was hard to say when Jiangchen would land on him. It seems that Deputy Commander Zhang is not very satisfied with today's competition, Xuanhuan said with a smile. Xuanhuan said with a smile. Zhang Tian snorted coldly. His mood was terrible to the extreme. He didn't even say a word. He turned around and left with a flick of his sleeves. This was a far cry from the cheers of the crowd. Look, how can you be so narrow-minded? Deputy Commander Zhang, I'm waiting for your ranking battle. Xuanhuan was overjoyed. Jiang Chen's strength had completely exceeded his imagination. He originally thought that this would be his end, but even the insufferably arrogant Xiaoyin was defeated by him in the end. A true gold medal commander indeed had a stronger opponent. This ally did not disappoint him. Zhang Tian's had already lost. If he could defeat him in the ranking battle, then this guy would no longer have a foothold in the horsemen of the apocalypse. Vanity faded, glory and glory deepened. Although Jiang Chen's current status could not be compared to that of a deputy commander, it had already reached the peak. He had the qualifications to command 8,000 horsemen of the apocalypse, and his prestige was vast and unparalleled. After returning to his residence, Jiang Chen completely collapsed because his body was weak. He slept for 3 days and 3 nights and he even missed the ranking battle. A young man dressed in blue, with a trace of tenderness and determination on his face, was covered in scars and blood. There were countless wounds on his body. A pitch-black space wrapped around him, and the flickering light around him made the young man's expression become complicated. What is this place? Where is this? Where am I? Blood constantly flowed from the corner of the young man's mouth. The surrounding emptiness and darkness made his heart tremble. One could even hear the sound of his throat swallowing saliva. It was strangely quiet, terrifyingly quiet. All of a sudden the light around him changed. The originally pitch-black space was filled with countless specks of light that continued to enlarge. When those specks of light enlarged, the young man opened his eyes with great difficulty. They were actually slender python heads that swayed wantonly. There were thousands of them, and they sealed off all directions around him, trapping him firmly within. Scram. Scram. 21st sword. 22nd sword. The young man's eyes were filled with panic. He swung his sword, chopping off the bloody python heads one by one. However, more and more python heads appeared, gradually devouring him. No matter how sharp his sword was, it couldn't stop them. No, Father, save me. I'm in Xianxia. Father, save? The young man's eyes were filled with fear and despair as he was bitten by the python heads and turned into a bloody mist. No. Jiang Chen suddenly sat up, his head covered in sweat. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, pain, despair, self-blame and hysteria. It's a dream. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. The scene was too realistic, as if it was happening right in front of his eyes. As Feng was gradually devoured by the python heads, Jiang Chen felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Feng must be in the Xianxia starfield, he must be. Jiang Chen believed that this might not be a dream. Perhaps his son was right beside him, just that he did not know. Even if I have to turn the entire Xianxia starfield upside down, I must find Feng. Jiang Chen knew that he had to find Feng as soon as possible. His current situation made him even more worried. Although it was just a dream, it was a warning to Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang, Commander Zhuo is here to see you. Chapter 49-22. I'm sorry, Brother Jiang Chen, I lost. I couldn't kick Zhang Tian's out of the deputy commander position. Compared to you killing everyone in the commander ranking battle, I'm a little embarrassed to come. Xuanhuan said with a bitter smile, shaking his head and sighing. Commander Zhuo, you don't have to blame yourself. The commander ranking battle is not comparable to the commander ranking battle at all. Zhang Tian's is a schemer and not so easy to deal with. Jiang Chen said with a smile. It's good that you can understand, but recently I heard that Zhang Tian's has taken refuge with the second city lord. This matter must not be spread out. I also advise you to be careful. The strength of the second city lord is not something we can contend with, and you defeated the son of the second city lord and won the gold medal commander position. You should be more careful in the future. As for dealing with Zhang Tian's, it seems that we can only put it aside for the time being. Xuanhuan was very helpless, but it was not easy for Jiang Chen to find him and warn him to be careful. Things in the Apocalypse Milky Way City are far from as simple as we think. Even the horsemen of the Apocalypse can't control the city lord, not to mention that the first city lord is no longer in charge. The second city lord, who holds great power, is naturally above tens of thousands of people. No one can compete with him. Has the first city lord retreated behind the scenes? Jiang Chen was surprised. There are some things that we can't know. In short, when you face Zhang Tian's in the future, you have to be careful, and you have to be even more wary of the second city lord's people. That's all I have to say. Brother Jiang, you're on your own. Xuanhuan said with a stern expression. I'm smiling at the heavens with a clear conscience. Even if it's the heavenly king himself, I'm not afraid. I'll make any demons or monsters reveal their true colors. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. Brother Jiang is domineering. I don't have your courage and momentum. Goodbye. If you need me, just say the word. I Xuanhuan will do my best to help. After Xuanhuan left, Jiang Chen's mood became even more solemn. He was constantly worried about Feng Er's safety and situation, and he couldn't slack off for even a moment. Jiang Chen wanted to break through to the star class as soon as possible. Now that he had gone through many life and death battles, he didn't lack experience at all. He was confident that he could use the 5-barrier pill to break through in one go. However, what Jiang Chen did not expect was that every time he tried, there would always be a demon in his heart obstructing him. Every time he entered into a state of cultivation, he would dream of the scene of Feng Er being bitten to death by the python. It was incomparably vivid and ghastly, causing him to feel more and more tormented. His thoughts became more and more chaotic, and in the end he was unable to enter a meditative state of cultivation. Over 10 days of torment had caused Jiang Chen to feel extremely furious. He knew that he had to restrain himself as soon as possible, and news of Feng Er was the greatest obstacle in his heart. Is Feng Er in the Heaven Awakening Starfield? For Jiang Chen this was an unknown, but he dreamed of Feng. That scene didn't seem like a dream. It was a telepathic connection between the father and son. Jiang Chen, this is your invitation. Tong Ling took a red invitation and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned and his mind moved slightly. Is it the wedding banquet of the first city lord's daughter and the second city lord's son? Jiang Chen whispered. How did you know? Did you foresee the future? You've been cultivating all this time. Tong Ling looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. I'm going to cultivate recently, so I won't be going. You can go on my behalf. Jiang Chen said. How can I do that? This is an invitation specially sent to you by the City Lord's mansion. You are now the most popular person in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, the youngest and most outstanding gold commander. Tong Ling smiled, but seeing that Jiang Chen's expression wasn't good, she didn't say much. Instead, she put down the invitation and left. Jiang Chen looked at the invitation in a daze. He immediately picked it up and left the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. The next day, the entire Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City seemed to be filled with joy. Every street was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and everyone's faces were full of smiles. Today was a special day, the marriage between the City Lords. The first City Lord's daughter was married to the second City Lord's son, making countless people envious of this immortal couple. I heard that the second City Lord's second son, Xiao Tai, is a talented man. Today is a joyous day for the two City Lords. Even the heavenly prison is pardoned. Yes, this is a true match of social status. Haha, it's a happy occasion for us to reduce 10 years of taxes. It's a pity that we can't see the eldest princess. I wonder what kind of beauty she is. Hee, do you think that just anyone can see the eldest princess? That's a priceless treasure. Not many people even know the eldest princess's name. It's said that she's a rare and incomparable woman. Everyone should be celebrating, haha. Heaven Awakening Galaxy City was a scene of prosperity. Among the common people, there wasn't a single person who wasn't talking about this heaven and earth marriage. As for the Green Sun Mansion, the residence of the second city lord, Xiaoyuan, was already packed with people. People from all over had come to offer their congratulations, making countless people sigh in admiration. Hundreds of thousands of people were there to witness this grand wedding. The Green Sun Mansion was blessed by the heavens. It was one of the best treasured lands on the entire Heavenly Awakening planet. Everything within 10,000 miles belonged to the Green Sun Mansion. The second city lord, Xiaoyuan, was the true ruler of the Heavenly Awakening planet and even the Heavenly Awakening star system. Countless people had come to offer their congratulations, shocking the entire Heavenly Awakening planet. The marriage between the eldest city lord and the second city lord was also known as the grandest wedding in 100,000 years. The entrance of the Green Sun Mansion was already deserted. There was an endless stream of people coming and going to offer their congratulations. There were people from all over the Heavenly Awakening star system. As the core of the Heavenly Awakening star system, the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City was an existence that countless people looked up to. Only the true powerhouses of the Heavenly Awakening star system were qualified to attend this grand wedding. In the inner mansion of the Green Sun Mansion, Xiaoyuan was looking into the distance. Behind him, Xiao Tai, who was dressed in red, silently lowered his head. Tomorrow will be the day of your wedding. It will also be the day of the Xiao family's rise. Xiao Yuan said indifferently. Old thing, you've suppressed me for tens of thousands of years. Tomorrow there will be some old debts that need to be settled. Father, Auntie has already obtained the item. Now we're only missing the last piece of jade. Unfortunately, that piece of trash, Zhang Tian's, hasn't been able to obtain it. Xiao Tai said solemnly. Jiangchen? He's just a small character. I don't even care about Yun Lingfei, let alone him. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? I'm just too lazy to make a move. Xiao Yuan snorted coldly as he sat calmly on the armchair. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, fearless of the heavens. Does that mean that father already has a plan? We have to get rid of that fellow Jiangchen. Even Big Brother lost to him. Chapter 49-23. Hit where it hurts. I've already sent the Flying Tiger General. Since Qi Luoying is so important to Jiang Chen, let's see if he's willing to exchange his jade tablet for her. The Flying Tiger General. Xiao Tai's heart trembled. That was the trump card of the Xiao family army, the Zodiac Death Warriors. There were 12 of them, all-star level powerhouses. Rumor had it that they were the absolute death warriors his father had personally chosen over the past tens of thousands of years. Most of them came from the Horsemen of the Apocalypse and eventually became the Xiao family's fans. Each of them had 12 subordinates, all-star level powerhouses. These 100 or so people were the absolute trump card of the Xiao family army, and only his father could mobilize them. Rumor had it that the Zodiac Death Warriors swept through the universe. They were even more powerful than the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, and they carried out countless missions in secret. No one knew of their existence because they were like ghosts. They would only appear if Xiao Yuan gave the word. They were as quiet as a virgin, as swift as a rabbit, and as unpredictable as a thunderbolt. The Zodiac Death Warriors had never been defeated. Wherever they went, not even a blade of grass would grow. This was exactly what Xiao Tai was worried about. He didn't care if Jiang Chen died or not, but Qi Luoying was his beloved wife, his true love. Father, what about Luoying? Xiao Tai asked in a low voice. Those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. You still want to care about a mere woman? How can she follow me to achieve hegemony? After that old geezer dies, do you think Qi Luoying will follow you wholeheartedly? In this world, nothing comes without sowing. Only the strong can stand tall. It's time for the Heaven Awakening star field to change its master. Xiao Yuan said coldly, not looking at Xiao Tai again. Father's teachings are correct. Xiao Tai clenched his teeth, his expression a bit depressed. Qi Luoying was the woman he had been pursuing all these years, and she was the love of his life. That was why he had been filled with hatred for Jiang Chen and wanted to kill him. He hadn't expected that she would die at his father's hands. Xiao Tai knew that if he wanted to achieve hegemony, he would have to make sacrifices. In the future, when he reached the peak of the heaven-awakened star system, countless women would be willing to kneel before him. How could a mere Qi Luoying compare to them? Remember, if a man is trapped by his emotions, then he will become a puppet-like lower body animal. Women are just the vassals of this world. A man must be ruthless, only then can he not be bound by external things, only then can he become a true expert. A soft-hearted man who acts on his emotions will forever be a failure. After he finished speaking, Xiao Yuan stood up and left. Xiao Tai remained at the same spot, nodding heavily as he gazed into the distance. In life one had to make a choice. Although he was deeply in love with Qi Luoying, she didn't have him in her heart. Even if he was deeply in love with her, it was nothing more than wishful thinking. In the end it would be all for naught. It was better to end things as soon as possible. Luoying, blame it on the fact that you are his daughter. I hope that we will be fated to be together in our next lives, Xiao Tai muttered to himself. Xiao Tai muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with determination. You had to give up something to gain something. For the sake of their grand ambitions, for the sake of dominating the entire heaven-awakening star region, the Xiao family had suffered for countless years. That muddle-headed old thing should have died long ago. In the small building at the center of the lake, Xuanhuan held Qi Luoying's hand, her eyes filled with reluctance. Although she didn't want her daughter to marry Xiao Yuan's son, what was done could not be undone. As a woman, she simply didn't have any power to speak of. Some people are unable to decide their own fate from the moment they are born. Unless you are able to become a supreme expert and change your fate, only then will you be able to decide for yourself. Otherwise, everything will be futile. Your father has married you to Xiao Tai. You will have to think carefully about your future. Xuanhuan spoke in a low voice, her eyes filled with helplessness. I know, mother. I know what to do. Qi Luoying nodded, her eyes somewhat pale and hollow. Jiang Qin is a good person and mother feels sorry for him. However, sometimes we simply can't control our own fate. Xuanhuan sighed. I know. If you want to blame something, blame it on the fact that we are not fated to be together. Qi Luoying smiled bitterly. Madam, it's almost time. The city lord has instructed us to bring the first princess back to the mansion as soon as possible. Outside the door, a low voice broke the silence between the two of them. I don't need you to remind me. Xuanhuan's eyes turned cold as she spoke in a deep voice. The people outside the door were all guards of the city lord's mansion. Xuanhuan and Qi Luoying exchanged glances. The people of the city lord's mansion had already come to pick her up, so she had no other choice. Protect the emperor? PFF, PFF, PFFF, PFFF. Figures fell in front of the small building at the center of the lake. Xuanhuan and Qi Luoying's eyes were filled with a trace of nervousness. Madam, first princess, hurry up and leave. Hurry. The guard leader outside the door was a star-level expert, and the 10 of them were all elite guards of the city lord's mansion. How could they fall in less than 10 breaths? Before the guard leader's voice died away, he had already fallen. Qi Luoying's heart sank. Who would dare to cause trouble here at this time? Take them away. With a low roar, the tiger-headed young man, who was masked, moved his palm and directly pushed back Xuanhuan, who was about to rush over. Xuanhuan was sent flying, her face extremely gloomy. The surrounding atmosphere was extremely tense. These 10 people were all star-level experts, and they gave off a terrifying sense of oppression. Who the hell are you? Kill. The tiger-headed young man looked straight ahead. Wait. If you want to kill her, kill me first. Qi Luoying's face was pale. She placed the dagger across her neck and stood in front of her mother. This group of people came in a menacing manner. Even the guards of the city lord's mansion were no match for them. All of them fell in a pool of blood, and without exception, their throats were slit. Get lost. The tiger-headed young man forced Xuanhuan to retreat with a palm strike, knocking her unconscious on the ground. It didn't matter if she died or not, but at least Qi Luoying couldn't die now. Take her away. The tiger-headed young man turned around and walked out of the hut as if he was walking on flat ground. Qi Luoying looked back at her mother, feeling extremely worried. However, she didn't know who these people in front of her were and why they were here. Her current identity was extraordinary. Who was targeting her? Jiang Qin held the invitation in his hand and looked at the hut in the distance. What he didn't expect was that the top 10 experts would instantly kill the guards of the city lord's mansion outside and kidnap Luoying. What a strong momentum. These people only have killing intent in their eyes. Jiang Qin Lung looked at them, but he couldn't just stand by and watch. He originally just wanted to look from afar because there was only Feng-er in his heart. At this time, Jiang Qin had completely thrown his romantic feelings to the back of his mind. He didn't want to be controlled by his feelings. Chapter 49-24. Although he didn't want to be a burden to Luo Ying, he didn't want to be a nobody in the Heaven Awakening star field. He didn't want to be unable to find any news of Feng-er. You even dared to kidnap the princess of the Apocalypse Milky Way City? Looks like your background isn't simple. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice as he stood in front of the tiger-headed youth and the others. Jiang Qin. Luo Ying's face was filled with shock. However, at this moment she wished that Jiang Qin hadn't appeared. With so many experts here, it was simply impossible for him to be a match for them. Even if he had just obtained the gold commander position of the Apocalypse Knight Regiment, it was impossible for him to contend against so many experts. I've searched far and wide, but the one I've been looking for is you. The tiger-headed youth raised his eyebrows. His tiger-like eyes moved slightly, and an unprecedented radiance bloomed in his eyes. A trap. The first thought that popped into Luo Ying's mind was that this was a trap. They had come to capture her to lure the snake out of its hole so that Jiang Qin would walk right into their trap. Hurry up and leave, Jiang Qin. I've already severed all ties with you. Jiang Qin frowned and ignored Luo Ying's words. Instead, he was very curious about the top 10 experts because their goal was actually not Luo Ying, but himself. What did he have that was worth them dealing with? If they wanted to deal with him, they could have come to him directly. There was no need for them to do so. Looking for me? You might be disappointed. Jiang Qin Lung laughed. How could that be? You have something on you that I want. In order to be absolutely safe, I have to capture her first. The tiger-headed youth said in a deep voice. Let him go and I'll give you whatever you want. Jiang Qin said that since the other party had come with a purpose, it was simple. Jiang Qin wasn't a match for the top 10 experts. If he wanted to borrow the power of the six-spine coiling dragon, it would definitely shock the big shots of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Jiang Qin wouldn't use the six-spine coiling dragon's trump card. Not bad. What a wise fellow. Looks like the so-called gold medal commander is only SOSO. The tiger-headed youth stared at Jiang Qin. Jade plate, you know what I'm talking about. Jade plate. Jiang Qin frowned. Although he didn't know what the jade token was used for, he knew that it belonged to the Emperor of the Cosmos. It was definitely not an ordinary item. The blue-robed youth had tried to snatch the jade token from him many times. Today, this tiger-headed youth who didn't know anything was also aiming for the jade token. Don't give it to him. Go, Jiang Qin. They won't let you off even if you give it to them. Luo Ying said in a low voice. She could not break free at all and she did not want to implicate Jiang Qin. Their target is me. I should be the one who implicated you. How can I leave? Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. Then he looked at the tiger-headed youth and the others. The jade token is here, but you have to hand over the person first. Otherwise, I'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Do you know who you're negotiating with? The tiger-headed youth thought nothing of it. You can indeed kill her before I can, but I can also destroy this jade tablet before you can. Jiang Qin looked straight ahead and argued with reason. If he gave in at this moment, he wouldn't have any chance to win this battle. The tiger-headed youth and Jiang Qin looked at each other and were silent for a long time. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally compromised. If he obtained a broken jade token, his master would not hesitate to kill him. No, Jiang Qin. Don't give it to them. They won't let you off. Luo Ying screamed with all her might. She knew that she was just a prelude. The jade token in Jiang Qin's hand was what they really wanted. Once they got it, they would not let Jiang Qin off either. The jade token was his last trump card. Jiang Qin smiled. At this time he had no other choice. Luo Ying's safety was above everything else. For the sake of an unknown jade token, Jiang Qin would not go back and gamble. You only have one chance. If you dare to play any tricks, I will tear you into pieces. The tiger-headed youth said fiercely. Jiang Qin could not escape from his palm. Although this gold medal commander had defeated Xiaoyin, it was impossible for him to defeat him. Let her go. The tiger-headed youth shouted. Luo Ying was released and she ran to Jiang Qin's side. Jiang Qin held Luo Ying's hand and nodded slightly. Don't worry, I'm here. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Can you give me the jade token now? If you dare to play any tricks, you will die without a burial place. The tiger-headed youth stood with his hands behind his back, firmly locking onto Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen made the slightest movement, he would be able to catch him. Catch! Jiang Chen threw a brick to the tiger-headed youth. The moment the tiger-headed youth caught the brick, he was slightly stunned. Then he flew into a rage and rushed towards Jiang Chen. "Boy, you dare? You're courting death." The tiger-headed youth roared like thunder. The 10 experts instantly surrounded Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen was not easy to deal with. If he couldn't win, couldn't he run? Jiang Chen stepped on the sky-ascending stairway. His silhouette flickered as he flew towards the hut. After saving Xuanhuan, he quickly fled. "Chase! I'm going to tear you into pieces, Jiang Chen." The tiger-headed youth was furious. For so many years, no one had dared to play with him like this. This Jiang Chen was simply courting death. Jiang Chen had already prepared himself. These 10 men were all desperados and they were very strong. He was no match for them right now. Although he wasn't afraid of these strong enemies, Jiang Chen wasn't an idiot. Only by avoiding their attacks would he be able to catch his breath. If these guys were to tangle with him, it would definitely be a life-and-death battle. Jiang Chen would never put himself in such a situation because he knew that these people were most likely with the blue-robed man. The person behind them must be panicking, otherwise he wouldn't have come up with such an unwise plan. Jiang Chen brought 2 people with him. He was not in the mood to continue fighting, so he desperately ran out of the city. The other party could make such a big move in the Apocalypse Milky Way city, and their target was even the City Lord's daughter. They did not fear the first City Lord and the second City Lord. Such a plot, such strength in the entire Apocalypse Milky Way city, absolutely did not exceed one hand. Although Jiang Chen still did not know who was behind these people. "Jiang Chen, you can't run far with us. Don't worry about me. Hurry up and run." Luo Ying whispered beside Jiang Chen. "Shut up. What's the point of saying this at this time? If I was afraid of death, I wouldn't have come out from the beginning. Let's leave this place first." Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice. Chapter 49-25. Let's get out of the city first. Jiang Chen quickly left the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City and ran all the way to the 100 Ghost Bamboo Forest. Let's see how long you can escape. Once you leave the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City, you won't even know how you died. The tiger-headed youth revealed a cold smile. The 10 people sped up and the distance between them and Jiang Chen was getting closer and closer. Jiang Chen desperately ran. The crisis was still above his head. The tiger-headed youth could catch up with him at any time. "As long as you enter the Water Curtain Mountain, I will show you the way." The 6-ridged coiling dragon's words rang in Jiang Chen's ears. However, even if he left the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City, there was still a long distance between him and the Water Curtain Mountain. The 6-ridged coiling dragon couldn't make a move if he didn't enter the Water Curtain Mountain. That would definitely alarm countless people. During this time, the tiger-headed youth still caught up with him. The distance between them was already very close. "You're still too young to escape from the palm of my hand, Han Feihu." The tiger-headed youth Han Feihu said in a deep voice. In the blink of an eye, he had already caught up with Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen didn't bring anyone with him, Han Feihu wouldn't be able to catch up with him even if he exerted all his strength. However, Jiang Chen had brought someone with him, so it was impossible for him to escape from Han Feihu's palm. Han Feihu also rejoiced. If Jiang Chen only cared about escaping, then it would be very difficult to threaten him. This kind of pretentious and righteous person had always been his favorite. Such a person had a weakness. Those vicious outlaws simply didn't have a weakness. Seeing that the 10 experts had completely surrounded Jiang Chen, Luo Ying's face was filled with a dignified expression. This was a situation of absolute death. Now none of them could escape. "Let's see where you still want to run to. Water Curtain Mountain? 100 Ghosts Bamboo Forest? Even if you enter these 2 places of great danger, you won't have any chance of survival. Even if I don't kill you, you will still be devoured by the demonic beasts. Why don't you fulfill your wish now? As long as you hand over the jade pendant, I promise I won't make things difficult for you. I only have one goal." Han Feihu made a solemn vow. Jiang Chen was now a turtle in a jar, unable to escape even if he had wings. "If I don't give it to you, I'll still have a way out. If I give it to you, will I still be able to leave alive?" Jiang Chen sneered. "Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It seems like you've made up your mind to fight with us. You are very smart, but unfortunately you are destined to die here." Han Feihu's gaze was like a knife as he approached Jiang Chen step by step. The most nervous person was none other than Luo Ying. In the face of these top 10 experts, she had almost no power to fight back. Even Jiang Qin, who had previously defeated the gold medal commander Xiaoyin, would not be able to face so many experts with ease. There's still room for leeway if I fight to the death. But if you want the jade pendant, kill me first. Jiang Qin and Han Feihu exchanged glances. The 10 silhouettes instantly arrived, the sabers in their hands gleaming with sharpness, sealing off all of Jiang Qin's escape routes. He had no way to avoid this battle. The 6-ridged coiling dragon couldn't help him, and he also couldn't use the power of his astral soul. Once he did, he would definitely enter a long period of recuperation. Before he broke through to the stellar realm, Jiang Qin had already decided not to use his astral soul anymore. If not, he would suffer a great deal of damage to himself. It was impossible for his body to withstand the immense pressure from his astral soul. Facing the 10 experts, Jiang Qin didn't dare to be careless. He directly executed the draconic transformation art and faced the encirclement of the 10 experts. He was in a deep predicament, but by relying on the limitless sword, Jiang Qin wouldn't be defeated so quickly. Among these 10, other than Han Feihu, who was at the second heavenly layer of the star realm, the other 9 were all at the first heavenly layer. Just Han Feihu alone wasn't someone Xiaoyin could compare to. For this battle, Jiang Qin was already prepared to die. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use his trump card. Once he did, it would mean that he would no longer have a place to stay in the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. He could only wander the world. Sword 29. Single Solar Finger. Although Jiang Qin's strength was at the 3rd heavenly layer of the half-step star realm, with the support of the draconic transformation art and the dragon soaring art, he had almost reached the 1st heavenly layer of the star realm. Facing so many experts, it wasn't easy for him to maintain the situation. Although he didn't have any power to fight back, at least he wouldn't be defeated in a short time and killed by Han Feihu. As he fought and retreated, Jiang Qin quickly moved towards the Water Curtain Mountain. It seemed like he was retreating, but in fact he had a purpose. Once he entered the Water Curtain Mountain, he would be like a fish in the sea. With the 6-ridged coiling dragon, unless the 3 city lords personally came, no one would be his opponent. So now, as long as Jiang Qin could delay them, he would have a chance of survival. Hut in the center of the lake. Emohan's face was gloomy. He looked at the surrounding rain. Other than the dead guards, the entire hut was empty. It was deathly silent. Damn it. Emohan was extremely worried. His mother and sister had both disappeared. Whether they were dead or alive, there had to be an explanation. Right now, he was most worried that someone wanted their lives. Young master, this? The guard behind Emohan asked in a low voice. Return to the mansion. To see father. Emohan knew that this matter was very serious. If it was an ordinary matter, his mother and Luo Ying's disappearance might have been because they wanted to leave. However, the guards of the city lord's mansion had all died here. It couldn't have been done by them. His mother and Luo Ying weren't a match for these guards at all. How could they have slit their throats? Someone must have wanted them to disappear. Right now they didn't even know if they were dead or alive. Luo Ying and Xiao Tai's wedding was imminent. For something like this to happen, Emohan knew that the implications were too great. It was related to the face of the entire Tianqi planet, as well as the relationship between his father and the second city lord. The bride disappeared on the eve of the wedding, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. This was something that had never happened before. Could it be that someone wanted to target the city lord's mansion? Or was it to sow discord? Was it to make them lose face? Emohan knew that this matter wasn't something he could speculate about. Right now, he had to quickly return to the mansion to inform his husband and let him make the final decision. Although he was worried about the safety of his mother and sister, Emohan was powerless to reverse this desperate situation. To be able to kill the elite guards of the city lord's mansion with a single slash meant that he wasn't an ordinary person. Emohan didn't have much time to think and quickly rushed back to the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion was located on the central axis of the entire Tianqi planet. It was the best location, covering an area of 10,000 miles. It was more than 10 times better than Qingyang Flower Mansion. The heaven and earth spiritual qi here was also abnormally rich. The jade palaces stretched for 10,000 miles, occupying a tenth of the entire Tianqi Galaxy City. Inform my father that I have an important matter to report. In front of the city lord's mansion, there were more than 1,000 guards. Even the young master Emohan had to report. The city lord is in the Spring Light Palace. You will only come out at night. Please wait for a moment, young master. The commander of the guards, Xianxia, said. Chapter 49-26. It's that slut again. Eldest young master needs to be careful with his words and actions. Be careful of the eavesdroppers. Xianxia said in a low voice. I understand, Brother Yang, but today's matter is too important. I can't wait any longer. Xuanhuan had a bitter look on his face. At this time he also had no choice. He was fully responsible for the wedding, but his father was entangled with another woman. Xuanhuan's heart was filled with anger, but he didn't dare to say anything. You know the temper of the city lord. When he is in the spring light palace, no one dares to disturb him. Xianxia said meticulously. Once he entered the spring light palace, the emperor would never attend morning court. Xuanhuan's complexion was gloomy and uncertain. If it weren't for that woman, his father wouldn't have been unable to extricate himself from this situation, causing their family to fall apart, making them father and son like enemies. Over the years, he had completely lost the favor of the city lord mansion's eldest young master and was almost banished to the cold palace, while his mother had moved to a small house in the middle of the lake. Although it seemed glorious, he hadn't spoken more than 10 sentences to his father in the past thousands of years. The relationship between father and son had long fallen apart. As the king of the entire Heavenly Awakening star field, the city lord of the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City was high and aloof. Even Xuanhuan couldn't come into contact with him. As the son of the city lord, his identity had become a disgrace. He knew that his father did not want to see him, but at this moment, Xuanhuan had no other choice. His parents and sister were in danger, and this time he was going to marry the son of the second city lord Xiaoyuan, which was already known to everyone, and at this critical moment the bride was gone. Xuanhuan knew that this matter was likely to bring disaster to himself. No, I must go in. This matter is related to the safety and reputation of the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. If I don't see my father now, there will be endless troubles in the future. If there are any consequences, I will bear it. Brother Yang, please. Xuanhuan said with a serious face. Xianxia pondered for a moment. Although Xuanhuan had not been put in an important position by the city lord these past few years and had become a marginal figure, but Xianxia still understood Xuanhuan's character. Although their relationship couldn't be said to be very close, it was still very good. If it didn't involve this kind of matter, Xianxia would absolutely not refuse Xuanhuan. However, the city lord was the master of the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City, and no one would dare to go against his words. As the commander of the guards of the city lord mansion, he was duty-bound. For a moment, Xianxia was in a dilemma. It's too late, Brother Yang, I beg you. Xuanhuan knelt down on one knee. At that moment, Xianxia's complexion slightly changed. He quickly helped Xuanhuan up and sighed helplessly. Very well, eldest young master, since you insist, I'll make an exception and let you in. Many thanks, Brother Yang. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up with gratitude. If it wasn't for Xianxia opening the way, even a star level 5 powerhouse wouldn't be able to barge in, let alone a star level 2 like him. Xuanhuan madly ran all the way to the Spring Light Palace. That was the place where his father and concubine Lan stayed. Normally no one was allowed to enter. Xuanhuan couldn't care less. Right now, not only was his sister's wedding in front of them, but the safety of her and his mother was still unknown. The only person who could save them was his father. Father, your son requests an audience. Xuanhuan's voice was like a great bell, reverberating in front of the Spring Light Palace. Even though he called out, the Spring Light Palace remained silent. Father, your son has an important matter to discuss with you. Xuanhuan's voice became louder. Like a thunderclap, it resounded throughout the Spring Light Palace. You dare to disturb my sweet dream? How many brains do you have? Don't think that I really don't dare to kill you. A monstrous and domineering voice resounded from the Spring Light Palace. The two bronze doors that were more than 10 meters tall were shattered into pieces. A man in a green robe slowly walked out. His eyes were like bronze bells and his killing intent was monstrous. That kind of domineering attitude made Xuanhuan's heart tremble. However, if he didn't come, the ending would be even more out of control. Bastard! The green-robed man sent out a palm, forcing Xuanhuan back. He was heavily injured, and his face was filled with bitterness. This man was none other than the overlord of the Heaven Awakened Star Field, the city lord of the Heaven Awakened Galaxy City, Jianghu. His aura made it so that no one dared to look him in the eye. In the entire Heaven Awakened Star Field he was unparalleled. As the absolute overlord of the Heaven Awakened Star Field, Qianyu's status was self-evident. He was the god of the heaven-awakened star, and no one could defy him. The spiritual embryo that had been nurtured for 1,000 years was about to be born. That was his and concubine Lan's child, and it was the result of all his hard work. Once the spiritual embryo was born, it would be the true chosen of the heavens, and it would become the crown prince to replace him. Xuanhuan clenched his teeth. That palm had caused the blood in his body to churn. If he had used another 10% of his strength, he might have already died. Even if the man in front of him was his father, Xuanhuan was still unwilling to look him in the eye. This palm is the price for your recklessness. Your Aunt Lan and I are currently nurturing the spiritual embryo. If anything goes wrong, I will take your life. Your son understands. Thank you, Father, for being lenient. Father, please listen to your son. My death is not to be regretted, but today Mother and Luoying have both disappeared. The guards who went to pick them up all died tragically, their throats slit by a knife. Even the star-level commander was no exception. Mother and sister's lives are at stake, and the wedding is imminent. How are we going to face the world? How are we going to face the second city lord's family? Xuanhuan said with a serious face, his eyes filled with worry. Qianyu frowned, but his eyes were quite indifferent. As the host of the wedding and the steward of the city lord's mansion, you can't escape the blame for this matter. At this time, the city lord and I are nurturing the spiritual embryo. I think you have ulterior motives? Xiaolan said with anger in her eyes. She gently rubbed her belly and looked at Qianyu with hidden bitterness. If anything went wrong at this critical moment, then Xuanhuan would bear all the consequences. Xuanhuan's expression suddenly changed and he quickly lowered his head. Xuanhuan knows his mistake. Father, please calm down. Aunt Lan, please calm down. Beauty, don't panic. Our spiritual embryo is fine. Qianyu smiled and gently stroked Xiaolan's belly. He didn't put Xuanhuan's words in his heart. Outrageous. That damn girl couldn't have run away from the wedding, right? I heard that she still has a lover. When did our Xiao family mistreat her? She dared to run away on the eve of the wedding. Isn't this discrediting our city lord's mansion? Even the Xiao family will definitely be ridiculed. Now, people from all over have already taken their places. All we have to do is wait for the big wedding tomorrow. Now, do you still want my nephew to perform a one-man show? Xiaolan said bluntly. Her words pierced the heart, leaving Xuanhuan speechless. Even Qianyu could only smile. Beauty, don't worry. I will pass down the order to seal off the heavenly awakening galaxy city and search every inch of the city. We must find that dead girl. You must not be angry. If the baby is affected, there will be problems with our spiritual embryo. Chapter 49-27. You were supposed to be in charge of this matter, but now you can't take responsibility for it. That wicked girl is as stubborn as your mother and I don't know where she has gone to hide. But at this time she can't do anything about it. Marriage is something that should be decided by the parents. Moreover, old Zhao's son, Xiao Tai, is not someone that ordinary people can compare to. He is talented, good-looking, and extraordinarily valiant. It's not easy for me to find such a son-in-law, not to mention that he is the nephew of your Aunt Lan. She really doesn't know what's good for her. If you can't find them, I'll hold you accountable. We are the dignified city lord's mansion. We are the role models of the heavenly awakening star region. If something like this happens, how can I explain it to your Uncle Xiao? Qianyu sneered and looked at Xuanhuan with disdain. Xuanhuan felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. He could only nod indifferently. In his father's eyes, they were all jackals of the same tribe. The disappearance of his mother and Luoying was not the object of his concern. But husband, I suspect that my mother and Luoying have been taken away. Otherwise, how could the guards who went to pick them up be killed? Xuanhuan said unwillingly. If they are alive, I want to see them. If they are dead, I want to see their corpses. This is your business. Find your sister and don't embarrass yourself here. Get out of here. Qianyu shouted. Xuanhuan's heart was completely cold. His mother had named him Xuanhuan in the past to not disappoint his parents, relatives, and friends. But now the only person who could disappoint him was his father. Yes. Xuanhuan slowly withdrew from the Spring Light Palace. Wait, take the 9 green dragon envoys and search the entire heavenly awakening star. If you can't find them within a day, I'll hold you accountable. Qianyu coldly snorted. He put his arm around Xiaolan's shoulder and walked towards the Spring Light Palace. Xiaolan sneered and looked at Xuanhuan with disdain. Clang. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. He held the green dragon order in his hand. Finally, this trip was not in vain. The 9 azure dragon envoys were the personal guards of the city lord mansion. Their strength was outstanding and they were not any weaker than him. With the 9 azure dragon envoys and their azure dragon guards, finding his mother and Luoying would be a lot easier. Xuanhuan didn't care about the wedding, but the safety of his mother and Luoying was the most important thing in his heart. In his father's eyes, he wasn't worth mentioning at all. His title as the city lord's eldest young master was just an empty title. He didn't even care about his mother and Luoying. He knew that all of this was because of Xiaolon. But even so, he was powerless to reverse the situation. Once Xiao Tai married his sister, the Xiao family's influence would further invade the city lord's mansion. This was what Xuanhuan was most worried about. His father had been infatuated with Xiaolon all these years. He was no longer the father he used to be. Let's find mother and sister first. No matter who you are, I will definitely drag you out. Xuanhuan gripped the token tightly, gritted his teeth and flew out of the Spring Light Palace. Half a day later, Xuanhuan finally received a report from the Azure Dragon Guards. They said that outside the heavenly awakening Milky Way City, on the way to the Water Curtain Mountain, there were traces of a great battle between star-level powerhouses. Xuanhuan rushed to the scene without stopping and looked around in all directions. Indeed, this place had the same aura that he had felt in the small house at the center of the lake. It was cold, murderous and suffocating. Daring to make such a big fuss at this time, I'm afraid there isn't a second person. This group of people seems to be heading towards the Water Curtain Mountain, but who could it be? Xuanhuan murmured, and his eyes immediately lit up. Could it be Jiangqin? No matter who it was, for Xuanhuan, the most important thing was to find his mother and Luoying as soon as possible. Everyone, today it's all up to you. My mother and sister's lives are at stake, and the city lord's mansion's honor is also tied to you. Whether it's success or failure, it all depends on this battle. Follow me to battle. Xuanhuan said solemnly. Eldest young master, rest assured, we will do our best to rescue the eldest princess and mistress. The leader of the Azure Dragon Guards, Yun, said in a low voice. As the Azure Dragon Guards and the personal guards of the city lord, their status was quite high. They were not afraid to face Xuanhuan, because they were the city lord's left and right hands. This time they were assigned to the eldest young master to pursue the murderer. They naturally knew which was more important. Even if the eldest young master was not as elegant as he was in the past, this matter concerned the city lord's mansion's honor and the life and death of the city lord's 2 closest relatives. Xuanhuan nodded slightly and quickly followed the trail. If they still could not find Luoying before the wedding tomorrow, then the city lord's mansion would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire heavenly awakening star region. Xuanhuan knew better than anyone else that his mother's life and death was the most important thing. The moonlight was bright, and the scarlet moon was like weeping blood, shining on the mountain. As the moon's shadow spread out, Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword emitted bursts of black light, and drops of blood fell from the blade to the ground. Drip. Drip. The sound of blood falling could be heard as it fell into the puddles between the rivers. The heavy rain had already subsided, and Jiang Chen's clothes were already soaked and mixed with the blood. The surrounding top 10 experts were also constantly gasping for breath. Apart from Han Feihu, they all had injuries that were neither light nor heavy. But the most important thing was that Jiang Chen was really good at enduring. After fighting for 20 hours, he was still able to show such vigor. Even Han Feihu was a little surprised. The top 9 experts under him were not defeated by Jiang Chen, but they were stalled by him. Even Han Feihu himself was no exception. Jiang Chen fought and retreated towards the Water Curtain Mountain. Along the way he did everything he could and did not confront Han Feihu head-on. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago and it would have been impossible for him to hold on until now. When the enemy advanced, he would retreat. When the enemy was tired, he would attack. Jiang Chen perfectly controlled the confrontation with these people. He did not seek victory, but only hoped to enter the Water Curtain Mountain step by step. During this period he swallowed 10 little rejuvenation pills, and with the support of his powerful Genesis Chi, he was able to preserve his current battle power and exhaust most of the top 10 experts' strength. Jiang Chen did not confront them head-on. This was the only way he could preserve his strength as much as possible. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would not be their match at all. It was not that he was belittling himself, but with so many experts he would not be able to escape unless he used all his trump cards. But if he did that, the entire heavenly awakening galaxy city would be shaken, and this was not the result Jiang Chen wanted. You're tuning in to this sword dance in the vast sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.